Greg Peters.
I'm Brad.
I'm Laura Hale.
Hi, I'm Deirdre.
I'm Zach Ray.
Hi,
I'm Sean Houser.
I'm David Schneider.
I'm Kate Brand, Kate Rosenbluth.
I'm Josh Sadowski, and welcome to Collision.
I'm David.
I'm Kate Davidson. My name is Hannah Schiff.
Welcome to Collision from Home.
Hello, and welcome to the very first Collision from Home. I'm your co-host, Sunil Sharma, coming to you from my home here in Toronto. Over the coming 3 days, you're going to experience Collision on your phones, on your tablets, and your desktops. You'll hear talks from the founders and CEOs of some of the world's most influential companies, from the policymakers leading the international response to COVID-19, and from some of the most iconic sports and entertainment figures of the 21st century. But more importantly, you'll join roundtables and workshops and hold meetings in our specially developed online lounges. You'll make hundreds of new connections in our bespoke event app. Because that's where the magic of this Collision event really lies, in meeting your fellow attendees. You're joining us from 110 different countries. Countries like Belarus, Indonesia, Chile, and of course Canada. Among our attendees are more than 1,000 startups and 1,000 members of the international media, and more than 750 investors from some of the world's very best funds are taking part. You're all coming together for the same reason you do at our physical events, to make valuable connections and to learn. And though times may have changed, one thing that remains constant is our commitment and our belief in the power of human gatherings. So while this year's Collision is online, our dedication to introducing our attendees to interesting and incredible people in their respective industries is steadfast. And we know that our attendees will approach Collision from Home the same way they approach our physical events. So look after yourselves and each other, stay safe, and enjoy Collision from Home. Now, we had expected to be taking over the city of Toronto again this year, bringing 30,000 people together into the Six, like we did last summer, for a festival of technology and networking. Collision is still a Canadian, and more importantly, a Toronto event, and we look forward to it returning in 2021. The team has worked with Mayor John Tory's office for the last few months and has been inspired at how the city has been tackling problems here at home and around the world, and the roadmap that his office and the City of Toronto has presented for opening up our economy, and more importantly, getting back to normal for our citizens. To kick things off, I'm very pleased to welcome Collision's very own CEO, Paddy Cosgrave, in conversation with Mayor John Tory.
My name is Paddy Cosgrave. I'm the founder, co-founder and CEO of Web Summit and Collision. More than 30,000 people are joining us from around the world for Collision from Home. We had hoped to be in Toronto. We were incredibly excited about our second year in Toronto, where we're hosted by the Mayor of Toronto. And I'm very glad to say we're joined today by Mayor Tory, Mayor of Toronto, to have a catch-up about everything that's been happening in Toronto. We're all missing it incredibly. We all wish we could be there. Mayor, we went to Toronto because we were very drawn to just this dramatic change that seemed to be happening in North America. Toronto, I think, was very much off, most people's radar when it came to tech. But over the last number of years, there's been a slow and initially silent and then fast and now very obvious revolution, where Toronto has become almost the hottest new tech epicenter in North America. And I'd just love to know what's been driving that.
I think it's mostly a pool of smart people. You know, we're blessed to have a wonderful system, Patty, of public education. And by the way, we missed you here. I mean, we want you all here now in person, but it's Collision at Home is going to be the next best thing, and we'll have you here in 2021. But I think it's been a pool of smart people. You know, we have the highest post-secondary graduation rate in the OECD countries, and a lot of them are people who have chosen to go into tech studies of one kind or another. We have excellent post-secondary institutions, all public, which is great. And I think we have a critical mass here that's big enough. We're in the top 10 financial centers in the world, one of the top life sciences centers. So I think all of that put together, plus I'll admit our proximity to the United States of America, being geographically close means you can kind of do a lot of business with the United States, but be in Canada, which some people find to their liking. So I think all of that has come together with a great desire on our part to be as good as we can be, and some strokes of good fortune, which aren't entirely lucky, like the expertise that people used to laugh at that exists with AI in Toronto, that now is seen as being, kind of maybe the sort of AI, greatest AI concentration of brain power anywhere. So all of that's come together, and we're just lucky enough to have, a burgeoning sector that continues to grow and thrive even with the pandemic.
So one of the burning questions for many of our speakers is about COVID and how it's affecting the world. The Director General of the World Health Organization is speaking today, and I'm just wondering, for everybody that's listening and tuning in from around the world, how's Toronto doing, and how's the tech ecosystem in particular dealing with it all?
Well, I think we've come through the pandemic, better than some places, and probably as well as anywhere else in North America or in the world in terms of, we've had tragic loss of life, but it's been minimized compared to other places. But I think, and of course, it's been massively disruptive to businesses of all kinds. The tech sector, it's amazing to me because while they were saying at the beginning, and I convened a number of round tables to sort of say to them, what can we do to help you? And they sort of said, well, tell the capital to be patient, not to sort of have us all drawing up plans to close up shop or to, strip down to nothing. And so we did some of that, and I think to some extent that was successful. Business is business. But what's amazing to me is the confidence level that has maintained itself in the city during this time. And people saying, for example, that they look back to the recession in 2008 and 2009 and say, notwithstanding the devastation of that what followed was one of the greatest periods of innovation ever. And they're sort of seeing that perhaps happening again. And I think their thoughts in that regard are bolstered by the fact that we as a city and we as a country and as a business community have found so many uses for technology, whether it's something as simple as much enhanced video conferencing technology that existed before but nobody was really using it, or various apps that have either been developed or were always there that we've used to kind of take account of the changes that happened because of the pandemic. And so I really think everybody's quite optimistic, knowing there's been some damage done. You can't go through a shutdown of the world economy like we've done and not have some damage. But I think people are pretty bullish coming out of this, and the talent is still here. The critical mass of industries, the universities, the immigration that we're going to resume, all happening still in Canada. So I think people are, confident, but obviously a bit bruised.
Yeah, well, it's great to hear the kind of the positive shoots coming out of such an immense challenge. I'm wondering, moving from kind of the startups and the tech ecosystem, what about the city itself? Ultimately, you're the big boss of the city. What change do you see happening out of the back of this crisis?
Well, there are two things that I think are the one that comes out of this crisis, as opposed to another one we're confronting, is that I think we're finding ways, including with the use of technology, but also just the use of willpower and volunteerism and so on, to make sure we take even better care of our vulnerable populations. I mean, it has been a lesson to us. We knew in the face of something like this pandemic, we had to take special care of people who were utterly without a support system. And so we sort of redoubled our efforts. And I think what we're discovering is a lot of the stuff we did during an emergency circumstance should be made permanent. And that's a challenge financially and otherwise, but I think everybody knows it's the right thing to do. I think that includes the use of technology to kind of stay in touch with people and to do things virtually that we couldn't do with vulnerable populations, for example. I think the second thing is that the pandemic and the crisis to do with anti-black racism and anti-indigenous racism came at the same time, and I think that's going to cause some fairly fundamental rethinking of a lot of things in terms of the kind of sort of, I'll call it the socioeconomic order of things. And I think the tech ecosystem here will fit perfectly into that, because from my exposure, they tend to be, as a group of people, much more concerned with and engaged in some of these kinds of issues, as opposed to looking at it and saying, well, look, I'm just in business here trying to build up a business, I don't care about that. Our commitment to diversity is well known. The reality of diversity here is well known, but I think now there's going to be an even greater focus on inclusion, and that's going to mean great things in terms of some very smart people that have found themselves operating sometimes around the edges of the tech ecosystem here, and we want to now include them. So I think those are things that are going to be, forever altered by this whole experience we've been through. I hope the part that isn't altered is our commitment to kind of internationalism. I mean, we need people through Collision, but just otherwise, Canada and Toronto, the tech system have been built by people coming from around the world and adding to it, and we need to get back to opening the borders, having people fly, having immigration happen in Canada, where this country is being built continuously by immigration. So we need all that to sort of start up again, and that's not happened as yet.
Oh, I have to say, what I absolutely love about Toronto is the fact that it is the most cosmopolitan city in the world. And when you're running a global event like us with attendees from 100 plus countries around the world, it makes it a welcoming place to come to. And I just kind of love hearing that. An interesting thing happened in the midst of the crisis. Sidewalk Labs announced that they were shutting down. And I just love to get your thoughts on that and what you think it means for Toronto, if anything, at all.
Well, I think it's a missed opportunity in some respects. I was a supporter of it, but there were divided opinions. I think, really, Patty, when you boil it down, what it was a failure on the part of two parties to come to a commercial agreement. And I think we both know, as do most of the people watching, that happens every single day. This one just had much more attention because it had been announced with great fanfare and because it involved Google Sidewalk, which is obviously one of the world's best-known companies. So I regret the fact that it happened, but I look at it as not being any indication whatsoever of any lack of interest in innovation here, or on their part. I look at it as two parties that couldn't reach an agreement on the sort of commercial terms under which they would do business. And now, if you want to look at it from where I sit, I say, well, I still have that piece of land on the waterfront of one of the great cities of North America, if not the world, and that I will be looking, as we will, the Waterfront Corporation, for somebody to come in and present a similarly innovative approach to using technology and so on to set an example of urban innovation. And I'm sure there will be somebody else out there. That's not to diminish Google Sidewalk. It's just to say that didn't happen and something else will. And so I think it makes no statement about anything other than the fact that in business you have days when deals get done and days when they don't. And in this case, it was better off just to say, we can't make this deal and move on. And Sidewalk still has an office here. So I think, that's an indication that they obviously believe the city has many things to offer. But we're just not going to do that development together. Maybe we'll do something else down the road.
Great. That's good to hear. And finally, June 2021, we're due to hold Collision in Toronto. Do you think we'll be there? What can we expect? We're all excited. I think for anybody in lockdown around the world, I'm just itching to travel, to get out and about again and to see the world. I'm just excited about June 2021. Do you think it's a possibility?
Yeah, I'm an optimist. I mean, I believe that we will have something that will have emerged out of the science to make it possible for people not to have to worry as much as today when, there's so much uncertainty about this virus. And if you did travel, what's going to be the implication? There are quarantining requirements that go on that make it almost impractical to travel. But I'm an optimist. I believe that all the scientific and technological effort that's being put in to find something to help us with this, we are certainly ready to go. Every plan that we had made to make 2021 better than 2020 better than 2019 will be redoubled. And, we're certainly counting on being able to welcome the world for Collision in 2021 and, get back to doing business, all of us around the world. And so we'll have to see, fingers crossed, but we're committed to doing it, and we're committed to welcoming the world here again and having it an even better experience than Collision at home this year, which will be great, and even better than Collision 2019. So, yes, we're ready to go.
Great. Mayor Tory, I just have to say finally, thank you so much. In early March, when we discussed this, it was amazing to have such a sensible discussion in the first week of March. That the right thing to do for a conference in June was to postpone it happening in the real world, and the support you and your team have given us to making it all happen online has been fantastic. So thanks a million, and wish you all the best of luck, and I hope you enjoy the next 2 days of Collision from Home.
And the same to the Collision at Home team, the Collision team, and we're looking forward to 2021, but we're also really looking forward to an exciting time with Collision at Home. So thank you very much for the confidence you've placed in us, and we will be good partners for you, and welcome the world here in person again.
Is Toronto. For the Six, we've got a distinctive mix of culture, diversity, and talent for both tech leaders and startups, all championed by our city leaders.
Mayor John Tory here. Thanks for tuning in to Collision at Home, and we'll see you all next year right here.
Throughout the day, we'll be bringing you talks right here on Channel 1 from some of the biggest and best speakers from every corner of the tech, politics, sports, and entertainment world. Right now, we're going live to Channel 3, where the founder and CEO of Box, Aaron Levy, is kicking things off.
Aaron, it's been a very eventful past few months, I think, for all of us. I can imagine also as a cloud CEO, very busy for you too. Can you tell our audience a bit just kind of what the past few weeks and months have been like for you?
Yeah, it's been obviously a very, very dynamic and in many cases difficult and challenging environment. I think for leaders and individuals and organizations everywhere. We are, as an organization, we've been fortunate because our company is purpose built for helping other organizations with being able to work from anywhere, being able to deliver remote work and remain resilient as an organization. So from a product standpoint, from a company standpoint, we've been able to very smoothly transition to remote work and help our customers with remote work. But it's unmistakable that we're in the midst of both a health crisis, an economic crisis, and obviously more recently a very important conversation around the racial injustices in our society and what we have to do as both organizations and as a society to really make way bigger progress on creating a more equitable environment and systems for everyone, especially the Black community. So a lot of different things that we've been dealing with all at once, and we've been trying to work our way through this environment, and first and foremost making sure that our employees are healthy and safe, and we're building a culture of inclusion. At the same time, making sure we can support our customers and help them with the many difficult issues that they're dealing with from a business and digital transformation standpoint.
So I'm so glad that you just right off the bat talked about leadership, I think, on a bunch of different levels. And I want to get back to all of them in this conversation. But first, to kind of focus on Box and your company, could you just tell me a bit about what maybe surprised you about, sort of the shift to working from home and perhaps what your customers were asking for? Would love to just get some insights into kind of what stood out to you in recent months.
Yeah, well, I think this has been certainly the largest experiment ever in the history of technology of everybody moving to remote work and working from the cloud. We've never had anything probably 1/100th of this scale before in terms of pushing the limits of cloud computing and new ways of collaborating and working on any device from anywhere. We as an organization, we're set up well for it because we already operate in the cloud. We run on Zoom, we run on Slack, we run on products like Okta and WebEx and G Suite and obviously Box for all of our file access and sharing. So we were well prepared operationally.
That was Aaron Levy from Box. Head over to collisionconf.com where you can find out where to catch the rest of that talk. And if you're a developer or just want to work on your skills, we have mentor hours powered by Amazon Web Services exclusively on our Collision from Home platform.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new king to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
It's a data game.
We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
While ride-hailing is down by 80% during lockdown, Uber Eats still operates in over 6,000 cities and has seen orders rise by 30%. So what will the next chapter for Uber's on-demand food delivery offering look like? To find out now, we're going to be joined by Pierre Dimitri Gorkati to find out what happens next for Uber Eats in conversation with Stephen Levy from Wired.
So let me just jump right in here. You were in charge and have been for a few months of a delivery service during a pandemic. Almost about the time you took the job, is that right?
That's exactly right, yes. I've spent the past 8 years with our rides business at Uber, and I literally transitioned to Uber Eats about 3 months ago, which is pretty much when the COVID crisis started to really kick in across many of our countries around the world.
So what do you do when you're doing a food delivery service during a pandemic? How do you have to adjust what you're doing? How do you keep your drivers safe? Tell me, walk me through the process of what you wanted to do and what you thought you had to do, and how, as the crisis evolved, you've adjusted.
Of course. So I'd say the past 3 months have definitely been very intense and have forced us to rethink a lot of how we do business. The first and the most meaningful change has been to do has been really around safety and rethinking our model to make sure that we can operate in this new world. And that means rolling out pretty quickly things like contactless deliveries, which today 60% of the consumers are actually choosing, allowing them to get their food without having to interact with a courier. We've tweaked our app such that we could include very early on some notifications and some safety messaging, not just for the courier, the delivery people, the consumers, but also for the restaurants. So I'd say that the safety theme has been a very important one for us throughout crisis. Then there's kind of two big other things we really leaned into. The first one was trying to support and do our best to support the restaurant community. As you know, because restaurants had to shut down their dining rooms, they've been very, very challenged from an economic standpoint. And so what we've done is actually did our best to drive more demand to them. We cut fees on some of the small restaurant SMBs so that more eaters could kind of use those restaurants. We included in-app donations. About $10 million were raised through those in-app donations that going directly to restaurants. And we've helped encourage new use cases like the pickup use case, for instance, to try and make it easier for restaurants to capture the demand. So I'd say supporting the community and restaurants in particular, and finally supporting delivery people, not just on the safety front, as I mentioned, but through tweaks in our app, things like increased tippings, for instance, which has been quite successful as well, on making sure in many countries around the world that we could actually provide some sort of a financial safety net throughout the crisis for some of them that were unfortunately hurt by the disease.
So when you started this, about how many people were doing Uber Eats delivery? How many people were delivering food to your customer?
So today, to give you a sense, there are about 400,000 restaurants globally that are using the Uber Eats platform. As far as the number of couriers is concerned, it's in the hundreds of thousands, but it does vary, I'd say, country to country. But yeah, there's a pretty substantial amount of people that are earning a living using a platform like Uber Eats. One of the things that I would want to say is we have allowed through the crisis a lot of drivers to actually become delivery people. And about, in the US, up to 40% of the drivers have actually moved to the delivery side of things to make sure they could continue to earn throughout a period where obviously the mobility business was down substantially.
Right. So, obviously, all the drivers, people who are driving around in the Ubers had to, didn't have to, but, you've repurposed them to deliver food.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. In countries where that was allowed, this is exactly what we've done.
And, what are you doing now that you've learned to do over the last couple of months as this has evolved? You couldn't obviously anticipate everything, but what have you learned that needed to be done that you made an adjustment and it's different now? When I'm ordering Uber Eats now, or I'm a driver or a restaurant, what's different now because of what you've learned in the last couple of months?
So the initiatives I described were very much the kind of immediate response to the crisis. If you take a bit of a step back and you think about the most structural shifts we are observing, I'd say what is different today and some of the things we have done already is, one, making a much bigger push as a company and as a business into the grocery world. We have seen through this crisis that many people are now looking to apps and websites for them to get their grocery and their food delivered. And so this is something that we have obviously leaned into and that we're now pushing. The second initiative is more about offering our delivery services to people outside the restaurant scene. There has been a lot of companies pinging us and actually asking whether they could use our network of delivery people to really move what matters. And this is something where we've kind of lightened up a team. We've created a product that is called Uber Direct, and we're now offering that delivery as a service option to third party and to companies. And this is something that so far is getting some good traction. So I'd say those are the two examples of more structural shift we're making to our company. As far as the grocery side of things is concerned, I do want to say that we have acquired a company called Cornershop. We are in the process of getting this transaction closed. It is subject to antitrust review, and we received some very promising news at the end of May in terms of the Chilean competitive authority approving that deal.
Well, I'm going to get the Grubhub. Don't worry about that.
I mean, Cornershop on the grocery front, just to be clear.
Yeah. So this is a company besides Grubhub you're buying? What is this?
So my comment a minute ago referred to a company called Cornershop, which is a grocery company. And exactly right. And this is where we've had some really promising or encouraging news at the end of May when it comes to antitrust approval. As far as the rumors that you discussed or you touched on a minute ago related to Grubhub are concerned, this is not something we comment on. And as a matter of like company policy, we don't typically comment on the sort of rumors, unfortunately.
Right. So in other words, the reported attempt that from I guess reported to be in progress to buy Grubhub for $6 billion was the number. That's something you can't talk about at the moment.
Yeah, that's not something we comment on indeed.
But in terms of Cornershop, you can talk about expansion and the kind of antitrust scrutiny that you'd be under. What you're describing here is expanding from Eats and something that Postmates has been doing, one of your competitors, to be more of an all-purpose delivery system, which I think is sort of, from what I understand, very much in the spirit of what Uber's mission has been for a long time, is not just a company to drive people from one place to another, but a logistics company that moves stuff all around. Is that right?
That's exactly right. The way we think about our business is really one mobility unit, which is helping you get from A to B. And then we have a delivery business unit, which is really around allowing you to get things delivered to you. We have primarily focused so far on restaurant food as a primary vertical, and we are expanding towards new use cases, grocery being one of them, and hopefully more services and products down the line.
Mm-hmm. And and besides groceries, what else are you looking at?
So besides grocery, the first thing is this Uber Direct offering, which I briefly touched on, which is really making our delivery services available to third party for them to deliver and ship whichever object they want. So I'd say this is really something that is still early days, but we're trying to push. I'd say as far as what comes next, it's a bit early to tell. We'll see what future is made of, and we think that right now on our hands with grocery and restaurant food, we have actually a pretty enormous category for us to tap into. With still a lot of growth ahead of us, so I'd say that's our primary focus at this point.
Right. I think your boss, the CEO, was quoted recently as saying that he wanted to focus Uber Eats to be dominant in the markets where it operates. And you closed down a few, not big ones, but you did close down some where you weren't a big player there. Why is it so important, to operate only in the markets where you are one of the dominant players?
So what I'd say is we have, as any company out there, a finite set of resources, and the way we actually focus and channel those resources is critical to our success. And we want to make sure that we channel those resources to the places, to the countries where we see, number one, the largest opportunity, and number two, where we see the most credible path for us to actually build a sustainable business. And that is what has really gotten us to exit a number of markets over the past few weeks and throughout the first 2 quarters of the year. And the rationale being that it is naturally easier for a company to turn a profit and to build a sustainable business once you reach a bit of a critical mass. And so there's no such thing as kind of spreading your bets in 50 different countries. And that's kind of why we decided to refocus our efforts into a fewer number of markets where we can effectively go deeper.
Right. So during the last quarter, obviously with COVID and the pandemic, you've taken on a lot of new customers and, increased your revenues substantially, but also your losses have gone up. Isn't that right?
So what we've seen throughout the COVID phase, so pretty much since I started on Uber Eats, we've seen a rapid acceleration of our growth on the back of very strong consumer demand. The numbers we have shared publicly is about an 80% year-on-year growth for the month of April. So that's kind of growth in terms of consumer and GMV, so to speak. But at the same time, we're seeing a lot of restaurants that are actually coming in, a huge increase in the inbounds from restaurants, with a lot of restaurants that were typically not doing any, using any delivery service that now want to actually start to get into the delivery space. So that's kind of the big trend we've seen as a result of COVID. As far as profitability is concerned, the guidance that we have shared publicly is that the Q2 numbers, the Q2 EBITDA loss for Uber Eats will be broadly in line with what we did in Q1. And if you think about the strong increase we've seen in the top line, that is actually translating into some strong margin improvements sequentially from Q1 to Q2. So I'd say we feel quite good actually about our trajectory so far. We're still committed to turning this business profitable eventually, and we're marching towards that quarter after quarter. And this is still the plan.
Right. Well, it was reported when you took the job that your job number one was to move to profitability. Is that right?
So the company, that's certainly an important part of my job for sure. The company has very much been geared towards growth at all costs, and it has done a pretty good job at that when you think about what Uber has built in the food delivery space in a matter of 4 years. But it's really time now to move from growth at all costs to growth and sustainable growth, frankly, and to be able to demonstrate the ability for it to become a profitable business. This is something that I have enjoyed playing a role in with the ride side of the house, which 2-3 years ago looked a lot like what Uber Eats look at today for Uber. And so that's certainly one of my big focus areas. There's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm. And there's been a lot of talk recently about the business model of delivery. People are asking whether it actually is a sustainable model. The way it works is that the restaurants are charged the fee, and there's often a delivery fee for the customers. We've seen a lot of pieces recently saying that somehow the drivers don't make substantial money. The restaurants are unhappy because they're paying too much of a percentage of the bill to this a third-party company, and the customers who are getting it are paying fees. And people are saying that even though there's a lot of money moving around, and your revenues, as we discussed, are up, that this isn't something sustained for the long run. That you're buying market share, but the system ultimately doesn't serve anyone. Please defend the business model.
So, I mean, the first thing I'd say is I strongly disagree with that point. I have full conviction that the model can actually be a profitable model, and a model that works not just for Uber, but actually for restaurants and delivery people. And we have plenty of examples of that in many cities around the world where we operate. So I have those proof points, and that's what I'd say builds my own conviction. As far as the business model is concerned, the one thing I want to say is that there's different business models out there. Not every player that you probably know operates in the same way. You have what I would say the traditional players, who for many of them were born kind of 20 years ago or so, which are primarily a lead generation business. And that means they source demand for restaurants, and then they pass those orders that they receive to the restaurants for them to fulfill. And that means that restaurants actually have to indeed pay a fee to those lead generation services, but then they still left with an order that they have to deliver themselves by having their own network of couriers. What Uber Eats does that is slightly different from that is that we actually take care of the logistics ourselves through the network of couriers that we actually have across countries where we operate. And so that indeed translates into a higher service fee, a higher commission to restaurants than some other players might charge. But the big difference is that restaurants don't have to be paying the network of couriers and the delivery themselves. And we've had a lot of feedback and have really seen that not only is that model interesting in that it allows us to offer many more restaurants to consumers, because it certainly means you can work with restaurants that do not have the network of delivery people, but also from the restaurant's perspective, we can create a lot of efficiencies by actually aggregating the courier, the logistics needs from many, many restaurants, as opposed to having each of and every restaurant recreate their own kind of delivery marketplace. So this is really, our business model, how it differs. But again, to your earlier point and your assumption, I feel quite good about our ability to make this business model one that is not just a win for Uber, but a win for the restaurants, the delivery people that are actually relying on it.
Okay, I know you can't speak to the Grubhub, but just talk in general about consolidation. Do you feel that the market itself is going to narrow down to just a few players in delivery? And will there be antitrust concerns as this evolves?
So I cannot speak frankly as far as the US specifically is concerned. If I look globally at the state of the industry, you do see that there are a number of countries around the world where the industry is still quite fragmented. It is an industry where traditionally there has been a lot of M&A. So you look at big companies like Delivery Hero, like Takeaway.com, and so on, and you see that a lot of the way they've grown is actually through M&A. And I would expect that sort of trend to continue around the world like it has over the past 10 years. But as far as the US market specifically is concerned, and your question on Grubhub, it's not something I can comment on.
And in terms of the delivery people, in the long run, can the gig model be sustained? You've seen legislation to reclassify people as employees. Eventually, are those people going to be your employees, or do you feel that gig model, which some people feel doesn't serve the delivery people, can go on indefinitely?
So my view on that is that the model and sort of the gig economy model will continue to evolve like it has evolved over the past few years in countries around the world. Now, there's one thing that is very central to this model that we should preserve at all costs, and that's the flexibility that those sort of work opportunities entail for workers. One of the consistent feedback I get from drivers, from couriers, as to why they actually use Uber in the first place is this ability. It's the ability to turn it on when they want, to turn it off when they'd like, and to really have life and life be more central as opposed to try and fit their life around their work. This is central, and we should defend that. Now, what you see is in many countries around the world, there are some reflections going on, and we are being part of those reflections around how do you make sure that this flexibility that is so important to many people is not coming at the expense of some sort of a social safety net. And we see a lot of countries around the world that are actually leading the way in terms of trying to prove that there exists a better combination of those two, that is not implying that those independent workers should actually be employees of those platforms, because that would hurt the flexibility they have in the first place and they enjoy, but actually figuring out how we can preserve that flexibility while at the same time ensuring that there is a greater degree of social protection.
When I once did I think the first big story on your competitor DoorDash, and I actually went on deliveries with the CEO. Have you made deliveries on Uber Eats?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, of course. And I have driven as well on Uber, and I'd say those are, every time I do it, a fascinating experience just because of the amount of insights that you get. And so that's definitely something that I do, and I encourage my team members to do around me.
Okay, finally, one more question. Is Uber Eats actually going to do its own kitchens at any point, or can you vow that you're always going to be just permanently not competing with your restaurants?
I don't really see us doing our own kitchens. What we are doing, though, is that a lot of restaurants are asking us for advice because they actually want to expand their business, but do so in a way that doesn't force them to always open a sitting room. And that means we are actually working ourselves with real estate players that can actually provide those restaurants that want to expand with, in some cases, what we call dark kitchens, for instance, that allow restaurants to open, new spots that are solely dedicated to delivery.
Great. Well, that's fine. Thank you very much. And, I enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you. Same here, Stephen. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Netflix has seen subscriber numbers surge this year as lockdowns around the world keep people at home where they want to be entertained. Over the course of the pandemic, you've probably watched Tiger King, Love is Blind, and The Last Dance on the platform. Enjoy now the first few minutes of Netflix Chief Product Officer Greg Peters' talk.
I'm Chip Housek, co-founder and CEO of 2U, here with the Chief Product Officer of Netflix, Greg Peters, from a little-known company called Netflix. So we're thrilled to be here with you today, and I thought I'd start by giving you a little bit of an intro on 2U. We partner with top universities to build what we believe is the world's best online education. And a couple of years ago, was thrilled to be able to bring Greg Peters to our board of directors. So Greg, great to be with you today.
It's great to be with you, Chip.
It's funny how we were with each other last week. We had a board meeting last week, and right now, at what is clearly an unprecedented moment in time, I feel like I think I even referenced in the board meeting that I feel like, there's Greg Peters on my shoulder at times, reminding me of the importance of the company's core strategy. So let's start there. Let's talk about focus as an entrepreneur for the entrepreneurs that are listening.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where there's so many things, that we can do, and we constantly present it with new opportunities, whether it's, us seeing adjacent opportunities as once we sort of get that initial product market fit and have a business that's growing. Our customers typically are asking us to always do, hundreds and hundreds of things more. Especially at this particular moment, right? There's the desire to react to the situation that we're in and to think about, the 50, the 100 things that we can do that are specific to the time we're in right now. But I think, in the vast majority of those situations, it's much better just to stay really, really disciplined, to deeply analyze and sort of inspect your own soul around, what are you, either uniquely or differentially capable at providing? What's the thing that, that you can do better than anybody else? And to really stay focused on that. I think it's easy to underestimate, because you do an ROI around, we can do this incremental business opportunity and, generate this much revenue. And we only have to hire this many people to go after it, this much cost. but it's easy to underestimate all the sort of hidden costs associated with doing all these different things, whether it's management's time and energy and attention and focus. And if you have a big opportunity in front of you, I think often the best thing to do is just to stay focused on that and make sure you're doing a great job at that first.
Yeah, I think from my experience, it's fascinating how differentially capable of doing something, and I would say it's easy as an entrepreneur. You're built on this notion of sort of, one of our guiding principles as a company is to not let the skeptic win. To sort of try to get to a yes, and the reality is, as an entrepreneur, I feel like that's very easy to slip on, particularly at a time like this, where there are so many demands right now on either an online education company or the world's most.
The rest of that talk is available over at collisionconf.com. Did you know networking is at the core of what we do here at Collision? We have investor meetings happening every 15 minutes with PitchBook. Check out our website and the app to find out more.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new king to success.
It's really a double-edged sword. It's a data game. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Right now, everyone is relying on big tech more than ever, with the conversation shifting from the perils to the benefits of being ever connected. Our next speaker set up the information to make sure the big tech is transparent and responsible, building an incredibly valuable news organization along the way. Joining us now on Channel 1 is the Information's Jessica Lesson in conversation with Brian McCullough from TechMean.
Jessica, the Information's brand, as it were, is based on the idea, as I've read, in-depth tech stories that you won't find anywhere else. So I'm curious, is what you all do extra possible because you're in tech? Because tech is always changing, always so dynamic. Like if you were on a different beat, is what you do so well, would it be less possible?
It's a fascinating question. I mean, in some respects, I think every industry is sort of ripe for uncovering the behind the scenes stories, but there is no doubt that in our view, tech is the story. And that doesn't just mean that because tech companies are the only companies worth writing about, but every business is becoming a technology business in the auto industry, in retail, in science. And so we fundamentally believe that following the tech lens, the tech angle, is really going to uncover the most important stories of the day.
Well, given that, let me flip that question almost exactly. Because tech is such a dynamic industry, because now tech is touching every corner of our lives and every industry, is it a harder beat than most because it is constantly in flux?
Yes, I think you nailed it. It's hard to define. It's hard to sort of figure out what we cover and what we don't. But I think by just focusing in on following the big companies and their impact, companies like Amazon, Facebook, Google, they're going to touch all corners of consumers' lives and all corners of business. So our approach has really been to pick some focus areas, and those can change over time, but not to try and have something to say about everything happening, because at the end of the day, I don't think we'd be very distinctive if we did that.
I want to talk to you a bit about journalism's relationship to technology and tech journalism, especially. To delve into that sort of on the deep end, this year, as someone that follows this closely and is in these circles, like, I feel like there have been a couple of brouhahas or brouhaha, I think, that have sprung up this year on like Twitter and Medium and other places, places where there's extreme civility and reasoned debate, of course, but where it's sort of been the tech community, not really the tech community, but specific parts of the tech community, like the founder community or the VC community, have come out quite stridently and been accusing tech journalists of being negative or aggressive, while the journalists have been giving as good as they've gotten, and they say that certain people in tech demand only fawning coverage and unquestioning praise. I'm curious to hear from you. Do you feel like things have gotten frostier right now in the relationship between tech and tech journalism?
Absolutely. I think you described these. I think of it as a little bit of a culture war, because you have very different perspectives on the world, on the role of journalism, on power, on influence, and they're coming to a head in tweet storms, and journalists and venture capitalists or founders, as you said, kind of going to war on social media. And I as I've watched it, I have just sort of seen it as a little bit of this culture war of differing points of view. There's no doubt that leaders in Silicon Valley don't like critical coverage. And honestly, for about a decade, they didn't get much. If you go back many years, Silicon Valley was celebrated. Founders were put on the cover of magazines and called gods. And I think the industry got a little bit used to that. There's thankfully been some wake-up calls on the part of the news business in really holding power to account. And it's absolutely true that the leaders of the industry, want to push that back. I do think it's important to note that we are seeing journalists sort of step into the shoes of pundits a lot on social media and elsewhere. And I think that is a little bit troubling to me. I mean, obviously, columnist and opinion deserves a place in news for sure. But I also think that journalists should be about the facts and about their perspective on the facts. And, we're not always seeing that. And I think that's kind of giving founders and VCs some red meat to attack them back. And we'll probably see this escalate for a little bit.
Well, but is there something that has happened recently? I mean, there's obviously big things that we all know of that have happened recently, but like the tech backlash, as it were, has been going on for a couple years now, but I feel like, especially in the last 6 months, things have gotten a little more heated. Is it maybe one side or the other has gotten more heated? Is there anything that you can point to that you think of like, well, that's why things are a little frostier right now?
I think President Trump's disdain and hatred for the media is certainly a part of it. That has spilled over into the culture that you've seen people from Elon Musk to other tech leaders kind of use, sort of run with a little bit. I don't think they would see it that way, but I do. So I think that that's a part of it. You also have an ailing news industry. Many reporters work at publications where their business models have fallen off a cliff because of what's happened to advertising. So for all those reasons, plus a good dose of a pandemic, I think anxieties are running high.
When a founder or VC type says that journalists are out to get founders, out to get startups, that it's only negative, what is your response to that?
I mean, I honestly don't even engage with that, because I think it's so different from how most reporters and certainly how we at The Information do our jobs, right? We're looking to tell the stories that aren't being told and to get to the facts and truth behind claims that companies are making left and right. when it's positive news, companies, tweet it from the rooftops, right? And what's missing, I think, is that critical perspective, that asking questions. So I know very, very few journalists who I think view their jobs as being out to get someone, but certainly to get the truth behind some crazy claims that are going on is absolutely essential and is what journalism is. And I don't think it's worth trying to convince people who don't see it that way. I think it's just worth doing our jobs and doing them well.
What about you personally? Your own relationship with founders and folks like that. Do you think they look at you as an adversary and keep you at arm's length?
To some degree. I mean, it's hard to generalize. I mean, I run a newsroom and a company of 40 people. I also do my own writing. I'm also a founder and CEO and wear that hat too. I think the way I try and juggle the hats is just to be clear about which hat I'm wearing at what time. So there are people in the industry I get advice from if I'm trying to figure out when should our companies go back to our office? What's the best way to build a best-in-class, recruiting engine? But when it comes to calling as a journalist or editing stories, I think there's probably a healthy fear in the industry, shall I say, about dealing with the information.
Coming back to this idea of there being a tech backlash, one of the things since coronavirus and COVID-19 there's been a lot of talk about, maybe the backlash is over, maybe all is forgiven with tech, or maybe people have fallen back in love with tech. Do you agree that the worm has turned a bit on that?
I think that Washington, D.C. and regulators are coming for big tech companies as much as they were a year or so ago. I think that there's just an incredible vigilance on the power of big tech, and you can see it in Washington, D.C., you can see it in Brussels, and I think that's here to stay. As for the average consumer and how they feel about Amazon and Facebook and the fact that Amazon literally is one of our only gateways or our main gateway to commerce right now, and certainly can change, I think, how individuals feel. And that can ripple up politically as well. But I think it would be a mistake to assume that it's smooth sailing for big tech from here.
And in this sort of COVID moment, there's a lot of talk of winners and losers and things that might be changed completely, a new normal and things like that. You guys have had some obviously amazing reporting on companies like Uber and Airbnb. There are startups out there that are, hemorrhaging money and have limited cash runways and things like that. I'm curious if there's any broad lessons in terms of what you're thinking of in terms of like who's going to survive this moment and who's going to thrive and that sort of thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're seeing the effects of this run up in spending that has been happening in Silicon Valley off the private tech boom for the last several years or longer. You had companies like Airbnb that could raise gobs of money at very attractive prices, and they spent and hired. And to have a 25% layoff, which Airbnb has announced, I think is obviously related to the COVID and their impact. But it also says to me that they weren't building a very lean business to begin with. And I think sometimes we think of technology companies as super lean and nimble and efficient and requiring fewer people. And with the Uber and Airbnb and the dramatic staffing reductions, I think we're seeing that they've been acting more like traditional companies than we thought. And obviously that has big implications for their long-term value, for how Wall Street views them, and also for understanding their businesses. So I think obviously different companies in different sectors are faring very differently now. We are continuing the software as a service boom as we depend on Slack and Box and Dropbox and Asana and everything else more than ever. But at the same time, I think we can't ignore the fact that across different sectors, tech companies had way overspent, and many are using this period mostly out of necessity, but some opportunistically to change course.
Real quick, what about from the normal person's point of view, from the consumer aspect, I guess, one theme that people have said is that things that were trends in the before times are only being accelerated now. So if you had to pick one thing that for a normal person, you feel like this moment is going to completely transform or make ascendant.
One obvious but important one I do think is doing more remote work and being more savvy at communicating via video and other tools with the team. I think that's here to stay, although I do think many people will return to their offices. I'm also bullish about digital health. I think, recently just had a quick checkup call with my doctor over Zoom, was anticipating it would be a disaster and nothing would work. And it was seamless, easy, and way more convenient than getting to see her. So I think we can expect more on that front for sure. I probably will never go to a grocery store again too, so there's always that.
Thank you, Jessica. And you are watching Collision from Home.
Who influences you the most?
So by far, I would say the person who's had the biggest influence on my life, professional and personal, is my mother. She has instilled, I would say, the core values of hard work and perseverance and high moral ethics all the way right since my childhood. She's unfortunately no more around anymore. And if she were here, I would tell her that thank you for being there for me and for believing in me. And I hope she's proud of everything that I've been able to accomplish thanks to her guidance and her teachings.
I'd say a big thank you. I think people don't realize how much that extra boost early on can mean. And I think it just means the world, and I'd want them to know that.
Coming up over the next hour on Collision from Home, we're going to be looking at how Spotify plans to win over the hearts, the minds, and the ears of the music streaming community by capitalizing on the creative renaissance that's sweeping the world of podcasting, and what WhatsApp thinks about the impact of tech on culture. We also have our on-the-go channel, Radio Collision, featuring an in-depth conversation with Cambridge Analytica whistleblower Brittany Kaiser, plus some of the greatest speakers we've ever had over on Web Summit Classics. All of this, including world-class networking opportunities, roundtable discussions, and mentor hours from the very best, plus investor meetings on our exclusive platform here at Collision from Home. Head over to collisionconf.com to get your tickets, and you will be very glad that you did.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Roku had the odds stacked against them in the streaming wars, with huge established rivals like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and HBO in direct competition. But instead of faltering, they have flourished, growing their user base up a massive 38% to 39.8 million users. Joining us now in conversation with Peter Kafka is Anthony Wood, the CEO of Roku.
Anthony, it's nice to see you again. It'd be better if we were in person, but we're in a Zoom world, so nice to see you remotely. I want to ask you how your business has been faring in the pandemic. I mean, I can go and look at the financial results, but big picture, it seems like there's two things affecting your business. One can be a very positive and one could be negative. One, everyone's gone home, they're watching a ton of video. That's good for you. You have a connected TV and connected device business that's bringing video to those people. That seems like a good place for you to be. And the negative is there's enormous pressure on advertising, and more you are a services and ad business. And that seems like it would be a problem for you. So I'm wondering how that nets out for Roku.
Yeah, so there's been a variety of effects from the pandemic on our business. You know, I mean, putting aside the personal cost of the pandemic, you know, it's been good for us generally. You know, so I'll just highlight a few things. So one is, of course, people are at home more. You know, that'll hopefully end at some point, and things will get back relative to normal. But I do think we're in for a longer recession. And, you know, so there's two factors there. One is people are home more, watching more TV. And two is they want to save money, either because they're unemployed or because they're worried about being unemployed. And so that's driving an increase in cord cutting. You know, streaming is booming as a result of that. Our sales are up super strong in terms of devices, you know, directly related to that, I think. And then I guess the second aspect is, as you mentioned, advertising. But the way I think about that is, so advertising in general, we said on the call, is on our earnings call, is likely to be down this year compared to what we expected at the beginning of the year. But I think for me, the bigger picture is, if you think about what is the biggest obstacle to our ad business, it's the fact that ad buyers have been buying TV ads the same way for a long time, and people are just slow to change. And often it takes an event to cause people to change their behavior. And I think that's what we're going to start to see. We are seeing now is that as advertisers have less money to spend, they start thinking more seriously about how to spend it most efficiently. And streaming is, you know, a very efficient way to spend your ad dollars. I think a good analogy actually is, if you think about the recession in 2008 and what happened to print. I mean, print had been in decline. Print media had been in decline leading up to that, but the recession really caused it to drop significantly. And those advertisers never came back to print. You know, they changed their behavior. And
right. You hear this a lot, that the pandemic is sort of an accelerant for trends that were already sort of in motion.
Exactly. So I think that's what we're seeing. So I think we'll end the year, I think, stronger than ever before.
I want to ask more about ads and competition, but I want to backtrack a little bit just in terms of how you have managed during the pandemic and sort of when you started getting the company to adapt. There's a bunch of things about the pandemic that would affect your business, but starting with, I'm assuming, supply chain stuff from Asia. So at what point was this sort of on your radar as this is something we need to think about because it's going to have massive effects on our company?
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, you know, when it was in China, we weren't really thinking that hard, you know, when it was just in China.
Even though you're sort of, a lot of your business is based around sort of getting your software inserted into Chinese-made TVs.
Yeah, so you know, if you just look at the way it progressed for us, we had a really strong Q4 last year, and so our inventory levels were low going into the new year, which is pretty common. But then the factories all started to shut down in China, and we actually build most of our products, our players in Vietnam, but the supply chain is global. All it takes is one part to not be available to shut down production. And then, of course, a lot of our TV manufacturers, I mean, they're global. Some of those are built, you know, in various countries around the world, but some of them are built in China. So we were definitely having an impact on our supply chain, and we were managing through it. We were running promotions on products we had more stock of, and changing our promotion schedule. But that was definitely an issue for us. It impacted our sales. Then that started to improve in China, and then it started to impact the U.S. It's kind of funny. When we started to realize, this could be a serious situation, we might have to start working from home. We had those discussions at my staff meeting, and then we said, let's do a practice run. We'll make everyone work from home for one day, see if anything breaks. And so we scheduled that, and then that day came, and then that day was the day they announced the lockdown in the Bay Area. And so, we just basically never came back from our practice day.
How do you think about? Go on.
I was just going to say, we are fortunate in that we are able. Our company is mostly the kind of people that can work successfully from home, unlike a lot of businesses where they can't do that.
Right. We're all sort of stress testing how well this stuff works from home, just like we're doing right now at a conference. How do you handle running a business is always full of uncertainty, but now you've adding a pandemic on top of that, and basic ideas like when can we return to work, when are things going to be available, what's going to happen to the ad market. How are you thinking about managing that uncertainty? And is there anything you've done in the past that's applicable to what's happening now? I mean, obviously nothing this scale, but is there anything that you're drawing from in your past history?
Yeah, I think we're fortunate, and our executive team is very experienced. It's been through recessions and downturns before. I mean, we're not fortunate that they did that, but we're fortunate they had that experience, I guess. Yeah, so I think there's a few things that one is, you know, we took steps to reduce our costs, our OpEx. You know, we're still growing, we're still hiring, but we took steps to slow the growth rate a little bit. We looked at our cash situation, said, okay, we did that. What's the worst case situation on cash? And we analyzed that, and then you know, we got a lot of cash, but we did announce recently that we're going to raise some more money. So, you know, just looking at our balance sheet, making sure that we could survive a long time with reduced revenues. That was something we looked at. And then I think, like I said, we're fortunate in that we are able to work from home, and we're also fortunate that we have a product that is more relevant than ever. And you know, we take that seriously. People rely on their TVs for news and entertainment during these times, and so, you know, I think we're just a little bit lucky in that we have that demand for our.
Do you find yourself having to sort of assure and reassure your employees? Is this something you have to come out and continually say, look, I know everything else is bad, but you're actually lucky, things are in a good place, you shouldn't worry at least about what's happening at Roku? And even then, does that work? Because you can tell them things are okay and they may still be worried.
Yeah. Well, a lot of that depends on, do they trust you? You know, have you been truthful in the past? Which we have been with our employees. Yeah, I think you know, the basics are important in situations like this, which is a lot of communication, over communicating. People are at home; they don't know what's going on. You know, so just making sure that we communicate. So we do a lot of, you know, we have Blue Jeans coffee talks, our Zoom coffee talks. We have, you know, I send emails to the company. You know, so we do try and let them know what's going on. And I think they do, you know, they do appreciate that. People have questions about, like, well, when are we going to come back? And are we going to have to go back to the office? A lot of people, you know, people react differently to this. Some people are like, I'd like to come back to the office. I'm tired of being by myself at home. And some people are like, oh, I'm worried I'm going to catch a disease. So, you know, being flexible, and the approach we take is to give our employees options. If you want to come back to the office when they open up, you can do that. If you would prefer to stay home for a while, you know, because you're worried or you're at risk, then that's fine as well. So, but just, I think communication, obviously, I mean, it's the number one question with employees. Whenever you do surveys with employees and you ask them, what could the company do better? Everywhere I've worked, it's always been, well, you could communicate more. And so that would be the basics, I guess.
Do you think you will fundamentally change the way you do business at some point because of the pandemic, whether or not we get a vaccine, regardless of sort of how the stay-at-home orders change? Do you think there's a fundamental change in your business, or do you think you're going to essentially operate the same way you have been?
That's a really interesting question. I think you know, I think it's easy to say that maybe people will work at home more as they get used to this. I think video conferencing is going to become a lot more common. I mean, for example, there are cultures around the world, like in Asia, where they didn't video conference before. It just wasn't in their culture. They didn't like it. You'd have to fly there. Now they have no choice, you know. So they're learning to video conference. So I think there are definitely things like that cord cutting. I mean, that all those behavioral changes are going to be permanent. But in terms of our employees, I think more video conferencing, less travel, and maybe more work from home seems the likely outcome.
Look, before we get rushed off our virtual stage, I want to ask you a few more questions about Roku's actual business. Like I said, you guys have been moving into this ad-based business, very interested in selling ads around other people's content, and you've also been sort of establishing your own channels, or the free channels. I've got a Roku TV, and my kids use that stuff all the time. A lot of other folks have figured out that free TV is a good idea in the streaming world. You saw Viacom buy Pluto, Fox bought Tubi, YouTube remains YouTube. It's a huge deal. How do you elbow your way in among, in some cases, much bigger companies, all of whom have significant resources, and all of whom, frankly, have been in video programming long before you guys were in that?
Yeah, so I think that, so first of all, we've been competing with large companies since the inception of Roku very successfully.
We've talked about this many times.
Yeah, and so just, I'll answer your specific question about content, but just in general, the way we are successful is by, first of all, building a purpose-built platform for television, whereas everyone else is sort of taking what they've built for mobile or, or whatever and porting that. And then building a purpose-built platform for television, having a really strong team that comes to work every day, and all they think about is how to build the best streaming TV platform for customers as well as for all the stakeholders. How to enable business models to be successful on our platform. And so that, that's been very successful for us. We've got over 40 million active accounts now, and growing very rapidly. So in terms of free, yep, we definitely pioneered the idea that people that are streaming would love to have free content, that everyone doesn't want to pay for a bunch of subscription services, and so free ad-supported content is going to be a big part of the mix. And works well for our business model as well, because we make the majority of our gross profit on various forms of advertising. So, I think fundamentally, people say they're building direct-to-consumer businesses, but they're really not direct-to-consumer. They're just not going through the traditional MVPD platforms. Instead, they're going through phones or Roku's App Store. I mean, if you want to deliver television, whether it's free or paid, to a customer in their house, on TV, which is where most of the streaming happens, there has to be a platform. There has to be.
They have to go through you, which is really fascinating.
Exactly.
I'd love to talk about this at length, but I think we're out of time. Anthony, it's really nice to see you again. One day I'll see you in person again.
Great. It's great catching up. Thanks.
Thanks.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, and I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
With 50 million tracks, a 3 billion song playlist, and soon the Joe Rogan podcast, Spotify is going from merely being a music streaming service to being audio content platform supremacy. We now jump over to Channel 2 to hear an excerpt from Spotify Chief Content Officer Don Ostroff, who's leading a $500 million charge into investing and acquiring podcast-related content.
It's an incredibly exciting time for Spotify, particularly in the podcast space. And I think the thing that's sort of top of mind for most of your fans and probably for some potential fans as well is the Joe Rogan deal that you guys have announced, that you are effectively licensing his content, that he will be coming over to be exclusive on Spotify. Can you walk us through sort of how that deal came together, and then probably more importantly, what the sort of calculation there was for you in terms of Joe Rogan and his place in the larger podcast strategy?
Yeah. Hi, Dylan. Good to see you. So I think really what prompted us to look at Joe and his business very seriously was the fact that first and foremost, we are planning on being the number one audio streaming platform across multiple mediums, meaning music and podcasts. And Joe undeniably is the top podcaster out there. I think what was fascinating about Joe is that he's the most searched podcast on our platform. We currently don't have Joe on the platform, so in September he'll be joining us and then become exclusive in December. And it's going to be the podcast and his podcast, so we'll have both the audio and the video. And I think when you look at Joe, it's hard to find somebody who's been so dedicated to this space. I mean, he's not a newcomer here. He has built an audience over many, many years. And his audience is loyal. They are devoted fans of his. And to be very honest, I mean, he is the biggest version of the, audio podcaster right now. And so even our ambition, it made all the sense in the world. And his podcast actually is profitable already. So it was an easy business decision for us. And we were just very happy and excited that Joe was open to talking to us about this kind of deal.
So the question I think I have is, obviously he has this massive audience and was not on Spotify. This audience has been used to getting him for free. I think the actual scope, because he has existed on so many different platforms of what his audience is. The numbers I've been looking at, 8.5 million YouTube subscribers, 190 million downloads a month, give or take, whatever they are. Do you anticipate that you will get how much of his existing audience do you anticipate coming over to Spotify? And then on top of that, how much of that audience are you going to be able to monetize beyond advertising in terms of actual paid subscriptions?
So, I mean, when you look at our platform, it's unique in that it's a premium platform, but it's also a free.
That was Don Ostroff from Spotify, which is continuing on Channel 2. You can check out the rest of that talk over on collisionconf.com. Remember, we have mentor hours, investor meetings, and Q&As happening around the clock during the whole day here at CFH, so that people can mingle and learn from each other. Mentor hours powered by AWS are taking place every 45 minutes as well, so please do check them out.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
For the best part of 4 months now, basically, the world's entire workforce has been working remotely. But does this make teams stronger or more unproductive? Or is it too difficult to successfully gauge the effectiveness of a team without the same bodies in the same room? Joining us to discuss the plausibility of uniting a remote team is President and CEO of Aptum, Susan Bowen, Vidyard co-founder and CEO Michael Litt, and managing partner of Real Ventures, Janet Bannister, in conversation with Rob Pogoraro from USA Today.
Let's start by talking about the before times. How much before all this happened were your organization's customers, clients relying on remote work and telecommuting? I know, it seems like 2 years ago.
So, I'll start if you want. I think at our firm, so we have offices in both Montreal and Toronto, and every Monday we have our partners meeting, and with part of the team in Montreal, part of the team in Toronto. So we would always do that call via video. And just as a note, by the way, I have found, as being one of the few people in Toronto with most of the team in Montreal, I love the fact that everybody is dialing in from a different location. Is that because in Montreal, everybody would be in one room, and then there would be a couple of us in Toronto. And so when everybody is each dialing in, it makes it a lot easier. So that was one thing where being with everybody working from home made that sort of that remote experience even better.
So thank you, Janet. I'll go next. As a global company, we have 23 offices and 15 data centers. So we're pretty used to engaging and connecting remotely. But as the CEO, what I learned in this time is I underestimated when I did my world tours. I would go to every office at least once a year to just get that sense of emotion, and you can walk into an office and get a sense of how things are, the general mood, and how people are engaging and how people talk to one another cross-functionally, because they work well within their teams but not necessarily cross-functionally. So what I've learned is, whilst we very, very quickly adapted to being remote, you very quickly feel also quite disconnected to the general mood of the whole company globally. And so now we're doing virtual world tours, not just inside the functions or the teams, but site by site by site. So you still have a sense of community. And then from a customer perspective, we've learned that our customers who visit our data centers, they don't need to visit our data centers. So this has been a really interesting dynamic, is that actually we can do their work for them. And I'm not sure how all our customers felt about that initially, because they were handing over the reins of their product to us to run their business for them. But I think we've done a great job. And so over the last 3 months or 9 weeks, as it were, we've learned that our customers and us are an integrated team. So there's been 2 different learnings for me.
Michael.
Yeah, and I can jump in real quick. So like my co-panelists, we are a global team. We've always believed in hiring the best talent where it is. And so our company was built on Zoom. Every single meeting room at HQ was a Zoom room. Every meeting had a Zoom link appended to it, just to make sure we captured those remote teammates. And obviously we used Slack and email very effectively. On that front, or as related to customers, people use our technology to communicate better remotely through the sales process, marketing process, support process, and internally. We're an asynchronous video product. And so the vast majority of our customers were already well equipped because of our technology to transition into the remote world. And what we've seen is that there are the laggard industries, and our kind of ideal customer profile, our ICP, is high-tech companies that are tech-enabled. There are now more laggard, more traditional industries that relied on in-person interactions and services, big co-structures that are now coming to us looking for solutions to that problem. And so this whole motion behind COVID-19 and working remote has almost helped a large portion of laggard industries that weren't investing in digital communication technologies cross that chasm. And so it's actually created quite an opportunity for us.
So we're now a couple of months into this forced march to remote work, having teams that are distributed for the indefinite future. There's been a lot of talk about the obstacles people have faced, and I sort of see them in 2 areas. One, you can sort of solve, which is the software, hardware, telecom issue, and the other is just simply, we talked about this in the email running up to this, how do you sort of remain functional as a remote worker while also making sure your kids are doing some sort of schoolwork, getting stuff done around the house, and just keeping your head balanced. Let's take the easy stuff first, the technology end of this. What are the biggest challenges that you all have seen?
So I'll go first on this one. As running a technology company and a connectivity company, we didn't have any challenges as you'd hope to expect as a company. But what was really interesting was within minutes of each of the regions closing down, the volume of requests for new connectivity, increased bandwidth, net new sites, disaster recovery, it just shot up. And so we've been dealing with that for about 2 months. Now we haven't yet seen it drop. So this is really interesting. We have, no additional countries have locked down and these countries are opening up, but we haven't seen that demand drop yet. So I think that's really interesting. On the kind of other lens of that in terms of our experience, what I think we've also seen is the fact that the different types of collaborative tools available have meant we've all had to learn quite quickly. So listening to Michael there, his company was built on Zoom, and we're proud to serve Zoom, but we also use Teams, and we also have Google, and we have Chime. And so what I thought was really interesting was how very quickly we had to all learn to get an understanding of all the different collaboration tools and how they would operate. And I think probably like Janet and Michael on the call, you just spend 8 hours going from a Google Center to a Zoom Center to a Teams, which become quite relentless and quite brutal at times when you're spinning lots of other things. So that's been an interesting dynamic from connectivity and technology perspective.
I would completely agree, and my answer here is relatively short in its alignment. The hardware and the software was not a challenge. Everybody at Jared gets a laptop on day one with a login that gives them access to all of Google services, Slack, Zoom, you name it. It was the behavioral shift that I think created the largest challenge. And I think that's the harder question that you alluded to moving on to next. So I'll stop there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to build on that, I mean, I won't repeat what's already been said, but in terms of the other aspects of managing, how do people manage their life and work? I think that has been the biggest challenge, and it really varies significantly based upon people's home situation. And definitely for people who have young kids, that's much more of a challenge. And how do you balance that? So it's interesting because, if you think about the questions long term, and okay, what is the future of work from home long term? I think it will be, hopefully our kids will all go back to school at some point, and then the work from home will be even easier. And I think than it is now, and that will be a big push. On the flip side, one of the things that I have noticed amongst our team is that we have become closer in one way, in that every day you are invited into your teammates' houses. And so that traditional barrier between work and home disappears. And, we have, sometimes, we'll be talking on a conference call and a little kid will come in and people just sort of accept that. And so you get to see, this kid, or one person on our team recently had a baby. And so one day, we had a call, he was holding the baby and everybody was, oh, that's great. And so that has been one positive, is that even though we aren't together in person, we have been able to more seamlessly blend the home and the work life.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, I'll throw out, I've been working from home in this very room I'm in for over 9 years now, but it's been an entirely different phenomenon with 2 other people in the house all the time. So yeah, let's talk about that, because we have to remain, functioning workers, but also parents, spouses. The laundry's still got to get done. The dishes have to get washed, put away. And it's something, I guess, some of us have been able to deal with it. And I know from talking to friends, a lot of people are not having the best time.
You have people in your teams that live alone and they're being told by government to not go see the people that are closest to them. And so work becomes everything to them, because the tools and the technology that work is allows them to connect with people more than they ever would. And so you have to have a different sense of emotional connection with those individuals and watch out for those individuals more than you ever did before, because they're dealing with a different kind of pressure. So, maybe long-winded, I don't think there's a kind of obvious answer. I think everyone is dealing with a very unique personal situation. And so, as companies and as leaders, I think we have to start to connect with those people in very different ways.
Yeah, I think this whole motion has really brought kind of the humanity forward in the company. And I really like Janet's commentary about getting invited into everybody's personal workspace. That's why I'm unashamedly working from my garage. It's where I'd like to be, and it creates lots of conversations. But a couple of things we've done to address this on a tactical level, we've always had what's called a lifestyle spending account. It's about $1,000 that employees can spend every single year, refreshes every year. And traditionally, it was on things that were designed specifically to enhance lifestyle outside of work. And this year, we moved it forward so that people were able to use it when they started working from home. And the idea was we opened it up so they could spend that on essentially anything to improve
their work life or at-home balance. And so we've had people use it to retrofit their workspace. We've had people use it to buy subscriptions to Netflix and Disney Plus and video games. Maybe not the best choices, but I talked to somebody yesterday who bought a bicycle because the weather's nicer here now in Canada and they can spend some time getting outside. And so we've really kind of over communicated and enforced the use of that type of account so that people can have a little extra money in their pocket for something that makes them feel good outside of work. Because I'm sure we've all dealt with this, especially as leaders. I have a very hard time finishing my day. I'm always connected, as I'm sure everybody is, and that's part of the reason why I'm in the garage, is because it gives me some separation between where we live and where we work. My wife is just over here working with me as well. She's also a startup founder, and on that front, it's kind of a dream come true because we've always wanted to work more closely together. We're just working on separate things from the same space right now. So that separation is difficult, and it's something that I'm still working out, and I think our team is as well. But we do weekly communications and really try to remind people of when they're done, and making sure they're spending time on things they love. But one other point I'll make really quickly, because it's something that really, really got to me early, is in the first week of this, we had a QBR with our entire executive team. It's a 14-person team. It was a 10-hour Zoom call. And then a few days later, we had our board meeting. And that was amongst everything else going on and all the other over communication that needed to happen. So for the first 2 weeks, I was spending between 12 and 16 hours a day doing this. And I'm a very active personality. I walk to work. I walk around the office. I go from meeting room to meeting room to meeting room. I say hi to people, give high fives. And all of a sudden I was sitting down for huge swaths of time. And every once in a while I had a 30-minute gap. But that 30-minute gap isn't enough time to refresh yourself, get ahead of your day, and really plan. So we actually enforced the Amazon memo strategy, which is shorten all meetings to 30-minute segments and then prepare for the meeting with a pre-recorded video. It gets people using our product, or a written memo that outlines expected outcomes, why the meeting's happening, who's in the meeting, and then shorten the overall duration to 30 minutes and get super, super critical about when meetings need to happen and what they need to happen for. And it's completely reinvigorated the culture and the way people think about spending each other's time. It's given people more time in the day. It's given them more time to be productive. And I would gander that our team is more productive now than it was prior. And our employee net promoter score in this period has actually increased by 12 points to just over 75. And so for all intents and purposes, it's actually been a good thing once we implemented a few of these strategies. I think one thing's for sure is that when we're all out of this, we are going to appreciate the value of an in-person, first-person meeting that has to happen that much more. And on that note, dear audience, I wish we all could see you. Thanks, everybody.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
With annual revenues of $64 billion and over 1 billion products sold each day, Pepsi is a bona fide brand icon. That's why it's a surprise to hear that the company has only recently hired its first ever chief design officer, who is spearheading a design revolution and overseeing some of the world's most popular brands. We've got him here. Joining us live from Channel 2 is Mauro Porcini of PepsiCo.
Hi, my name is Mauro, and it's a pleasure for me to be here with you all today. I'm the Chief Design Officer of PepsiCo. I've been in that role for about 8 years. Before I was the head of design of 3M, and I was 10 years in that role. And to be the head of design of a big corporation means to try to leverage design thinking to help those organizations to drive innovation on one side, to drive brand building on the other, through a variety of different projects that we try to focus on the needs and wants and desire of people, or human beings. But to be the head of design of a big organization like that one, it means also something else. What we are called to do is to build culture, to create the right environment for design, for innovation to thrive, to develop, to grow, to evolve, to be successful. So today I want to talk to you and with you about this, about how I've been trying to build design cultures, but in general, how I've been trying to build cultures inside these big organizations. There are usually 5 steps that a new culture goes through every time you try to create it. The first one is the denial, when the company doesn't understand that it actually needs something new, a different kind of approach. It's a typical phase when an industry eventually is changing and the company should really adapt, but they think that they can survive with the old business model, with the old technologies, with the old approach. And we saw many companies in the past many years, they went through this denial and didn't get through it. They died, in that denial. Then at a certain point, somebody inside the organization understands that instead is really, really necessary to drive a change, to do something different. And this is a phase extremely important. Usually the CEO or a top executive, somebody with power and authority, inject the change. In my case, in the world of 3M, this is when somebody at the top decided that they needed design. Design was very important, and they hired me. And here I arrive. I started my journey in the company out of Milan, in the periphery of the American Empire. This is a company based in Minnesota, in St. Paul, in the Twin Cities, in the United States. And here I arrive. I would take my suitcase. I would go to St. Paul, Minnesota. I would have all these meetings, and the meetings were going very well. People were really receptive. They loved the content. They loved the idea of infusing design. And I was really, excited. And I remember one day, there was a very important day in my life. I go to my executive sponsor. His name is Monozar. He was the EVP of the...
That was Pepsi's Chief Design Officer, Mauro Porcini. You can catch the rest of that talk over on Channel 2, as well as take part in our Mentor Hours, powered by Amazon Web Services, and they happen every 45 minutes. Our Mentor Hours are an exclusive opportunity for entrepreneurs to get first-hand advice from our speakers and investors to advise them on how to build and scale their careers. It's available only at Collision from Home.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
With a global pandemic and international protests, appearing tone deaf in 2020 is easier done than said. But how can one share a responsible message during this time? On Channel 1 now, in conversation with Cheddar's Michelle Castillo, we're joined by Wells Fargo CMO Jamie Moldovsky and the Washington Post CMO Mickey Tolliver-King.
Thanks so much for joining us today. The role of the CMO is very important today. So I'm joined here by 2 CMOs of 2 very well-known brands. I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with Jamie.
Thank you. It's great to be here, Michelle. I'm Jamie Moldavsky, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Wells Fargo. I've been in the role about 8 years and have seen us through already a number of crises. So unfortunately, battle tested a bit, but each new crisis, just like COVID, and as you said, the unfortunate environmental things that are occurring right now in our country, each one presents new challenges. And so I think as a marketer, One of what I've learned is the view them all also as an opportunity and to do the best we can for our customers and for our communities and our stakeholders. So as part of the CMO role, I get to help us navigate those crises.
Thanks for having me, Michelle. I'm Mickey King. I'm Chief Marketing Officer for the Washington Post. I've been in the role for a little over 3 years. And of course, the Washington Post is no stranger to national and global crises. And in many cases, we find ourselves literally in the middle of them, with our reporters really reporting from the front lines of every major event happening in our country and in our world. And my role and my team's role is really about ensuring that our readers, our subscribers all understand that, the Washington Post is the trusted brand that we have been for over 140 years, because we are committed to bringing them the facts and the story behind the story of everything that we're facing in these difficult times. And so making that clear to our readers at every point is really at the core of our role.
So as I mentioned earlier on this, at this panel, we're facing two of the biggest crises that the world has ever seen. So my question for both of you is, when is it an appropriate time to get involved and have your brand make a stand today? I'll start with Jamie.
The number one filter of when we jump in is, when is it important to our stakeholders that we do? Right, that it's not just about us, and our stakeholders include our employees as well, right? And so for the COVID, it was very much on how do we ensure our employees that we're caring for them, and our customers and our communities that we're caring for what's important to them. And that was immediate. So with COVID, we really needed to jump into that as soon as it started to become a concern, as soon as we saw the first cases emerge, because we had to demonstrate that caring for both our employees and our customers. With the current issues around, as you said, Black Lives Matter and some of these, we've mostly been messaging to our employees, because it's mostly an issue at the moment about their safety, making sure they're cared for in their communities as they're coming in to do their essential jobs, making sure that they're cared for. But we will continue to monitor when and if it's important to our other stakeholders that we weigh in. And so we have those conversations literally hourly and daily as to when is it important to our stakeholders that they hear from us. That should drive the actions that we take.
Well, for a media company, it's in many ways important that we don't take a stand on one side or the other. Our goal is to inform our audience, and really at the core of everything we do, it is about how quickly, how accurately can we deliver the news and information that folks need. What is happening on the ground in Minneapolis? What is happening on the ground in Los Angeles? What is happening on the ground in Washington, D.C.? So it's less about who the Washington Post is as a brand, and more about how can we get information in the hands of our readers as quickly as we possibly can and as accurately as we possibly can. So our story, our brand story, is about how can we let readers know that we are there, that we are that we are literally not just reporting from the sidelines about what we're hearing, but our reporters are on the ground, and that they're bringing them all of the details that they need around the story. So our goal, unlike maybe some other brands, is less about making a stand in favor of one, if you will, side or another, but more about how can we ensure that everyone who has to make a decision about their actions, their opinions, how they're going to function in their communities is equipped with the knowledge and the information that they need. And so really our brand mission, if you will, is about ensuring that our journalism is front and center in the hands in terms of a mobile device of those who need it most.
So I wanted to take a step back and kind of touch on a point that you brought up, Mickey, this idea that the news is in your hand. And is that one of the strategies that a marketer can use, kind of take this practical use and use it to further how your brand is perceived in the marketplace?
We believe that it is. It is really important for us in critical moments like this we believe in the news organizations to understand the role they have to some degree as a public servant. So there is a portion of our coverage that we made free because we believe that it was related to public health and safety and what people really needed to know to keep themselves and their families and their communities healthy and safe. That said, we remain a commercial enterprise, and so during this time, we still maintained our relationships with advertisers. We maintained our relationships with subscribers. We continue to acquire new subscribers, but there is a portion of our news that we did make available for free. By the way, that is true at all times. At any point that you might come to the Washington Post homepage, what you see there is essentially going to be free to access. It is when you go beyond what you see on our homepage that obviously that we have a paywall model in place. So we believe that it's important, even as we're maintaining our position as a business, that there is a certain amount of information that we make publicly available.
How did you help usher in people to really accept digital methods, and how did you use marketing to guide that process?
Yeah, it's really a great question, because to your point, interestingly, even though adoption has been increasing dramatically year over year over year, there still is like a core of our base that has always preferred to interact and transact physically. And nothing like this to accelerate it even more. And so what we did was basically reached out and flooded all of our normal media channels and marketing channels, internal and external, with messages about how to easily enroll in mobile banking. And we increased selectively our limits on certain things like the ability to transfer money between people and deposit a check remotely, so that people actually understood both the capabilities. So it took away some of the fear. And then we also made it even easier than ever to sign up and to utilize all of our online services. And so we saw tremendous increases in adoption. And because we were providing video content that showed how to, then we were providing easy 1, 2, 3 steps through all of our normal communication channels. But we utilized every single form of communication because we were so concerned that we wanted people to have access to their money. And if they hadn't already signed up, we wanted them to know that it was so easy that they could do it in 5 minutes, and then they would have access in their hand at any time to their money.
So we're a few months into this pandemic, and it seems that while things are returning to normal, it's going to be a new normal. What lessons have you guys learned from your own businesses that can be useful for other CMOs that might be listening to this panel?
One of the things that we're learning even more so day after day is how do we maintain a relationship with our readers, our audience, our subscribers in a way that helps them to know that we are relevant and useful every day. I think it's really about trying to understand how we best build a relationship so that we become a part of their lives in ways that keep us in their minds and make them feel like we are partnering with them and we are supporting them in every meaningful way.
Yeah, and I would say, interestingly, you brought this, is I think we almost are becoming more like a news service, in that we feel that we have to provide information on a much more frequent basis, and that we have to vary that content across all of our channels. We have to create those conversations across all of our channels almost in real time. But because we've been doing that over the last 8 weeks, I think that is a new norm. I think that our customers are going to expect us, and we are going to expect to engage in real-time dialogue about how we're serving them, what we can do to help them, what their needs are, real-time listening. I would say the other big learning of this is the incredible importance of social media, and then also listening through complaints and call center activity to really understand what is on people's minds and what they need. And so that's been the other learning for me, is that any marketer has to have an incredible pulse on what consumers and customers are feeling at any given moment, because it is so fluid.
Do you think it's time for advertisers to pull spend, or do you think it's a good time to advertise right now?
I think it's the time to be in front of consumers. I think people have never wanted to hear more from the brands that they know about how those brands can serve them. We have to be thinking about how can we serve the consumer's need. And I think that everyone is hungry for understanding how my needs right now, whatever they may be, can be served by my financial institutions, by my educational institutions, by my healthcare institutions. I think that it's never been more important for brands to get out ahead of messages about how they best serve. And if they have a model that does anything other than serve, now is the time to understand how best to shape that model to serve the needs of their consumers and customers.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. I think people are very hungry for communication, reassurance. We find that what people have shifted from is the initial mode of, oh my God, what do I do? And kind of being frozen and help me unfreeze, to now people are looking for a source of inspiration and a source of positivity. They actually want us, at least as a financial institution, and probably others like the Post, to reassure them that we're going to get through this and that there is a future ahead and it's going to be better and we're working together toward that. And so I think the important piece is the nuance of what the messaging is. But I completely agree that now is not the time to go dark. It's the time to double down on meaningful, relevant content. And I think as long as a marketer understands what that meaningful, relevant content is, it is the right time. I think that there's nothing worse than something that's trivial or irrelevant. And I wouldn't spend a penny on that. But if it's something that the consumer really needs and wants and desires, then it's the best time to be out there.
Well, I wanted to thank everyone for listening to our panel today, and I want everyone to enjoy a great virtual Collision conference.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Who influences you the most?
There are multiple people that have been influencing my professional life, starting with my parents. They told me the importance of culture on one side and of kindness on the other, and the passion for creativity through the world of literature and through the world of art. You know, that has been my passion since I was a kid. And then when I started my professional career, I met two very important people that somehow have been impacting my journey. The first one is Stefano Marzano, the Chief Design Officer of Philips, and the second one is Claudio Cecchetto, a famous Italian producer and DJ. Stefano told me the importance of speaking English, you know, very pragmatic, but today I'm here running design in a big multinational corporation and speaking to you in English because of him. At 22, I didn't speak a word of English and I thought it was too late. It's never too late. The second, Claudio Cecchetto told me to think as an innovator. To every time, every project, big or small, think about how to do something that never, ever anybody did before you. So to all of them, I would like to say, thank you.
I'd say it's Carol Black, who was the CEO of Lifetime when I was at Lifetime. And I would say, Carol, thank you for showing me how every little detail matters, that every little detail adds up to something that's going to be meaningful to your business in terms of monetization, in terms of ratings, in terms of moving your business forward. It was a great lesson for me, and I'll always be appreciative.
Coming up over the next hour on Collision from Home, we'll be hearing from speakers from companies like the Washington Post and eBay. While on Channel 3, Logitech CEO Bracken Darrell is speaking to us about reinvention and why design culture is important in building an adaptable business. And over on Radio Collision, we'll be hearing from Decian CEO Nicola Kilner. We've also got the head of the American Medical Association, the founders of Huda Beauty, and the chairperson of Booking.com, all coming up in the next hour, as well as world-class networking opportunities, roundtable discussions, and mentor hours from the very best, all on our exclusive platform here at Collision from Home.
Washington. Hi, I'm John Nelson.
I'm David Schneider.
I'm Kate Rosenbluth.
I'm John Sadowski, and welcome to Collision.
I'm David. I'm Kate Davidson. My name is Sandra.
Welcome to Collision from Home.
Well, it seems there's nothing quite like being told you're stuck at home indefinitely to spark a surge in online shopping. eBay's had 174 million active buyers on its site in the first quarter of this year alone. But with that demand came disruption. The chief product officer of one of the biggest e-commerce platforms on the planet talks markups, morality, and the bottom line next. Here's Pete Thompson in conversation with Don Clark from the New York Times.
Hello, I'm Don Clark. I'm a contributor to the New York Times. I'm here with Pete Thompson, eBay's Chief Product Officer. Good to be with you, Pete. So during the pandemic, there have been reports of various kinds of abuses from sellers online, including price gouging on essential products, false advertising, and other problems. Let's start with the first one. What signals does eBay use to prevent price gouging?
Yeah, so thank you. So this is very much, as we know, a very unique time, and something like price gouging on essential items is something that we have to be talking about and making sure that we're taking care of for everybody. So at eBay, we have over 1.5 billion listings at any one time, so a ton of products that are out there for sale. And so we have been developing for years both automated technology solutions, but also supplementing that with human judgment and manual oversight to make sure that we're watching for things like price gouging on essential items. It's really a combination of that. We have lots of rules and policies when a seller wants to list an item, that we search that item and make sure that they're within sort of a price range that is typical or average for that basket of goods. And in that type of marketplace, because we're also in 190 countries, so things can be different by country. And then we've also, just as talking about COVID, we've actually repurposed our computer vision algorithms recently, and we're now also looking for images of certain things, like obviously like masks and things like that. So even if you don't type it in as a mask, if we see the image of a mask, we can review it and make sure that we're making sure that it's not price gouging.
Yeah, it must have been strange to suddenly adjust your algorithms for when masks and swabs and things like that became hot items.
Yeah, it's actually even more complex from that, because as we all know, this started in China and kind of moved through across the world and still moving around the world. And given that we have e-commerce sites in all these different countries, we've had to deal with different types of issues at different times in different locations. Like in Italy, there was obviously price gouging that we had to look for earlier than in the U.S. So it really, and the authorities in different countries would come to us specifically on certain types of items. So it isn't just a one-size-fit-all across the globe. We had to really work and partner with the local authorities in every country and make sure that we were watching out for the things that were important to them also.
How do you get humans in the loop to help you in spotting the problem?
Yeah, so again, we try to catch all this through automated technology, but as we all know, that's an ongoing thing that you always have to evolve and adapt, and it's always good to have manual labor intensive forces around it to complement that approach. So we sort of, the first phase is obviously catching it through an automated approach, but then we also have full-time people around the clock that are looking at certain signals that we get, as well as looking in certain categories that we know are most sensitive right now, and they're able to evaluate the signals that we see, whether something can be priced too high, which is what we typically talk about, but also we find things that are priced too low, which can be a signal for fraud. And so we have to look at both of those, and then they take action based on what they're seeing. I think the unique thing for eBay too, part of the magic of eBay over the 25 years has been the community. People like to sort of self-police the community of eBay users. And so we've also, a couple of months ago, we put in the capability for every seller and every item for people to be able to say they think it's price gouging. and it comes back to a group of our customer service agents, and then we investigate that. So it's a great opportunity for when we don't catch something, the community still sees it and they can report it back to us.
Maybe I should just step back a little bit and say, how has eBay historically set rules for pricing?
Yeah, I think, again, we typically look, it's really category by category. And we look at an average price of what it is on eBay. We have a huge volume of similar like items. And we also look at other marketplaces. And then it's really the outliers, both on the top and the bottom. Those are the ones that then give us the signals that we look for. And then we've had rules and policies in place for years. We also obviously have things like restricted items and prohibited items in each country. We have to follow those laws. And so we have to also have rules for those types of categories.
What action is taken when you find a mispriced product?
So there's a sort of different levels of what we might call consequences or actions. In some cases, we just go, we contact the seller and we learn more. We find out why it looks like a suspect item. In other cases, if it's happened multiple times, we might go ahead and just take the seller off the platform. So there's different forms of suspension or putting sellers in the penalty box, so to speak. And then we go back and we evaluate that and we make sure that we did the right thing and we give sellers the chance to explain why they had it and then to be able to come back and be a good seller on the platform.
There's sort of a related issue here, which is hoarding of essential products. And obviously you guys must have quite a window into that. What are some of your views about that issue?
Yeah, so by hoarding, do you mean like people buying things and then reselling them?
Yeah, I can imagine
their own. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, toilet paper was, but when things but things like that.
Yeah. So this whole thing, in terms of price gouging or hoarding, has evolved quite quickly in this crisis. It started with COVID items, and then it moved to what we call confinement items. And one of those is toilet paper. Great example. And so obviously we had to quickly look at, it's not a category that we would have typically looked at, for instance. And it's one that we had to make sure that we quickly put all of our rules and policies in place and customer service agents looking at that, because that was basically manipulating the market to create supply and demand inefficiencies. A great example of how bad it is I saw an article in Australia, one of our big markets, and a hoarder had basically bought up, 150 packets of 32-pack toilet paper, which is about $10,000. And he was an eBay seller and was trying to sell them there. We caught it. We shut him off. We turned off his ability to be a seller on eBay. He then took all the product back to the store where he had bought it, and they refused to return it. They told him to give it away in charity. And the picture of the store owner is basically on the article is basically him giving the middle finger, which is scrubbed out, but basically saying, you caused this problem. And I think it's a great example of the importance of the sort of symbiotic relationship between brick and mortar and online, especially in these kind of times, that we don't allow people to arbitrage or take advantage of the two types of retail.
Now, do you ever get involved in alerting government authorities to seller behavior in this kind of context?
Absolutely, depending on the severity of it. And it's a two-way street. A lot of times the government authorities will work with us if they're concerned about some type of fraud or some type of price gouging. And we will work with them and support with them. And it's sort of bilateral, the communication that goes back and forth. But it's an important aspect of having a global marketplace.
You mentioned fraud, which is another side of this coin, unfortunately. Always been an issue, I'm sure, for eBay. But, we've had false advertising, counterfeit products, shoddy products, especially in the essential items. What are some of the steps you've been taking to deal with that problem?
Yeah, again, a lot of it is looking at, these sort of thresholds and what looks abnormal. And we have 25 years of identifying that in a very a global scale business. So we can identify those types of signals, and without, going into the specifics, because that's part of our ability to not be completely outright with that, so that people don't know what exactly we're looking for. But that's a piece of it. And then obviously the sort of the manual view of it also is looking at it and understanding what's happening, and then adjusting and being, having very set policies and basically taking sellers off the platform if we start to see it. And that's just something that we have to continue to evolve. It's sort of like security in any industry. You're always evolving. You're always getting better. The folks on the other side are always improving too and trying to figure out how to get around the system. And so it's an ongoing battle.
So we've been sort of focusing here on the risks and the dangers, but flipping it around, eBay, I'm sure, has seen an increase in business, haven't you, from a lot of brick and mortar stores having to go online now?
Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to talk about sort of the business doing well in this horrible crisis that we're all going through. But it's also really helpful and reassuring for people that are selling on our platform. We have a tremendous inflow of buyers. The business is going great. And it's healthy, and that's a great thing for our sellers because they're able to, maintain their businesses, keep selling, make money, and it really goes across all different types of sellers. We have individual sellers, and the post office, the postal services, will come to your house and pick up your package. You can print an eBay label, so you never even have to leave your house to sell something, which has been awesome for the individual sellers. For the small and medium-sized business, we are basically deferring fees. So, I think I saw a stat the other day, the average liquidity for small sellers is about 27 days. So they have to keep selling. They have to stay in business. And so one of the things we're doing is helping that liquidity to be able to defer their payments. But then also we're working with a lot of brick and mortar retailers, small businesses that are not online yet, where we're giving them mentors, we're helping them sell their existing inventory on eBay or other marketplaces. And we've had thousands of new sellers come on board in the last couple of months. And we're really trying to handhold them to make them be successful, to have this sort of symbiotic relationship, to keep their existing brick and mortar business, but supplement it with an online presence. And that's been really exciting to see.
Well, great. We have to wrap it up. So thank you very much, Pete Thompson. And thank you for listening, everybody, to Collision from Home.
Thank you, Don.
Right, back to the action here on Channel 1. How many of you out there watching today would be comfortable getting on a flight before the end of this year? Well, few industries have been harder hit by the current pandemic than the travel industry. Here, the CEO of one of the world's leading travel platforms talks about a way back from the steep decline that marked the start of the global travel year. Joining us now is the Gillian Tans, the chairwoman of Booking.com, in conversation with Alyssa Newcomb from NBC News.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Newcomb, joined by Gillian Tans. Hey, Gillian, how are you today?
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for asking.
So I'm in New York City right now, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, so I'm actually located in Amsterdam. That's where I live, and also that's where we have our headquarters of Booking.com.
Nice. One of my favorite destinations to visit. And I know I speak for a lot of people when I say I'm really excited for the day when I can travel again and travel again safely. And I know the Booking CEO has said that recovery might take years, not quarters. Do you agree with that? And what do you think the first steps are to getting on the road to recovery?
Yeah, so I agree, right? It will be a long journey to get back to pre-COVID levels. I think the first thing that everybody's thinking about, including Booking.com, is safety. And I think it's very important that all the guidelines that our countries are still in the making, but also some countries have put out regarding travel is quite important for people to follow because it will stabilize the industry as well. I think before there's really a vaccine or an effective treatment, I think people won't feel completely comfortable, I think, to travel like they used to. So we'll see some adjustments. And I think if you think about what travelers will be looking for, I think it is around hygiene, right, and cleanliness of properties. It will be around policies. So they want flexible policies because of the uncertainty, right, and the many changes the whole time as to the procedures that countries have in place. It will sit, if you think about around prices, right, effective prices and good value because of the uncertainty in the economic future. So travelers will look for different things as well that companies like us, but I think in the travel industry will need to think about. But I do think if you think about the farther future, I think even though we'll see change, I think travel will remain a very important part of people's lives. I think travel, it has a very positive impact on the world, and maybe not today or tomorrow or things change, but eventually I think companies like Booking will think through how we can really keep assisting and helping people to experience the world.
Now, let's talk about some of the other hurdles to overcome in recovery. I mean, one of them is job losses. We've heard from some large hotel chains and even airlines that are either cutting employees or putting them on furlough. Are those jobs ever going to come back?
Yeah, so I think there's many aspects that you see happening, right? But I think if you think about the biggest part is first, I think, is around safety and people feeling comfortable to travel. I think that's one of the biggest hurdles that are happening right now that companies need to think about. Secondly, it's the uncertainty. If you think about the economic uncertainty, the confidence that consumers have in spending money, right? I think that is something that Booking is used to, right? We've seen many situations where that is actually happening and where people might make different choices, right, in where they book or where they visit. But the most important one is uncertainty. I think uncertainty now, and the uncertainty might flow, of course, into the future, and companies like Booking and others need to really think about how do we make sure we build the right tools and services for customers, but also for our partners to help them in the future, but also help them experience the world.
So do you think that business travel will come back before travel for the sake of leisure? Which one comes first?
Yeah, that's difficult to say, right? Which one comes first? I think what we see today is that you see the first one that comes back is local travel. And that is something that Booking sees very clearly, right? We see it already in certain markets. If you think about Greater China, we see it in South Korea, for instance. We see it in Vietnam, but also in places like Germany. So you see that people take shorter trips and local trips. And if you think about the share of Booking.com's business, it used to be, I think it was around 45% was domestic or local. And now that's already at 70%. So that also shows that people are booking these local trips. So that's a change. What you see, another change you see is book windows. So people either see certainly very short term, so now, or 2 months out. So that's also something that you see has changed. So these type of changes you do see happening. I think today, most of what you see is leisure. I think also because companies are still working from home a lot, right? So I think when people work from home, they're not going to take a trip. Well, they can't even go to the office. So I think that will take maybe a bit more time before that starts to grow again.
So in the past, when I've had to change the date of a trip, I've called the airline and I've paid change fees that I think are up to about $200. Right now, airlines are waiving those fees, and I think that's making people feel a lot more comfortable. Do you think that's something that is here to stay moving forward?
Yeah, so that's of course difficult to say for the long term, because I think I think if you think about the industry, it evolves the whole time, right? If you think on the partner side, but also on the consumer side, I do think for now this flexibility is super important because there's so much uncertainty. So, and I think if you want to build that confidence with consumers and basically give them the confidence that it's okay to book, then flexibility, I think, is quite key at this moment. I think with Booking.com, we've always been a big fan of flexibility, right? If you think about our cancellation policies have always been quite flexible because it's actually pay when you stay, right? So I think, and we've seen that customers like that anyway, right? So hopefully that will increase, but of course we need to make sure that we help our partners with these policies as well.
Definitely. And you had mentioned earlier that we're seeing some very early recovery in parts of Asia as well as Germany. What are some things that we can look for or watch or possibly learn from as other parts of the world start to open up again to travel?
Yeah, I think if you think about China and what we've seen from China or parts in Asia, you do see that the recovery is not linear. So I think that's something that we thought about a lot because you see countries are opening up, but some countries are putting restrictions back in place, right? So you see that the local travel element is something that you see picking up there as well. So people first stay a lot closer to home, and that's something that we are experiencing in these type of markets.
And that actually touches on my next question. So we are seeing a lot more domestic and local travel right now. I know personally in New York, a lot of my friends are booking cabins upstate in places where they can drive to safely. But historically, how closely intertwined are the hotel and aviation industries?
Yeah. I always say that if you think about the whole travel industry, it's one ecosystem, right? So in that sense, it's all tied together. If you think about a trip that somebody takes, there's always multiple players often that play a role, right? It could be an airline, an accommodation, but even if you rent a car or if you build a local tourist attraction, right? That's all tied to one experience. So I think in that sense, you see similar trends, right? Across the whole ecosystem and the whole industry. But like I said, you do see with accommodations where we of course have the most data from is that people indeed and now prefer to take the car, even though you do see even in Europe that slowly you see more flights start to operate. Before flights were not even operating, so then it's difficult to see. So you do see a small uptick, right, in people taking flights. But of course, that will probably take a bit longer than people taking the car. And how fast that will progress, I also don't know.
And then just looking at my notes here, Booking.com, newly booked room nights were down 60% in March, 85% in April, and that's excluding cancellations. What can hotel owners, whether we're talking about a large chain like Marriott or a small bed and breakfast, what can they do right now to help themselves appeal to travelers and let them know, hey, we're safe, we're putting your safety first during the pandemic? How can they get those people back in rooms?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And I think, partners are very active to think through, okay, how can we make sure that we can capture a bit more back, right? Because they had serious losses because people couldn't travel. But I think the first part is transparency around hygiene, right? Transparency around rules around distancing, for instance. So that's something that is very important. And Booking is also helping accommodation partners with this. How can you make sure that that's visible? How can you make sure that consumers really feel comfortable visiting these places? The second part is really thinking through, like I said, the book windows are changing, right? So it's either now or it's 2 months out. So also our partners and accommodations need to make sure that they have the right product on the shelves, right? For the customer that is starting to travel today. Prices, right? Customers have this uncertainty, so they are looking for good prices and good value. So that's something that they need to think about. And then I think and reviews, you see that customers find reviews always extremely important when they make their choices, but now they're also really looking for recent reviews of customers that have stayed there. But there's lots of things that accommodation partners can do.
So, as a traveler, if I were to go and stay somewhere, how important is it to the business of the hotel where I stay that I actually go online and I make a point to go out of my way and leave a review about my experience?
Yeah,
I know in the past I haven't necessarily been great about that, but is that one thing we can all do to help out business owners right now?
yeah, absolutely, because that's what consumers are looking at, and probably even more today because of this uncertainty and the safety that they're looking for. So it's really important, and it's also important to think through all of these destinations that have really suffered. And we see through research already with Booking.com from the past that 68% of customers find it really important that what they invest in their trip also stays in the local community. Mm-hmm. And I think that becomes even more important today since many of these destinations, many of these type of companies have big losses, right? So it's important to take these trips, right, when it's safe and possible, but to really support these communities and not always to take the clear trip, right, or the clear visit to, but also go off the track, right, and support all of these local entrepreneurs.
Definitely. And on that note, last I checked on your site, you have more than 6.6 million private homes and apartments listed on Booking.com. These people I know are taking a very particular hit because this is income that they rely on to pay their bills, pay their mortgage. How are you working with these owners, and what have you heard from them about what the experience has been like for their small businesses during the pandemic?
Yeah, so a company like Booking.com, who has so many partners all over the world, is really working around the clock, right? Around the clock to help these travelers, but also around the clock to help these partners. And if you think about the results of Booking.com in March, we actually went below 100% because we had more cancellations than we actually had bookings. But that of course has an impact on Booking, but that also has an impact on all of these accommodation partners who were planning for these type of visitors, right? So Booking.com is very active in supporting, but also working around the clock to make sure we have the right tools and services, right, to help these parties. You do see that homes actually has a bit more increase than maybe hotels. Also, I think because of the units that have kitchens and you can really, self-isolate as such, right, in a home, which is sometimes different than a hotel, for instance.
That's interesting, and that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah. What does recovery look like, though, for these 6.6 million properties? Do you think overall they'll be the first to come back and hotels will come after that? Or do you see any differences between the ways that they rebound from the coronavirus?
Yeah, so that's very hard to say, I think, at this moment. Like I said, we do see that people might choose a home over a hotel, for instance. We do see that it's more domestic. We even see it in the wish list of travelers that we used to have. I think it was 35% of people that had wish lists with domestic destinations. That is now up to 55%. So you do see that in that sense, local travel is becoming much more popular, which indeed partners can really adapt themselves to. So that's an opportunity. But yeah, I think it's difficult to say how this will play out, right, in the future. I always say, like, when things like this happen, there will be innovation, right? There will be disruption. But Booking just needs to make sure we are here to support all of these partners and these travelers, and we're doing that as good as we can.
And can you talk to me about some of the ways you guys are supporting them? You're obviously a very large company. You have some major partners. And then you also have these smaller apartment listings on your site. How do you reach out to the big guys and also these local business owners?
Yeah, I think Booking, if you think about the model that Booking has already from the start, is that we build up a whole network to support our partners. We always found it very important to be very close to these partners, because if you're very close to these partners in all of these countries where we operate, you also understand really their challenges, their local challenges. And so we have I think we have over 200 offices all over the world with people on the ground that support all of these partners. So that's the one thing that we do with people on the ground. And then more and more we've invested into tooling because, to make it easier and faster for accommodation partners to operate. So there's also, we've invested money in other types of tools that they need. But I think for booking, it's always been, the partners have been an important part of our business. And also to make sure that they get more successful, that they understand, how do I now tap into all of this demand, right, of potential customers that are traveling from all over the world. And of course, this time has changed a little bit, but also here we can support them to see how they can tap in to get more of this domestic demand, for instance, which is something that is very active now.
And I don't know what it's like internationally, but looking within the U.S., I've noticed prices have varied wildly over the past few weeks. At one point, the price of getting a plane ticket from New York to, say, Arizona, where I grew up, was about the price of getting a cab to even just go to the airport. You look at the prices now, and we're talking maybe $500 for a ticket in the past that might have only cost $300, but a couple weeks ago cost $50. What do you think will happen to airline prices in the long term? And do you think there will be any major differences in the trends when we're talking about domestic travel versus international travel?
Yeah, that is difficult to say at this moment. Like I said, at this moment, they're still building up, right? So even airlines are not at their full capacity, I think. So that might create as well that if there's less airplanes, then these prices might change as well. I'm not an expert in the air industry, so I don't know exactly how that works. So I don't want to say something that I don't have all the knowledge around. But I think also airlines are looking more and more at this domestic opportunity, right? So they probably see similar trends. So but how that's going to evolve also with prices, that I think time will tell. And but that is something that is very difficult to say at this moment. That depends on how everybody really gets out of this pandemic, how soon I think there will be a treatment or a vaccine, right? I think there's so many things that are at this moment not completely clear that's very hard for me to say.
Definitely. And then finally, I want to ask you, we haven't really seen a pandemic on this scale since 1918, and obviously we all weren't hopping on, or our ancestors weren't hopping on planes back then to jet set around the world. Are there any lessons that you think the travel industry might learn from this moving forward? I mean, this is something that none of us really ever could have necessarily imagined or fully predicted. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think a big lesson that I see sits really around sustainability, right? And a lesson that, and we've seen that customers are already much more conscious around sustainability, right? And but I think the pandemic showed us an important lesson on the impact our actions have really on the environment. So. I think that more and more companies were serious. You have to think about how to build a more sustainable future, right? And for us, that will be in travel, but there's many other industries as well. And I think that's probably what I see as a very important lesson coming out of this pandemic.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much, Gillian, for joining us today. And I'm Melissa Newcomb.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
The world needs a success story, and we have got one of the best. We're checking in with the queen of cosmetics, a makeup artist turned global business star and philanthropist who counts Kim Kardashian, Eva Longoria and Nicole Richie among her longtime fans and sits comfortably on the Forbes list of America's richest self-made women. Telling her story on Channel 2 right now is Huda Gatan.
Huda, Mona, thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. There's a lot we want to talk about, but let's talk about what's happening in the world today. So a lot of brands, let's start with that. A lot of brands and businesses are having, and companies are having to meet the moment, whether that moment is COVID and social distancing, whether that is their stance and their take on what is happening with protests against systemic racism in the US. Your business has done a lot in recent weeks. You've foregone salaries, you've made significant donations to the NAACP and the Doctors Without Borders, and you've been helping lift up, beauty entrepreneurs. Huda, let's start with you. What have you learned about yourself as a leader, and how did you come to making those decisions?
Yeah, times like this have been really tough. I think they really kind of have been completely unexpected. There's been so many things that happened. 2020 has definitely been an unprecedented year from the very beginning with coronavirus to Black Lives Matter and the need to really uplift that movement and give light to that movement. There's been a lot of emotions and a lot of, I think, anxiety within the beauty industry right now. And when all this happened, I think the first thing that we kind of wanted to do was to look at our team. Our team is our family. We love them so much. We think about them so much. And so before we even did any action, one of the first things that we wanted to do was really think about their mental health, because that was the first thing I think that I thought that people are going to feel a little anxious about, whether that's job security, whether that's worry about their family, whether that's worry about their salaries. I actually sent a message to my senior leadership team as soon as everything kind of kicked off. We started working from home immediately. I think we were one of the first beauty brands to start working from home, but we were definitely one of the first brands in Dubai. And as soon as we did, I told my entire organization, I sent them a message. I said, I know everyone is stressed, but our senior leaders, I don't want you guys to be worried about your workload. I know you guys are overperformers. I know you guys are overachievers. I'm not worried about you guys performing. I'm worried about your mental health right now. So know that I don't have any extraordinary, expectations on you. I just want you to take care of yourself, take care of your family, and really make sure that you uphold those, the qualities of what it means to be a Huda Beauty team member. And I think that message was really important because we set the tone for what to expect during times like this. And I think I was kind of surprised with myself also as a leader and some of the choices that we made and the sacrifices, the lengths that we were willing to go to protect our team. We were going to do whatever.
That was Huda and Mona Gatan from Huda Beauty there speaking on Channel 2. And you can see the rest of that talk on our website, as well as getting access to mentor hours every 45 minutes powered by AWS. And you can check out the live Q&A schedule on the app to catch your favorite speakers directly. All available over at collisionconf.com.
The rise of Asian technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
With 800 million active users, TikTok now sits on its throne on the top of the App Store as the world's second most downloaded app, and it's wildly popular among 16 to 24-year-olds. And it's not just the user numbers that are growing, so are the ad spend dollars as brands try to be part of the TikTok tsunami. Please enjoy TikTok creators Josh Sadowski, Hope Schwing, and the founder and CEO of Flighthouse, Jacob Pace.
So it all started back in a hometown pageant that I entered myself into. I had no talent whatsoever. I had no idea what I was going to do for the talent section, but I signed up, kind of just hoping for the best. And I taught myself how to hula hoop dance. And I did that for the pageant. I ended up winning a title. So I was like a princess for a year. It was super fun. And I realized that after my reign was over as a princess in my hometown or whatever, I realized that I wanted to keep on hula hoop dancing. And I loved being in the public eye and performing. So that's when I found Musical.ly, but then it turned into TikTok, and I still continue to do only hula hoop dancing. And when I decided to bring comedy into my content, that's when my account exploded. It was so cool. I got like 4.3 million followers within 1 year.
Wow.
It was crazy. And so that was solely because of comedy, I think. If I wouldn't have done comedy, I don't think that I would be where I am right now. But it also
Yeah.
a little hometown pageant. So
That's awesome.
yeah.
And didn't you kind of get started because you thought Musical.ly was like somewhere where like your friends wouldn't find your videos, and then it ended up just getting super popular?
Yeah. So hula hoop dancing wasn't the coolest thing in my high school, and people, I don't know, they just didn't really want to see the videos on like Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. So I found Musical.ly. No one in my high school had it, and I'm like, this is perfect. Like, I can just make videos and not worry about like high school students like picking on me for it.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because I did get the app because I didn't want anyone to look at me or like see me. And here we are.
And then they blew up. I love
It's so
that.
weird how that worked out, but I wouldn't change it for the world. It's been a huge
For
blessing.
sure. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, obviously, like, you were a full-time student, you graduated, and I'm sure that's like just a lot to balance, with being consistent and everything. So, I mean, I'm sure there's also a lot of people that are, your age that kind of want to get into this, but also are kind of balancing school. So like, what are kind of the biggest lessons you've learned, just like doing content and then kind of going to school at the same time?
I would say it really didn't start interfering with getting my degree until the end of sophomore year of college. So I was hitting that halfway mark, and I was like, oh my gosh, do I quit college or do I just get my degree? Like, I'm halfway there. Should I just like get through the other half? And I'm so glad that I chose to do the whole 4 years because it's something that will last forever, And I would just say my advice for people who were in my shoes that just graduated. Thank you. I would just say, if you think that you can do it, if you have like the slightest inclination that you can do both, just do both.
Do it.
Because it's something that you can keep forever, And honestly, college is the best 4 years of my life. And you build so many like personal relationships, which are different than relationships that you make with like TikTok friends, you know what I mean? Like these people you have there all the time. And sometimes you just see like your career friends like at events, but you form so many relationships and gain so much valuable knowledge by going to college. So I just say just send it if you can,
Yeah, especially if you want both. It's kind of like that quote where it's like, whether you believe you can or can't, either way you're right. So it's like it just
Yes.
if you want something and you believe you can do it, you probably can.
You totally can. I didn't think I could, but I'm just like, well, maybe I can. And then I did it. So
I love that. Congrats.
Thank you.
Right on. So let's move on to Sadowski. Yeah, so that's cool. You guys met through VidCon. And I mean, obviously, you've kind of, Josh, you've done a really good job at just like, obviously getting to be sort of, a shoulder to lean on for creators like Hope and a lot of your other clients. But yeah, I mean, so if there's anything cool or insightful that you'd like to share with just how you got started, go for it. And then I'd love to hear just, what you're working on right now with just the Creator House and the reality show and some of the different projects you have going on.
Yeah, for sure. So, I started creating content back in 2015. So Musical.ly days, so that's a very like dark past. I also created content for no one to see. So like all those videos are private and they're gone. But
what were the videos? Were they lip syncing?
They were lip syncing. It was like lip syncing to comedy. Like I was the person who would lip sync to comedy and do the crazy like eye expressions, and like add a little bit something extra to it.
Wow.
But then which was fun. It was fun. But then in 2018, I was like, hey, I want to take this seriously.
Oh, cool.
I started creating original content. So it was original comedy skits that started doing well. And I was always very observant of the algorithm. And I was always the type of person that would gather analytics and kind of overview everything. And then as I started growing, it really benefited me really trying to understand the platform, when it merged into TikTok. And then as I started growing, I was able to use that knowledge and I guess the relationships that I built with brands over time to then help my friends. And not only just my friends, but different people that are now my clients that have become friends, because I'm friends with most of the people I work with, which is great because we work well together. And I've been able to really help not only build up a lot of the creators that I work with, but also bringing those relationships with brands and helping guide them through a lot of different things. So even like working with you guys at Playhouse, in the past and, getting involved with the whole Creator House. So that's just something I've been working on from home. So being stuck at home right now, the main thing has been building the business. And we're starting the creator house as soon as it's safe to do so. So a recent article on Business Insider was, we are taking the precaution of waiting until it's safe. And it's the same thing for our tour. You know, we can't go on tour until it's safe to do so. And our reality show, which will be involved with the house. So just a whole bunch of really cool dynamics that are going to be in the house, with having other creators over, scheduling events, having like brand endorsements throughout the house, and really having just an amazing dynamic, and never like limiting ourselves. Like, we just want to expand and keep growing. And just like really make a difference. So it's gonna be really
fun. Do you guys have a name for the house yet?
We do not. That's actually, I have to work on the trademark this week. So I'm like, Hope, we need to pick a good name.
We have like 300 that we've thought of. It just never ends.
It never ends. I'm like,
we know it down to one.
Yeah, we gotta get it down to one.
I want to ask you something while we're kind of on the note of content houses. I mean, you know, obviously there's kind of been a lot of houses that have come up, you know, and I think it's a really unique time because, like, I've sort of seen social media grow for a long time now. And I remember when it was like MagCon, and, you know, then it was like the Team 10 house, and Logan Paul has his group, and, you know, David Dobrik has the Vlog Squad. And, you know, you have a lot of houses that are like very TikTok focused, like the Hype House and, you know, the Sway House. What do you think, why are creators fascinated with wanting to join these houses? What are the benefits, and what do you think that means to a brand when you create a collective versus just kind of being you know, separate, I guess you could say?
No, for sure. It's definitely become a culture thing. Like, it's like everybody wants to have a creator house. Like, photographers are working on houses, and, you know, musical artists and singers are working on houses. I think it's people are really driven to create houses because it's the community that they can bring in one place and create content constantly. I think there are a lot of pros to living together and working together. There are also a lot of cons, and a lot of the issues we've seen with the houses. You know, I've been involved in, you know, seeing, I'm not going to name certain houses that have had problems and have, you know, had to go into different directions.
Sure.
But one thing that we are focusing on is really making sure that the house is run under the company and under order, like really having a really good structure. Like, you know, I've been working with Hope and our team. We've been working collectively for over a year. So I can really make sure that since everybody's like under management, it's more of a professional way of having a house to create a workspace. But I think it's definitely something that a lot of people are doing in brands. It's very exciting for brands because they can have a specific house, right? If it's a house that focuses on comedy and they love comedy, they can pick that specific house and work with creators a la carte, right? And then if it's, you know, a house that produces music, they can work with a house that produces music for their campaigns, right? Or promote songs and dancers and different things like that. So there's just so many different dynamics, and I think it's super smart. Just people need to be really careful. Also doing, like, you know, when you hop into a house, if they do like a shared house thing, like an LLC, and there's a whole bunch of different members in the LLC, it can get really tricky. So it's about like really
totally
being
just keep
careful.
it organized, all that kind of stuff. That's awesome. Well, cool. That'll be exciting as you guys launch that. And then I also want to ask, obviously, you know, since kind of quarantine and COVID happening, it's sort of changed the way that a lot of, you know, creators, but especially brands, are creating content. So I guess starting with Hope, I'd be interested in hearing from your perspective. Like, has there anything that's, I mean, obviously the house, it seems you're having to figure out a way to pivot, but have you noticed anything specifically, or is it just for you, were you going to make content from home anyway? And if anything, have you noticed a growth in, you know, fans gravitating to more of your content because they have more time at home?
I would say that during like this weird period, my engagement still has been very solid. I haven't noticed like that much of a change in my account, but I have noticed like certain weeks where my videos will just like go viral, like out of the blue, more so than when they were in quarantine. Because I think that's because everybody's just on their phones right now. There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, of course.
So there's like a ton of people that are just on the app right now looking to consume like fast content. So it's like perfect for TikTok creators because that's what TikTok is. So my account, it's been doing really well during this like weird time, and it's like so fun because I'm able to just sit in my apartment and make videos all day. Like, it's a blessing. It's a blessing within the curse. So yeah.
I love that.
Right, and just to add to that real quick, I will say that there have been a lot of issues with like creators like being like, oh, there's not as many brand endorsements, but we've actually seen an increase in certain brands wanting to promote content because of the fact that people are stuck home, you know, consuming different products from home that they purchase and needing entertainment.
Yeah.
So if anything, it's been a blessing for us to stay home, ground ourselves, and produce content for brands. So
Totally. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of an interesting conversation because, traditionally brand work, especially when it comes to video, has always been like needing these big studios and, these big productions. But I think now there's ways for, we can get into this right after, but, brands to kind of cut through the noise, especially when everyone's at home on TikTok and on their phones. It's like, while there is kind of this decline happening in, let's say, marketing spend, yes, it's declining, but it's not disappearing, I think is what I always tell people. And, if anything, it's not going to be billboards. It's not going to be out of home. It's going to be on digital, and it's probably going to be on TikTok if they want to get to like a younger demographic. So, Josh, I'd love to hear, like, what are brands that, like, it could be brand campaigns you've ran, brands that you think are doing it right, and like maybe brands that are reacting super well right now. Like, who's doing it right, and what's the common thread, and have you worked with any of these guys to like help them implement that?
Yeah, no, for sure. And definitely I will say that when it comes to this huge budget, I think a lot of the consumers like on TikTok, right? It's a lot of Gen Z. And now it's a huge range of different audiences now, huge demographics. But at the end of the day, people want genuine content. So if you're still able to produce high quality stuff, if you have like a DSLR at home, you have good lighting, you can edit pretty well. At the end of the day, if you're able to resonate well with your audience and bring something that's entertaining, it's going to be pretty much effective. So when we've done campaigns, so I worked really actively with Chipotle. Chipotle's been like my favorite brand to work with. They really love allowing the creator
they do really well.
They're so successful with their campaigns. They do really cool stuff with David Dobrik and Brittany Broski. They work with me a lot. And I've actually run campaigns with them on their profile. So helping their brand account grow or their profile grow on TikTok. And it's been super successful because there's two ways of doing this. You can either have a artist or a talent create content that is very dedicated to the product, right? And, finding out what the brand wants and how they really want to resonate well with the audience and how they want to sell product, right? Or how they want to brand themselves on TikTok. You can help them move in that direction, or you can simply just grab the skills and the information that you have on your personal profile, right? And then utilize that on their account. So for me, like my Mama Penny videos, I would simply just grab the same format, incorporate it into a fun skit or the brand using their promotions and whatnot, and it would perform amazing on their account. So there's definitely different ways you can do it. Like Bumble as well. We've done great comedy skit campaigns with Bumble. So it's been great. I think definitely allowing the creator to work with the creativity and understanding their audiences.
Just kind of trusting the creator and kind of letting them have the content.
Oh, for sure.
What about you, Hope? Anything you've seen on your side?
I would basically say the same thing. I just think it's important for like businesses to recognize that they come to creators because they like the content that the creator makes. So making sure that you are allowing creators to create their type of content with their product will probably do a lot better than them being handed like a pre-made like skit thing, or like a dance, like having like me do like a dance or something. Those are probably not going to do well. But like letting the creator take the reins, because that's what we do. It's what we're good at. So
yeah, I love that. And I think the interesting thing about Chipotle that I've noticed is that, compared to other like restaurant chains, like comparable restaurant chains, it really starts from the top. And, they've done such a good job at like the whole, promoting the fact that they have fresh ingredients and, and so if you start there, everything else is secondary. And I don't think you really have to overthink as a brand, like, how do I come off authentic? But if you actually do mean what you kind of are producing, everything else is going to come naturally, including the way you promote yourself. And that's why I think Chipotle is so successful.
For sure.
100%.
Anyway, and also, I love Chipotle personally. Burrito bowl.
So good.
Yeah, and then I want to ask you guys, like, during this time, how do you guys like stay creative? How do you stay inspired?
Hope you can go ahead and start.
Okay. I would say I have a very active brain. Like, I don't know if I'm like insane or creative or like a combination of the two, but like I just am always thinking of ideas. Like even when I'm not even trying to, like I'll be driving in my car, listening to music, I'm like, boom, idea, or something like that. And it's just that, I think that's just how my brain works, and that's why I'm able to be a creator, especially in a time like this, when the only option that I do have is to create content. Like I said, it's kind of like a blessing within the curse, It's just my brain is just constantly thinking of ideas, even when I'm not trying to. So it hasn't been much of like a struggle during this time for me. I've been enjoying it, like being able to create content constantly. So yeah.
We love to see it.
Yeah, like for Hope, like I've been able to see she sometimes, like when we work on gathering analytics, she's posting sometimes 4 to 5 times a day, which is very impressive for comedy stuff. So for me, it's like sometimes
on the posting thing, like what's a good frequency, or like what, like that's a lot of content, 4 to 5 times a day.
I would say it depends on your account, and like because everybody's account reacts differently and works differently within the algorithm. Like some people post like once every 2 weeks, but every single one of their virals goes every single one of their videos goes viral. And whereas me, I like post multiple times a day, but I still have 1 or 2 videos per day that do really, really well. And like I post a lot, but that just works for my account. That's what I've been doing since 2016. And so yeah, I post like multiple videos every day for the past 4 years, which is crazy. But like I said, my brain is just very active. But it literally depends on every account. But consistency, I think, is one of the key things when it comes to being a creator.
And then like one last thing was that there are different strategies. So it really has to be with you as a creator. For me, I'll do a series every week, so 3 videos a week, but they do extremely well, and I just don't really stress about pushing out content. But ultimately, it just really depends on, you know, if you see that the algorithm promotes a certain thing, roll with it. Just keep going.
Right,
you know?
right. And that's what I was gonna say. I think we have 2 minutes left, so I want to step into the rapid fire because I want to have some fun at the end. But I think I think if it's one thing as an actionable that, you know, anybody listening to this, and I always tell people this, is it's like you got to be so consistent and patient with your content, and once you figure out a format that works, continue to do that. And you just can't get discouraged if something's not working after, you know, a handful of tries. You got to just like go after it. And it seems like that's how both of you guys have been able to get so far, is because of the consistency.
Yeah, for sure. And like definitely don't switch up. If your brand does well, don't just like immediately, if you're like tired of something, don't just try to switch over. Be smart about it and like develop that transition. Yeah.
Cool. All right, guys, rapid fire time. Ready? Let's start with Hope. Hope, if you weren't a creator, what do you think you would be doing professionally? Quick answers.
Well, my major that is a business major and a Spanish minor, so I think that what I would be doing is just, I love clothes. I think I would like start my own like clothing brand that like reuses like secondhand clothes, like be like a sustainable like remade clothing brand. I don't know. Start out small, hopefully get big. So
might even be something for the future.
Yeah, it's something that we are working on actually. So I'm super excited.
Cool. Josh, what keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night? Probably food, like just eating a lot of food and Netflix. Just a very unhealthy sleeping schedule. Honestly, I think it's probably like, even Hope and I were talking about this earlier, like having a creative brain. Like I think it's just like sometimes like I'll fall asleep, like I'll go to fall asleep and then I'll turn around and I'll like pull out my phone and write a Mama Penny script or a character script or concept. So it's like,
or sometimes I'll go to sleep, I'll lie down in my bed and I'm like, I can't wait to just wake up in the morning. Like why can't I just close my eyes and wake up? Like I just want to get back to working, but I'm too tired to work.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. Two more quick questions. Hope, what's been your favorite snack in quarantine?
Cream cheese jalapeno poppers. Can't stop eating them.
Yummy. Cool. Josh, last question. What is your favorite thing about TikTok?
Oh my gosh. Probably how diverse it is. I think it's just like such a diverse platform, like with content and people. People are just like, you have like hilarious creators and you have people that are more serious and educational. And it's also a very positive platform. Like there's so much positivity.
And I feel like based on your algorithm and what you like if you like a bunch of DIY videos, you're gonna get a bunch of DIY content. So it's like no matter what you're into, it's gonna serve you that.
Exactly. It's so great.
Cool. Well, I think we're at about the 20-minute mark. So thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It was so much fun. Thanks, Jacob.
All right. Peace.
Peace out.
Coming up over the next hour on Collision from Home, we'll be hearing from some of the biggest sports stars, luxury designer brands, and learning what it takes to become TikTok famous. I hope you have your dancing shoes on. Over on Channel 2, starting in 15 minutes, we have the one and only Shaquille O'Neal speaking on how his latest venture, Steady App, is changing the game for workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. While over on Channel 3, we are hearing from Under Armour's CEO, Patrick Frisk, on what leadership looks like through COVID-19. While over on Radio Collision, we are hearing from Arsenal and Brazil legend Gilberto Silva. If you stay right here on Channel 1, you can look forward to hearing some of the world's leading civil rights activists, such as Sia Bulela Mandela and Rashad Robinson, about the Black Lives Matter movement and the fight for racial justice. We'll also be hearing from brands like Swarovski, Verizon, and Qualcomm, as well as world-class networking opportunities, roundtable discussions, mentor hours, and investor meetings, all on our exclusive platform here at Collision from Home. Head over to collisionconf.com to get your tickets now.
Time to hear now from one of the world's best CEOs, a man who frequently appears on lists of the 100 most influential people and has even been dubbed the best boss in America. In his own words, he has lived through 5 global financial crises and he's now on his 6th. Who better to learn from about survival and accelerating disruption in a post-COVID-19 world? In conversation with Editor-in-Chief of Yahoo Finance, Andy Serwer, please welcome to the virtual stage, John Chambers.
John Chambers, it is great to see you again. How are you doing?
Andy, I'm doing great. And, we've been doing this for 20 years. Let's make this one the best session we do.
That sounds like a deal, John. Hey, let's dive right in and talk about this current environment. How could we not do that? And I want to ask you, you've written before about periods where you've had to deal with times of crisis and where you set up a crisis team. So given everything that's going on right now, would you suggest that a company set up a crisis team to deal with the current situation with COVID and with the economy? Or should that just be the core part of the business?
Well, the answer is it's both. And so as you were kind enough to point out, this is my 6th major financial crisis. It's my 5th healthcare crisis, although by far and away the most serious. My 3rd supply chain crisis, which people are just beginning to get understood. And I'm a believer you approach those much like I did with acquisitions at Cisco, where we did 180 of them, but we had a very much of a playbook, an innovation playbook that we ran and could run with unbelievable speed. I think the same thing's true in this crisis. On the picture that you do, the first thing a leadership team has to do is be transparent and visible. Don't hide. The second thing you do is the basics. What are your 5 to 7 major programs or platforms you're going to run to get you through this crisis? Those can be areas like cash flow, expense management. It can be how you're going to interface to your employees and get your employees aligned with your new goals. It's about your customers and how you use this as a chance to get closer. How do you minimize churn? How do you upsell within that environment? It's usually about 1 or 2 wild cards, which help you to dream how this is going to occur as you come out. And it could be about this is the chance to transform your company to a digital company. Then what you do is you communicate that to your employees, to your customers, to your shareholders, to the media, in a regular sequence off of the outline you've given them. Remind everybody it's going to be longer than you think and deeper than you think. And you want to paint your star, your North Star, how you look like when you come out. So to answer your question, it needs to be both. Usually, whether it's a large company or startup, the CEO, she or he, has to own the 5 to 7 platforms, articulate the key goals on it. Then often you have members of your team run as a team each of those platforms, and then you get your employees to buy into it. It sounds easy. It's hard to do, but if you do it right, you navigate through this very well most all the time.
Yeah, John, that's a great template. But of course, this particular crisis is singular, as you've indicated. And for instance, if you're looking to do business in New York City, it's very different from looking to do business in rural Idaho. And maybe you have a company that does both. What are the particular challenges with regard to this coronavirus pandemic and the economic fallout that are different from previous crises? And how would you deal with them?
So in the sequence you asked them, the first one that is really different is very few of the CEOs or government leaders were in their position the last time this occurred 12 years ago. Where before, Andy, you and I would go through this every 3 or 4 years. And so people had seen it, or at least they were very close to the top. Now you've got people that haven't seen it after the longest economic run we've had. The second thing is it's 3 crises in one. And the supply chain hasn't played out as much yet, but it will with implications of it. And so you have three variables as opposed to one primary one going on at the same time. Changes in one have impacts on the others. The speed of its implementation, it will be the steepest decline we will ever see in our lifetime, hopefully knock on wood. And I think it unfortunately will be down faster than 1929 on it. So I think you're seeing unbelievable negative numbers the next few quarters in GDP growth. Unemployment at 15-20% is probable for a period of time. But potentially the outcome can be equally as quick if we're able to get the curve flattened on the pandemic, if we get some drugs that help dramatically lower the death rate, and of course if we get a vaccine. I've never seen the Fed, the central banks, and the Treasury move at the speed you're seeing now. They usually are 1 to 2 quarters late, which makes the problem last longer, and they don't go as aggressive as they need. I have to give high marks to the global central banks, especially our Fed here and the Treasury, on moving aggressively on it. And the other thing that you haven't seen is you've got the millennials for the last 12 years that are used to a gig economy, job hopping every year or two. Suddenly that's not an option. So the prediction I made a short time ago that 40% to 50% of the Fortune 500 disappear in a decade, that's now a given. And it's going to be quicker than people think, probably 50% plus. And the startups, 70% of them will disappear at the end of a decade. I think it's actually going to be, it won't be as bad as 2001 for high-tech startups where 50% of them disappeared, but it'll be worse than 2008 where 25 to 30% disappeared. So 30 to 40% of the startups that are on this session won't exist in 2 years. So the key is, how do you navigate through it? Don't be a victim. Be realistic on the challenges. My parents were both doctors. Deal with the world the way it is. It's nice to wish it's different, but it's not going to be. And then have the courage as a leader to paint the picture, how we get through it. Here's how we come out on the other side. This is when great companies will be formed. People listening to this broadcast today, this is when the next Google, the next Facebook, the next Cisco will form. It is always the case that the great companies usually have a downturn right as they were breaking away, which eliminated a lot of their competitors and Candy made the road to the top a lot easier because they took risks others would not.
Or let me follow up on some of those tech giants or the incipient tech giants that you talked about. And let me ask you about the FANGs, because we talked about that fairly recently, John, the two of us, and the power that Facebooks and the Alphabets and the Netflix and Googles, et cetera, have. And so it looks like they're going to continue to have that type of power during this time and coming out afterwards. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
The answer is yes, but let's also state that we would have said the same thing about IBM 40 years ago, and the same thing about DEC and Data General Wang 30 years ago, and the same thing about Cisco and Intel and Oracle and Dell. And then you could say the same thing about Amazon, and then you could say the same thing about Netflix and other players. So it has been the real exception where the leader in one technology phase led in another. And those players you talked about that were built off the power of the internet, the next generation, the cloud concepts, as the cloud moves to the edge, as Internet of Things takes off, applications and winners will be those who win at the edge. And that's where I'm betting a large amount of my startup engines on, is the edge transition that is occurring, artificial intelligence. And it's most likely the players that are lead 10 years from now will be at least half new players that come out of this downturn. Second part of your question, Andy, the fun thing about no longer being tied to any company in any way, I can be pretty unfiltered. I think there's a real danger that the FANGs have executed so well, and there's no better example than Jeff at Amazon. He probably has done the best job in the world about leading his company over the last decade. But they are so dominant now, venture capital and startups won't even take them on. They could roll over and break you into sleep. They can do pricing power that they can still make profits at, and you can't even exist on in terms of direction. So while I'll take a couple of risks on that, I think most VCs and startups will not. And we're after total job creation here, Andy. If you believe the large companies will not add headcount for the next decade, and I do believe that, and believe it even stronger now, if you believe that all the growth has to come out of small startups, That's 25 million jobs in the U.S. And if you believe we're going to destroy 10 to 15 million jobs through AI and automation, and we will, you've got to create 35 to 40 million jobs. So this is where the people who are watching this video have to understand you are our future. And if we don't double or triple the number of you after we come through this, you will be the economic growth, the job creation growth, the innovation, and most important, the inclusion, including geographic and gender and religious inclusion. So a large part has to do with how Collision comes through this, and others in terms of how you create that environment where these startups really prosper, and how do we educate government leaders to help these startups prosper, as opposed to perhaps slow it down or encompass the startups with the same overhead regulation that they put on the large companies.
John, what areas do you see that are providing the most opportunities for you right now, areas of innovation that are attractive to you?
So this is exciting. Andy, you know the way to my heart. You talk about startups and you talk about what customers really like. The cool thing is I think it's going to grow across every industry, and every industry will finally become a digital or a tech company. Within the areas that are hottest, I look first at a market that is in transition with a technology in transition. Secondly, I look at the CEO. Then I go straight to the customers, say, what do you really think? Then I look about sustainable differentiation and how close they are to the inflection point. The cool thing is you see these in a lot of different industries and technology groups. Areas I'm most excited about, artificial intelligence. It'll be the first, in my opinion, area that's been super hyped that will exceed its hype. The last one was probably the internet, where we said it would change the way you work, live, learn, and play. And people said, wait a minute, this is a techies talking to each other over routers. And yet it has changed, and today's a prime example of how it's changed. I think the Internet of Things and digitization will really happen. That will drive that computing to the edge, automated cars. Most of the information will never come back to a central location, etc. Security across it, cybersecurity. If you want job security for your kids, get them into cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. They'll have a job the rest of their life as a given in terms of the direction. And then it's watching who executes with the speed and who gets the talent. You know, there's one startup I have that's only got a couple hundred people, but they have 55 PhDs in artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Hey, let me switch back and ask you about the coronavirus again and the recovery. And you talked about how quickly the decline was, but it seems that the recovery is asymmetric in that you suggested it's going to take until, say, mid-2021 for us to fully recover. Why is that? And how's that going to play out, John?
Well, I think it's several things. First, Andy, is that some of the jobs that are destroyed here will never come back. Secondly, you're going to have areas, just use the call center as an example, where automation and AI will probably eliminate a third to half the jobs. The jobs will probably be more fun, higher motivated. People will stay in them more than a year and not transfer out. And then the businesses that get destroyed, it takes a while to build it back to where we are. And so I think the unemployment will stay, I hope I'm very wrong here, way above 5%, at least midway through next calendar year. So while you'll probably see the market upturn, and you'll probably see venture capital invest, and you'll see companies start to grow again, hopefully in Q4 this year, before you get it on Main Street, and the U.S. must lead first, probably Asia second. I see Europe lagging in terms of geographies. It'll take a while to drive this all the way through. So I'd like to tell you it's going to be faster. Originally, everybody thought it'd be a V down and V back, and I said I've never seen that. And then people got really pessimistic, and I think that's unlikely, especially given the action of the Fed and governments around the world. And if we get a little bit lucky with the therapeutical drugs and the vaccines, I think we can come out of this better than we went into it, but it's a longer cycle. And so I wish I were more optimistic there, Andy, for you. But what you've got to do as a leader, and for the people watching this video, you've got to be transparent to your employees, to your customers, and your venture capital world. Venture capital doesn't want to hear you dreaming. If you go in raising money to the venture capital firm and you say, here's what my forecast was before, I'm sticking with it, I feel good. They ask you, well, tell me about plan B and C, and you say, I haven't got one. You aren't going to get a loan, and you aren't going to get invested in. Deal with it the way it is. Be transparent, under promise and over deliver. but realize how you drive this through your company. It used to be strategy and vision. It's now as much about culture and communication that will get you through this challenges.
Yeah, John, you talked a little bit here about culture and how important that is. Any further thoughts on that, A? And B, what about on the other side of the coin, which is to say, from an employee standpoint, particularly young employees, how should they be behaving during this time?
Well, to the first part, the culture is as or more important than strategy and vision at this point in time, and your communication skills combined with it. So 4 elements of the CEO job. I'm going to talk about 3: culture and 4 communications. Culture is what will get you through this, but don't suddenly try to be something you're not. Netflix, wonderful company, strong culture. It's a professional operation. You're up or you're out. It's like a professional sports team. Either you earn your position every year and you progress up, and if you can get a better job outside, they encourage you to do it. I tended to build companies that were built on culture. Our attrition at Cisco ran 5% voluntary for 25 years I was there. Our acquisition attrition ran 4%. We were a family. We tracked every person. So culture can be very strong. It's often what small companies miss. But if your culture is around customer first, make innovation happen, just do the right thing, then you can come through these with even increased pace. So something that the small companies often underestimate in the culture, or how they have to evolve it as they get larger. And it's something I clearly believe in. The easiest thing for me to beat was a company that was in denial, that kept doing the right thing too long, and whose culture hadn't kept up with the times. So great companies like a Nortel, Lucid, and Alcatel, it only took us a couple of years to break down the big giants because they didn't change. They protected their prior model, etc., and didn't change culture.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
I would tell my younger self that you need to be more aggressive and have more confidence and believe in yourself. I was always somebody who said, well, maybe I'm not ready for that. And, in hindsight, you are ready when you're given an opportunity. You just jump in and you do your best, and you'd be surprised at how much you learn on the job.
I'm still very young, I'm only 20 years old, but one piece of advice I would have given myself, maybe back when I was 14 or 15, would have been to learn as much as possible. I'm still learning every single day, but if I would have really prioritized my time to read on every subject that I was very interested in, or watch tutorials, I would have been prepared, right? More prepared by the time that I was ready to launch my career and really pursue my dreams and get me to where I actually want to be and where I needed to be.
Generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword. It's a Pizzagate. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Well, Shaquille O'Neal is one of the greatest players ever in NBA history, with 4 championship rings, 15 All-Star appearances, and an Olympic gold medal. But growing up, he watched his parents fight for every penny they had, and now Shaq is hoping to change the game for people like his parents with a new platform designed to support gig workers. We caught up with Shaq a few weeks ago to hear more about his plans.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me with, I'm sure, will be an inspiring and really awesome conversation. I'm very pleased to be joined by company CEO, that company being Steady, Adam Roseman, and of course somebody who really bears no introduction, and that would be Shaquille O'Neal. But before we get into the conversation, I think it's important that we all learn why we're here, and for more importantly, what the purpose behind Steady is. So here's a short video explaining the purpose of the company and also the impact that this company is making in our world today.
First of all, we want to say how much of a blessing it was to receive this money.
$675 towards any type of bills, car notes, rent, food, children, whatever it may assist me and my family during these times of hard struggles.
I didn't know what we was going to do. We haven't eaten days and power's been off for a couple of days. And
I actually lost 3 part-time jobs that I was actually able to obtain, and it just depleted all funds that I had. And for my child that I recently had, who's 7 months now, these funds will really all go to him.
It helped pay off some of my bills that I had. It helped me get gas. It helped me get food for these little heathens.
Now I can make my truck payment. I can keep helping people because I'm a first responder, and it kept that electricity on.
You guys saved our lives, literally.
Obviously, as you both know, this is a really difficult time in America. Given all the unrest and the climate itself, how has the work that both of you guys are doing with Steady sort of influenced your purpose as you look at what's happening across America? And Adam, I'll start with you.
Sure. So the whole focus of Steady from the day we were founded was on supporting the worker and serving as an advocate of the worker. What's really come to light during this period of time that we could have never imagined is how unbelievably unlevel the playing field is on so many different levels. And something I'll just throw out there to start with is that, a program that we've been running since the onset of COVID-19 is to identify those of our 2 million members on the Steady platform who have had income loss due to COVID-19. We do this based on having connectivity into their bank accounts, being able to look at what industries do they work in, what companies do they work for, did they suffer income loss around the time of COVID-19, and were those income streams previously coming from companies that were impacted? We've then taken...
That was the one and only Shaquille O'Neal speaking on Channel 2. Watch the rest of that talk over at collisionconf.com. You also have the chance to connect with the man himself through our app and website, as well as in our mentor hours powered by Amazon Web Services.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Now, working on large-scale collaborative projects can be challenging at best of times, especially when operating under a strict deadline. But with so many people from so many industries working from home, has working on design from home turned into a multiplayer game? Joining us now at Collision from Home is CEO of Autodesk, Andrew Adamnost.
Today, I'd like to talk to you about turning design and making into a massive multiplayer online game. And to just be specific about what I mean by making, I'm not talking about the maker movement. I'm talking about real products, buildings, and films that all of us interact with every day, the real stuff that makes up the world around us. And to begin this conversation, I want to talk about Spider-Man Far From Home. And specifically, I want to talk about a really cool scene in the movie where Peter Parker is in the back of one of Tony Stark's private jets, and he's engaged in a design process. Now, ideally, I would show you the entire scene, but it costs far too much to license that scene for a 10-minute presentation, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. In the scene, Peter Parker's wearing just normal glasses, And he's seeing projected on his arms and on his body various electronics, mechanisms, contraptions that his hands would use as part of a brand new Spidey suit. And he's making decisions, throwing off things, and the computer is throwing ideas at him and collaborating with him to try to find out what the best Spidey suit design is. And when it was all over, the suit's printed up for him right there, and he puts it on. Fantastical stuff, all right? Possible? Probably not today. But let's just keep in mind that it wasn't that long ago that people thought the Dick Tracy watch was fantastical. And look at that ugly watch. I mean, it's an ugly radio with a weird little screen on it. It takes up most of his wrist. Today, we have a device we hold in our hands that's beautiful and powerful. Not only does it do everything the Dick Tracy watch does, but it actually tells us what we want to do during our day, helps us get there. And you know what? It even gives us suggestions on what we might want to do next, all on top of a powerful compute platform. And you know, it's only a matter of time before that shows up in the exact same form on our wrist. We already have it today. It just doesn't do the video part. But you know, perhaps what's really more misleading about the Peter Parker story is that it perpetuates this myth of design and making being this lone genius process where somebody comes up with a brilliant idea and somehow they solve all the problems. The truth is much more complicated. Design is a messy, multidisciplinary process where people from different backgrounds with different skill sets come together to try to solve really complex problems. There's architects, product designers, engineers, construction professionals, manufacturing professionals. They don't always understand each other. They can't always get the right ideas across. There's lots of confusion. It all comes together in a very messy, highly disorganized, highly unfacilitated way. But it happens, and it happens over and over again. But because there's information lost during the process, because people don't always understand people, because there's things lost in translation between the disciplines, there's also a lot of frustration, a lot of rework, a lot of redoing. What if we could do better? What if we could make design and making maybe a little bit more like an e-sport, right? This is an example of what an e-sport looks like. And you know, humor me for a minute, it's an analogy. I don't expect people to design and make in an exact scenario like this. But what you're seeing here is a group of people working together on a shared objective in a virtual world that applies constraints. The machine is actually trying to prevent people from winning. Now, the teams are competing against each other, but they're also competing against the machine. But what if we could reverse that paradigm? What if we could have the machine help people win? What if the machine told you where the treasure was, told you where the key was, told you how to solve the riddle so that you could win the game? Would anybody want to design and make something this way? Would anybody want to interact with a computer in a virtual world to create something? Well, I can tell you some people do, but I can definitely tell you that the next generation wants to. So this is my daughter having a virtual Minecraft play date with a friend during our stay-at-home orders in California. She's working in Minecraft. They're working on a brand new realm together, creating beautiful constructs, buildings, villages. And at the same time, she plopped another iPad next to her where her friend's on FaceTime. So they turn, they argue with each other, they debate, they go back to working together inside of Minecraft, they argue and debate. Sometimes they actually yell at each other, but they solve the problem together in this hacked together virtual world, and they're perfectly comfortable with it. They really want to work this way. And sometimes when they're together physically, they do exactly the same thing. So what if we could create a system like this for teams that are trying to design and build things? Something that's not only a canvas for a common view of what you're designing and making, but it's also providing you information that helps you create new ideas. It's facilitating the creative energy of architects, engineers, construction professionals, manufacturers, and helping them make choices about the least amount of material to build something, design choices that create the least amount of energy used when whatever is built or manufactured, and doing it at a fraction of the cost of what they used to do. More and more, people are going to be interacting with machines like this. And it's going to change the way people design and make. It's going to make it more fun, like the way my daughter works with Minecraft. And to give you an example of some of the technologies we're working on today to enable this, I want to take you first through a customer. This customer is Van Wijnen. They're a design-make firm that builds modular homes in the Netherlands. They actually specialize in building entire subdivisions. Now, they're absolutely immersed in the current messy process, but they're also using machine intelligence to optimize how they design and how they ultimately finalize what they make on site inside the Netherlands. And we actually worked with them jointly on a project to help them capture constraints and use AI to generate design potential for them. So they input the property lines, the height limits, the number of units desired, where they want the natural light to fall, how much garden space they want, what's the minimum distance or what's the optimal distance for getting to all the garden space, and what kind of sustainable materials they want to use. And the computer generated tons of options for them, tons of potential layouts for an entire subdivision. And they were able to choose ideas that they would have never achieved on their own. And if they hadn't been able to achieve them on their own, they got them much faster. So the machine facilitated a part of the process with them and actually allowed them to get to better outcomes. Outcomes like this: beautiful, prefabricated, highly sustainable communities where people interact on a regular basis and all have quick and easy access to shared spaces. Now, another thing we're working on is what we like to call the learning engine. Now, for those of you who have ever been exposed to a design tool, they're pretty complicated. They're not something that's really easy to learn and get to know how to use. But what this tool does, and this is actually tracking my usage of a particular design tool in a company called Fusion, the learning engine tracks how you're using the tool, what you're trying to accomplish, and actually, as we move forward, makes suggestions about what you might want to learn next and how you might want to learn it. And it also compares you to what best in class is for your discipline or for someone who's trying to accomplish the same things you're trying to do. So in this process, the machine isn't helping you come up with new designs, it's helping you use the tools better so that you can be more effective at creating and modifying your designs. This is another place that we're going with regards to the future. Now, I can tell you the next generation is going to want to work this way. They're going to be incredibly comfortable with machine-facilitated designs, with virtual and physical combinations, working with distributed teams, and having a machine help them understand each other. But there's people in the current generation that want this too. This is the future of design and making, and it's going to help us build better. We're going to be able to meet more constraints around sustainability, resilience, and equity. And we're going to be able to solve problems in ways we've never been able to before. And I'm looking forward to making this possible. And I hope some of you in the future can work with us to make it possible too. Thank you very much.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age. Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
With over $5 billion in sales last year, sponsorship deals with Dwayne Johnson and Steph Curry, as well as headquarters around the world, they are at the top of their game. Joining us now over on Channel 3 is Under Armour CEO Patrick Frisk.
Thanks for joining me today. We're here with Patrick Frisk. Patrick, we don't have a lot of time, so I just want to get right into it. You've been at Under Armour for about 3 years now, first as president and chief operating officer, and then on January 1st of this year, you became CEO. Right after that, toward the end of January or early February, COVID-19 happened in China and then spread rapidly around the world. So I wanted to explore two ideas with you. First is, what about Under Armour? What at Under Armour has changed as a result of the pandemic? And then maybe more importantly, what about Under Armour has not changed?
Hi, Ty. It's great to see you again. Thanks for having me on. Two things you said. First thing is what has changed at Under Armour. I think what has changed is the incredible movement towards digital that has been accelerated, and it's been absolutely phenomenal to see our teams fundamentally accelerate a program that we already had planned to do and had started 18 months ago and had planned to finish 12 months from now, and actually completed in less than 2 months. As soon as the pandemic hit, we really geared up to, of course, do more commerce online, but also to digitize all of our samples so that we could actually do a digital sell-in for next year, which is incredibly critical to us. So that was incredible. And then, of course, like everybody else, the ability to meet, greet, and do the business online has been phenomenal to see. The second thing that the team did, and that was really amazing, was really the give back aspects of the Under Armour team, which resonates so well with our values of fighting on together. And we actually turned our entire innovation factory in Baltimore, the Lighthouse, into a manufacturing plant. Our innovation teams created an innovative way to create a mask through an origami solution. And we have since manufactured about 5 million masks, and we're working with about 40 different medical institutions around the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area to help supply not just masks, but also gowns. And just my experience with seeing the team do that was amazing. That's what's changed, I would say. The activity, the digitization. What hasn't changed is who we are. You know, we're the human performance company, who we're for, the focused performer, and where we've decided to compete as a company, which is in athletic performance.
That was CEO of Under Armour, Patrick Frisk, who is continuing over on Channel 3 here at Collision from Home. You can catch the rest of that talk on our website, as well as access to investor meetings happening every 15 minutes with PitchBook. Check out our website and the app to find out more.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
The advice that I will give to my younger self will be the one of never stop thinking big. It doesn't require more effort, just a different mind. And never stop being curious, being resilient, being optimistic, and mostly be kind.
There's definitely a lot, but I think the number one thing would be to trust my intuition. I do have a very strong intuition, but I never used to trust it. And now I'm just learning to really just channel it and trust it and, you know, pay attention to red flags and trust your gut.
Is fake news helping to spread the coronavirus? Well, we're about to find out with two people trying to stop that spread. The American Medical Association is one of the oldest, biggest, and most respected health organizations around. And Healthline Media collate data from around the world on all things medical. Here for a session on consumers and COVID-19, let's welcome Healthline Media CEO David Kopp and AMA President Patrice Harris in conversation with Curtis Brainard from Scientific American.
Are there any particular types of misinformation? Are there any particular conspiracy theories that worry you most? Or is this just a matter of the overall degree and intensity of this type of misinformation? Dr. Harris, maybe we can start with you.
Great, and thank you. And
thank you for raising this talk. You know, I have said to many that I spent the first 2 weeks of this pandemic really not in my role as president of the AMA, but as a friend and a family member dispelling the myth that African Americans could not become infected. And so clearly misinformation and disinformation abounds now, but let's also not forget, pre-COVID-19, there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there, which is why the AMA has been working really hard to make sure that we are a credible and trusted source of information. I gave an address in November about trust. And that holds true today, and certainly all of the rumors. You know, science has been under attack now for over a decade, and social media has amplified the 5G conspiracy and Dr. Anthony Fauci. And these are very troubling, and that's why we, all of us who believe in science and who have science as our guide, have to step up and make sure we rebut the misinformation and the disinformation.
David, can I turn to you?
Definitely, and again, thank you for having us. I agree with Dr. Harris's comments. I would also say that I think one of the most pernicious dimensions of misinformation is the things that are true, but when expressed become misunderstood and misinterpreted. And Dr. Harris mentioned the effect of the virus on African Americans. I'd say the effect on children is a great example of this. Is that a lot of people look at the data, and the data is real hard data that says fewer children are getting this disease and suffering ill effects from the disease. And they interpret from that incorrectly that means children can continue to do what they want to do. We might as well keep the schools open. And to Dr. Harris's point, the science doesn't say that. The science says, yes, the effect may be different. But in terms of the overall, society-wide population dynamic, we have to treat children and adults similarly from a physical distancing standpoint.
Yeah. No, I think you both make a really terrific point. There are these strains of misinformation that cause people to go out and put themselves in harm's way, potentially in harm's way, and perhaps to endanger others. This is also what's been worrying me. And, sometimes I think about, there's the president obviously suggesting on national television that it might be safe and advisable to drink disinfectant. But in some ways, I almost worry more about a local deli owner in New York City who told me early in the pandemic when I went in looking for hand sanitizer, I'm sorry, we're out, but don't worry, just wash your hands in vodka. These things that people think will safeguard them and protect them, and in fact don't at all, seem to be really one of the most troublesome categories of misinformation.
And if I could add, because we do have a challenge, and I think we have to figure this out. The information, the science, and the data is evolving, right? And even among the scientists and us who are well informed. And so the challenge is how we communicate that to the public that yes, yesterday there was a different set of information that was factual and evidence-based at the time, but now we have new information, and that has to be frustrating. But one way that I have been trying to explain that, of course, is something that my grandmother used to say to me. And she used to say, when you know better, you do better. And that's one way I've been trying to distill down the fact that, yes, we will receive and hear about and talk about evolving information. And that's the expectation. And it doesn't mean that people have been dishonest yesterday or in the past.
I'd build on that by saying that, we've published probably about 500 pieces of content that have reached around 55 million people since the beginning of March. And we've had to invest a massive amount of time, money, and resource in keeping that content up to date. And that is one of the things that, when you think about that dynamic, we are a health-focused site with very high standards, and the financial wherewithal to put, we literally have probably 50 people working on that content, and we can do that. But there are a lot of folks who can't do that and see an opportunity to make a buck from jumping on a trend on social media that is going to generate a lot of traffic for them. They think they're doing good, but to Dr. Harris's point, they don't get to the level of detail. I'd share an anecdote that somebody wrote into us talking about their uncle, how their uncle had died of COVID because he'd not understood that having an upset stomach is actually a side effect of COVID. And had he understood that, he would have gone to the hospital. And pointed out that there is content out there. Our sites, both healthline.com and Medical News, they publish content that's thorough and covers that. But that thoroughness comes at a very high cost, and that is literally financial cost. And that is, I think, a lot of why it is as big a problem as it is. It's not as simple as I think it might appear at first blush to produce, really high quality, fact-based, evidence-based content.
Oh, sure. I know that story well.
You know it better than most.
You hit it's a great point. It's in such a fluid and rapidly evolving story where so little is is understood, at the outset. It's very challenging. But this is a good moment then to pivot to another one of my questions. So when it comes to efforts to dispel misinformation and combat some of these conspiracies, which I agree wholeheartedly, as what you said, is something we all have a responsibility to do. What is the best way to do that? And in particular, where do we focus our gaze? Again, you have so many actors. You have, as I've mentioned, the White House. But you also have the media. Even those that are well-intentioned, like you say. You also have just individuals, getting together in places like Facebook and other online forums. Where do we begin, and what are the best practices?
So certainly the AMA is called on tech platforms and the media and politicians and everyone to make sure that they are putting out credible sources of information. But it's maybe like playing whack-a-mole, and we still need to do that. We still need to call it out when we see it. But I think you have to start internally, right? So of course trust is earned, and since you can control what you do, your particular organization does, you should then strive to be a source of credible information, to tell people that what you knew yesterday may be changed, to be transparent, and then earn that trust, and then people will come to you. Of course, not everyone, and you won't be able to again control all the other entities out there, but you can control whether or not you are a trusted source of information, and then people will then come to you and know and begin to trust that the information that you put out is reliable, accurate, transparent.
Curtis, I think this is such a great question because it is it's a multi-front challenge, right? That we as human beings rely on so many different sources of information, and this is not a problem that can be solved centrally because of that, right? Like, there are a series of or there's an entire set of different problems that we have to solve. There's sort of a different approach that I think gives me hope, which is that we as consumers of that information, whether we are a citizen listening to our president, we are an individual reading a health site, an individual doing, spending time on social media, we all have judgment, and we have to improve that judgment. That's really, to me, the best solution to that problem. And I'm encouraged because I know I have 4 children. And even in elementary school now, they're being taught to judge the worthiness of a source. And I think we as parents, as peers, we need to make that an important part of our kind of day-to-day commitment to truth. Is it's not just exercise our own judgment, but really develop judgment in everyone around us. So in addition to everything Dr. Harris says about kind of the work that we do, certainly should be subject to that high judgment. But I think as human beings and parents and citizens, we need to really double down on our sense of judgment.
The debunking approach, kind of going out and trying to fight every fight and quash every rumor often backfires. That doing instead what both of you seem to be suggesting, taking more proactive strategy toward creating trust and educating people is really the way to go. But I do wonder, there are moments, right, when we need to stand up and say, no, this is not true. Can you talk a little bit about kind of how we pick those types of battles?
So I can give you a very specific example of it. We, on our website, Medical News Today, one of our top performing articles is essentially a list of coronavirus myths that are debunked. We've probably reached a couple million people on it. And the dynamic behind that is putting good, solid, evidence-based content in front of a Google search engine actually gets you a reward. It gets you a lot of visitors and traffic, and ultimately some revenue and monetization. And so I think that's one of the things that whether we in general love or hate Google, they have created pretty clear rules around how you actually get to the top of search results, and thankfully, kind of having fact-based, evidence-based, authoritative content is a big part of how you do that.
Okay. I agree, and that's I'm very glad to know that. But you do, have to at some point say no, that's a bridge too far. And I think it may depend on the timing of the information and the dangerousness of the information. You may have seen my comment, which was pretty strong. I mean, I think we should all be measured and neutral, and again, science-based and evidence-based, because again, you can have your own opinion, but not your own fact. And so I've worked really hard to do that, but I really made a strong, some people may not think that, but strong statement regarding hydroxychloroquine. And really, I think we need to do that for, all of these. I think people are searching, everyone is searching for good news, that everyone latches on to these very early studies. And so then they get, I think, elevated before, if it were contained within the scientific community, that's appropriate and something we've always done. But we have to be even more careful right now. And certainly my concern was, something that we do every day as physicians. We prescribe a medication and we talk about the mundane, routine, probably not very dangerous risk, but we also talk about the rare, but very dangerous, life-threatening risk. And I felt like it was important to raise that issue. And of course, around the disinfectant and ingesting disinfectant, because we did see some poison control calls right after that. So I think you have to make those decisions, but certainly the dangerousness impact, if you will, certainly makes a difference as to what you decide to debunk.
Absolutely, and certainly we appreciate the efforts of the AMA, Helpline, and others. I mean, everybody who's trying to sort truth from fiction in this time. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but Dr. Harris, Scott, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. This has really been a fantastic discussion, and I think a really important one. I'm sure we could go on talking about this for quite some time, but I just want to close in saying that I do hope that reason and expertise and science will rule the day rather than emotion and fear. Thanks again. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis.
Now back to the action here on Channel 1. Reaching tens of millions of households and devices every day, the tech powering CNN needs to be resilient. but does journalism need a tech rescue? Well, joining us now is Robin Peters from CNN in conversation with Henry McCracken from Fast Company.
Robin, CNN has a really long history in digital, and you're still relatively new. When you arrived at the company, what was going well, and where did you see new opportunities?
That's a great question. I think the journalism is going incredibly well. They've got, some of the best journalists in the business, and of course on the video side, the work is spectacular. On the technology side, we have a very robust system that can serve a lot of traffic, and that's important. But I think we really need to dig into building really engaging user experiences for our audience, and that means engaging in projects that I've started since coming on board, like building out content recommendations. So we built out a new machine learning platform. We're testing out a bunch of new models to try to build these deeper relationships with our audience and really solve the problems and satisfy the intent by which they're being driven to our site and they're coming to our site. And we're also looking to really invest in some of the core foundational systems at CNN. Like many other media companies, obviously, like all other media companies, the content management system is the core, it's the heart. But we really need to make it the brain center as well. So we're heavily investing in that space. We are actively developing against an open source system called Clay. And we're developing against it with Slate.com, with Vox and others. So it's a really interesting movement where we're all working together to try to build this content management system that keeps our businesses running, that allows us to build really interesting proprietary things on top of it. But more importantly, work cohesively together to try to really, save the news industry.
Not every journalist is a tech maven. At CNN, how do the technologists and the journalists work together to create the right products and make sure the journalists know how to leverage them to serve your audience?
Well, we're actually trying out a fairly experimental model. It was something that I tried out at Mashable, and I think I'm carrying it even further over to CNN. It really merged with some thinking that was already at CNN that they were just starting to roll out. Basically, the idea at a high level is trying to make CNN on the digital side not feel like a set of different departments, or even cohesively one large department. It's really trying to make it feel like it's a portfolio of separate companies, right? There's nobody who innovates faster than startups. We're trying to make it feel like there's a bunch of little startups within CNN, but to really drive that home, we made this company model that really has a cross-functional leadership team across the top. You can think about them as a management team at a startup. It has a head of technology, a head of product, a head of content, a head of sales, etc. But then that management team gets to decide what are the strategic goals for that company? How does it operate? What's the model under which it operates, like cadence of meetings, things like that, whether or not it has a roadmap. And then that management team reports up into a board of directors on a quarterly basis. And that board of directors are people like me, our editor-in-chief, our CRO, and others. And we guide them and govern them like a board of directors would. And we also set at the portfolio level OKRs, which are really our kind of objectives and then the key results to measure those. And that's the scaffolding, that strategic scaffolding that companies operate within. But the truth of the matter is, to answer your question more directly, these companies, they're doing things like building out that CMS. That's one of our companies. Another one's building out that machine learning platform and recommendations. But these companies have journalists in that management team, but also spread throughout so that they're constantly in the mix. So it's not one organization doing something for another or one requesting from another. It's actually building things together in the trenches together.
And why are you working with other media companies on content management rather than trying to build something unique and proprietary and tailored entirely to CNN's unique needs?
Well, the funny thing is we're actually doing both. So I would say, I've probably been a part of maybe 9 different content management systems, either build from scratch or implement or, et cetera. And I don't think anyone has any less interest in building a new one than I do, but we're probably all in that same boat, to be honest. But it's if you look across CMSs, content management systems, even though they are the heart that pumps blood around the organization, so to speak, content goes into it and it moves it all around and distributes it. it 70% of them are the same across media companies. So what we're trying to do is not spend time solving a problem that's already been solved, but actually spend all of our effort, taking it to that next level and doing those interesting proprietary things. So forget about the mundane. Let's all work together on that across the news industry so that we can focus all of our product and engineering expertise and data science expertise to taking it to the next level. So for us, taking it to that next level is saying you're not only the heart, but you're also the brain center. What's the data that our editorial team needs to create better content? How do I more intelligently distribute it? All of those sorts of things are kind of wrapped into that content management system.
When the pandemic came along, it changed everything for your journalists, for sure. But from a technology standpoint, did you need to build new things or reassess the way you had been doing them?
Well, we certainly need to do the standard things like increase VPN capacity, things like that. But for the most part, we had an operating model that allowed us to really, where we could operate remotely. And in fact, having the organizational model that we did, where we were actually, a portfolio of independently operating companies, it actually makes it easier because those companies are smaller and they can operate more easily together. Some of them were already fully remote. So that actually wasn't a change beyond, of course, the massive change that the world went into. But it did actually, outside of that operational model, it did cause us to have to think about how does everything change for our audience. In the past, people were using their phones for commuting, their laptops at work, and then their TVs at home, but now they're all crunched. They're in the same spot. So what does that do to the assumptions that you have? Do they make alerts to watch something on the TV app or on the phone app or what have you? Does it become more meaningful now because all those devices are probably within reach or within a few steps? So it certainly makes you kind of think through what the assumptions are or what they were, because a lot of them have really radically changed.
We're in these weird times where the world has never needed news more, but at a lot of media companies, the business model is really shaky, at least short term. Can technology play a part not only in helping companies who do media get through the pandemic, but also coming out on the other side with a viable business?
It absolutely can. I think it's the pandemic, at least in the current time, and it's really hard to see too far into the future because things are changing so quickly. But it really has changed the unit economics of the media business. For a lot of breaking news sites out there, publishers, etc., we're seeing a massive influx in traffic. People are around. They're checking back in on the news. They're almost addicted to the news. At least I am. A lot of people, it seems to be, are. But then you see some advertisers that are still sitting on the side. Now, a great many of advertisers are still operating fully. But a lot of them are kind of sitting on the side and trying to figure out what is their plan going forward. So that becomes lopsided in the media business and really changes that unit economics. So in the past, I think there are still some media companies that were saying scale, 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 and we need more content to create more scale. I think this can, if we step back and we say, let's really look at the data, let's look at what we're really trying to achieve, which is, solving actual consumer problems, delivering real, authentic information. If we really step back and look at that data and truly understand it, and then really start to build deeper and more engaging and more fulfilling relationships, we can do that through data science, through technology, through product design, and really come out better and learn from it, right? So constraints always help startups operate more creatively, more leanly. I think this has the potential to do that for other media companies.
Robin, thank you so much. You're watching Collision from Home.
Okay, well, we have a lot coming up over the next hour here at Collision from Home, where we'll be hearing from Google's Head of Sustainability, Kate Brandt. She thinks if we can come together to beat COVID-19, we can do the same thing for climate change. We'll also be hearing from a company which keeps moving from strength to strength, picking up new users even in the current situation. Slack's Chief Technology Officer, Cal Henderson, will be joining us to discuss what the future of work after this crisis will look like. All of that's coming up on Channel 3. While on Channel 2, we'll be examining whether paid-for content is now unavoidable with the Financial Times CEO, John Ridging. And over on Radio Collision, we have an in-depth interview with Executive Chairwoman and CEO of Mozilla, Mitchell Baker. That's along with our usual perks like world-class networking opportunities, roundtable discussions and mentor hours from the very best. We also have investor meetings all coming up here over the next 3 days at Collision from Home. Head over to collisionconf.com to get your tickets and join in the action.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new king to success.
It's really a double-edged sword. We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
COVID-19 has transformed e-commerce across the world, with online retailers in the US reporting an increase of almost 70% in revenue growth compared to 2019. But what lessons and weaknesses have COVID-19 exposed in Asian businesses? Well, joining us now in conversation with Richard Lay, it's Jacqueline Chai from Altitude Labs and Tim Ho from Constant to discuss the customer experience post-COVID-19.
Hi, Jacqueline and Tim. It's an absolute pleasure to be talking to you guys today. So let's go straight into the topic. So, Jacqueline, here's my first question. What have companies been learning about UI and UX in relation between brands and their customers during this coronavirus?
So during COVID-19, we're seeing a lot of inconsistencies in offline experience transitioning to online UI UX experience. So brand loyalty and brand image has had a little bit of shakeup and instability. Customers have turned to social media and voicing out their frustrations between having a streamlined experience offline to online. And we're seeing brands and internal decision makers actually listening to customers online now. So they're not waiting a while, but they're really letting their staff go online and to really search what people are saying, what people are frustrated about, and trying to change and pivot according to what they're voicing out online.
Okay. Now, Tim, has the coronavirus changed customers' expectations in Asia during this time, and in what ways?
Yes, I think it has changed, and I think in what way it depends on the sector. But in my opinion, and what I have seen is that Asia has been a very word of mouth driven kind of market, and then I think that's why people still shop a lot offline compared to a market like the big China, but also US and Europe. And I think what has changed the expectation, in my opinion, is that we are expecting back to the basic. Previously, you were expecting brands to do something extra for you, but I think right now we're expecting basic logistics to work, pricing to work better, things just work as they should expect. So I think in that sense, brands would need to invest more onto the foundations compared to before.
Now, the interesting thing about us being in Hong Kong is that we never really experienced a full lockdown. The bars and restaurants, they kind of closed, well, especially bars. But I think for us here in Hong Kong, has anything surprised you guys as to how both the brands and customers have responded to the epidemic? Jacqueline, would you like to respond to that?
I think we've seen a lot of underdog companies who didn't have a large offline presence impressing customers with their streamlined customer experience. So as when we were dealing and going through the lockdown, or what we call the lockdown, a lot of people had to transition and purchase groceries online. And so we're seeing a lot of these small companies who traditionally just started online and never had an offline presence. They really surprised customers in delivery, in thoughtful delivery experiences, and also being empathetic from the brands to the customers.
So that's a bit of a shock for both consumers and brands, I guess. Tim, did you make any similar observations during this time?
Yeah, I have a very similar observation as Jacqueline. And I think for me, Hong Kong has, if you talk about Hong Kong as a market itself, it has been a little bit spoiled from the past 10 years, in my opinion, is that we have a strong tourism and consumers are very willing to spend money. And I think what surprised me a bit is that for the past 10 years, companies were a little bit lazy, I think. But since the virus, they've been acting super fast. And I think it's the case that when companies struggle a little bit, creativity comes out.
Okay. So I think in terms of their, because since we're talking about UI and UX, I think maybe this one's for Jacqueline. What any tips, any golden rules for a good UI that should be followed by any company, especially from your learnings during this epidemic?
So I think coming out from this COVID-19 pandemic, I think you really have to focus on knowing your customer and understanding your target audience. I think more than ever now, customer experience is at the forefront. And you also have to start doing preference testing. So in the past, preference testing was kind of used as a design testing methodology, just as an ad hoc. But I think moving forward, you really have to understand and do preference testing on your target personas, including design surveys very often with your loyal customers. You have to do first click tests, 5-second tests, heat maps on your UI, so that you can gauge what your target personas want and what your target personas are really seeing from your site or from your app. And you also have to understand all aspects of the stakeholder journey, right? So it's like when you hit a site, it's not about just what the company or the brand gives you, but it's really how the customer interacts, how the brand wants to interact. So at every stage, there's a stakeholder. Marketing is a stakeholder, advertisement is a stakeholder, product companies are stakeholders, purchasers are stakeholders. So there are many stakeholders that you have to understand, and having good UI would require you to understand all parts of the stakeholder journey. And also coming out of this, I think designing for all user groups, including the elderly, is something that I realized that we realized that is something of importance, because a lot of times, when we're living apart from the elderly, and they need to go online and purchase things or use products, your UI really has to configure to their need as well. They might not be able to see properly, but just understanding that you can't forget about certain demographics is important in UI.
So it's basically about doing the best you can to cater to your customers and getting to know them better, right? Now, question for you guys both. In terms of UI and the experience that they've offered to their customers during this period, have any brands based in Asia excelled during these recent months? Maybe Tim, you can share your insights on this.
Yeah, maybe. I think UI could also, experience could go beyond digital, I guess. And I think for me, after the virus, I can see that the logistic company or logistic related companies, I would say obvious ones, the China JD.com is digital, going robots and everything to serve the customers better. Other than that, I think restaurants are also very impressive of how fast they're adapting to the market. Shopping malls, I guess specifically in Hong Kong, that I've started to see a lot of changes in the in-store experiences, including advertising device on the escalator.
Yeah,
so all these small things add up, I feel, and I'm actually very, very impressed by it.
Jacqueline, do you have any brands in mind?
Yeah, I echo what Tim says about the F&B industry. You know, how they transition from eating offline into delivery services and partnering with food delivery companies to really take advantage of their logistics. What we're also seeing is that virtual banks as well as digital insurers are also much more nimble because they were built not with a physical presence with lots of agents everywhere, but you can purchase a lot of their products online now. And since COVID-19, they've also come up with some, pretty attractive packages for our local Hong Kong citizens as well as medics who have been fighting at the front line. And so helping them cover insurance for their families and themselves as well. So all this can be purchased without needing an agent and streamlined. And they have launching new products streamlined.
Okay, so this is my final question, and I think this one's for Tim. What advice would you give to Western brands as they struggle to deal with the potential economic fallout of the pandemic?
Well, I don't think it's an advice, but just from my experience and working in the recent projects, we know that Asia is very strong in production. We have a lot of factories before, and now with the generations of new generation owners, they are now considering a lot of them going directly to consumers. And I think it happens before the virus, and I think the virus just kind of speeded up with the sense that they started to do it in the major way because of the limits of the virus, and now that they have a bit more confidence. So I think the thing that we can definitely see is that those brands would move more and more to the global market, directly to consumers. So it could be a friendly competition to the Western brands, but I think the advice or the tip that I would say is that just to worry only about the value that we can give to the consumers, so that both the companies are winning, at the same time the consumers are getting more value than your competitors.
Good, so focus on the customers. Since we have a little bit of time left, Jacqueline, do you have any input on this?
Yeah, I echo what Tim said. And advice I would give to Western-based companies would be to continue to connect with your customers and continue to build trust in this vulnerable time, because I think customers are hard to come by now, and they will continue to have a lot of choice when they go digital. There's going to be a larger landscape. So I think building that trust and knowing who your customers are and maintaining that customer base is important as a Western brand right now.
Excellent. So building trust and taking care of your customers. Well, I think this is a great place for us to wrap up. Guys, thank you so much for your time today. And for everyone else out there, please enjoy the rest of Collision from Home. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Tim.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
I come back to this quote by Mark Twain that I've suffered a great many catastrophes in my life and most of them never happened. I think I would say to myself, stop worrying so much and live in the moment. It will all work out.
Don't pass on Uber dummy.
What advice would I give to my younger self? It depends on how young we're talking. I would say you could stay the course and things are going to be totally fine, so don't change a thing. It's going to work out pretty well ultimately. Or I would say, go try and get some of that pre-IPO Google options action, work there, then bounce to another small company called Facebook, and pretty much everything will take care of itself from there on in.
What if everyone here in this room could donate 90 minutes per week to change the world?
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have
that legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Now we're going to throw live to our next speaker on Channel 3. We're delighted to bring you Kate Brandt, Google's Chief Sustainability Officer, who is speaking about the fight against climate change. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Emily Holden with The Guardian, joined by Kate Brandt from Google. Kate, you have a long history in climate work, having served as the federal government's first chief sustainability officer. In your view, is the climate movement, is it losing momentum? Has it lost any public attention during the pandemic?
I think, of course, this has been an extraordinary moment that we've all been living through. But I also believe that we haven't really lost momentum on climate in a significant way. I think increasingly people are seeing that, this is a moment where the world is coming together to work on a pressing crisis, and that's exactly what's going to be required for climate change. And of course that there have been, really important insights in the nearer term around how, abrupt changes in human behavior can yield some really interesting near-term changes in environmental quality. And I think as we start to see conversations moving towards recovery, I'm heartened particularly by the discussion in Europe of really looking at green recovery as being a critical path towards COVID recovery. And we've now seen several studies from world-leading economists that show that is the path forward. So I am hopeful, but certainly I think we're still in the middle of it.
Does the sheer sort of response level show us anything about how quickly the world could be responding to climate change if policymakers were willing to do that, if people were willing to do that?
Yeah, I think it's been, very noteworthy to see some of the changes that have taken place. And of course, none of us would argue that dramatic, stoppages in economic activity are the answer. They absolutely are not. But because we have faced that due to this current crisis, we have, I think, gained some critical insights from a scientific perspective. For example, that we've seen, dramatic reductions in nitrogen dioxide levels, creating, much better air quality in communities in very short order, and that people are observing this and people are liking it. We've similarly seen, species returning, waterways noticeably cleaner and more full of life, and that this is going to be critical for our understanding of the changing nature of the planet, what we can do from a scientific perspective, and also, what may be possible from a policy perspective, and the role of both individual action and collective action.
We've seen more remote working and less travel and dip in emissions from that. Are you concerned, though, that those emissions could rebound once the recovery is really fully in swing from the pandemic?
Yes, I think a lot of the near-term emissions reductions are quite likely.
That was Google's Kate Brandt there speaking on Channel 3 here at Collision from Home. Kate is also doing a Q&A directly after her talk, so head over to collisionconf.com for tickets and more details about connecting with our speakers.
What have you learned during lockdown?
What I've learned during quarantine is that the mothers of my children did a wonderful job of doing what I couldn't do every day, raise the kids. I have 6 perfectamundo children, 3 boys and 3 girls. They don't give me any problems. People always say, oh my God, your kids are so polite and so beautiful. So Shawnee and Arnetta, I just want to say I love you and I thank you very much, because I couldn't do it without them. I missed a lot, trying to be the best player. I missed school days, I missed plays, I missed play dates, I missed a whole bunch. But now that they've been chilling with me the last 4 months. It's been fun. I don't have no problems. I feel more like a friend than a dad. I don't have to discipline them. It's just, look, I'm blessed in many ways. So.
What have I learned about myself during the lockdown?
I have embraced this rock painting project that a lot of people have done, and window painting where you put signs in your windows. But I live in a suburb in Silicon Valley, actually not far from Apple and a lot of the tech companies, and people have been putting rocks out, painted rocks with messages. I am the world's worst painter, but I found that I can paint red, blue, green, and channel my inner child to do rocks with little simple images as well as anybody else, and people appreciate the low-tech messages that you can deliver in color on rocks.
With a recession on the horizon, this could be the perfect time to start your business. And where better to get some advice than from three of Silicon Valley's leading VCs. With investments in huge companies like VMware, Plaid and Dollar Shave Club, these three can tell us why now is actually the perfect time to start your business. Joining us now, we have Lux Capital's Renata Quintini, Managing Partner at Sierra Ventures, Mark Fernandez, and Founder and Managing Partner at New View, Ray Viswanathan, in conversation with Kimberly Weisel from Inc. magazine.
Welcome, everyone. I'd like to just get started with a big picture question first. As investors, how has the coronavirus crisis affected your plans for investing in 2020 and the next year? And I'd like to start with Robbie, please.
Yeah, obviously the coronavirus has thrown all of our timelines and strategies out the window. I would say that a lot of it really, as with a lot of investors, the first couple of months really focused on first the health of our portfolio, the health of the people, the teams in our firm and the portfolios, and the health of the portfolios, making sure that they survive. Having been through a couple of other downturns, that's one of the most important things. And I'd say in terms of new investment, I would say just patience and just taking your time building relationships. You're going to have a lot more time to get to know teams and for teams to get to know investors. So that's been a really big learning, and that's been a really big shift for us as we think through how to manage our way through this business.
Great, thank you. Renata?
Yeah, so Renegade Partners is a new firm, so we don't have a portfolio to take care of, which really puts us in a position to look at what is going to be true now that the world has changed and what are the new opportunities that this new reality brings. So we're all eyes to the future, and really we don't know when normal is coming back and what even normal is. So actually scenario planning. Not only how long the lockdown is going to take and how long our business is going to have to operate in a different environment, but also what are the fundamental plumbings that change and what else is also true in that new scenario. So very much looking ahead and thinking about these different types of worlds because we don't know what's going to happen, right? That is one. And then what Ravi said about really building relationships and how do we get comfortable showing ourselves and being vulnerable and also getting to know new teams that we don't have the ability to meet in real time and in real life. I was talking to somebody that said it's funny. I talked to a founder. I don't know if you're tall or short, and that's just the beginning of it. So, but very much eyes looking forward.
Excellent, thank you. And you mentioned new opportunities, and we're going to be going back to those in just a few minutes. But before we do that, Mark, how has this crisis changed the way that you're thinking about investing?
Yeah, given that Sierra Ventures is a seed and Series A fund, we're focused on the early end of the spectrum. So since we kicked off our 12th fund in February, we have actually done 7-8 investments, and half of them were probably done because they were in the pipeline and we knew the founders prior, but the other half were completely done over Zoom. And they were from relationships that we've had in the past with co-investors or with founders that we've known. So we've been active. We think there are always good opportunities here, but it's hard to do it over Zoom, right? Reference checks, and sometimes it's just nice to be able to sit down and have dinner with the founders. So that's the hard part, but we've stayed active.
Excellent, thank you. So the topic of this particular panel is starting a company in recession. We all know that there's a line of thought that actually this is the best time to start a company. But this is not like other recessions because at root it's a public health issue, right? Which then brings on economic crisis. So do you think it's still true in this case that a recession can be the best time to start a company? And if so, why? And I'd like to start with Mark because I think that you're the earliest stage investor and are probably closest to those just founding moments.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, look, technology waits for no one, right? I mean, if you're starting a restaurant, at this time, that might be a hard time to start a business. But if you're starting a technology company, this is a great time. I mean, I started in this business in 2002. My first investment was an open source network security company. Marty went public in 4 years. It was a deal that we did with NEA. The company went public in 4 years and got bought by Cisco for $3 billion. Marty, if you had waited for a year to start this company, there would have been a lot of changes. But from our perspective, the way we look at it is there's great talent. So you really have to look at, the talent that's available. I think marketing's a lot cheaper right now. And, frankly, at the end of the day, it's about, are you willing to take the risk, right? To go out, because most people aren't willing to take the risk. So it's less competition. So for us, we think this is a great time.
Excellent. Renata, do you think this is a great time to be starting a company? I see you nodding.
Yeah, I totally agree, because I think, everyone would agree that big habits are changing, right? And people are now doing things that they didn't think that they were possible. And when it comes to, that move from on-prem to cloud, I mean, now every business has to operate remotely and on cloud, or trying to, right? And it's something that kind of really push new realities, or telemedicine, or so many other things that now big habits and big spends are changing. So absolutely yes. And also, I think a lot of great talent is now available in the market. Recruiting has always been a big challenge, especially recently with so many companies growing and spending so much on talent. And now, the silver lining of change is great talent being available. So this sea of big change and big spend and amazing people that can accomplish a lot is a perfect combination.
Excellent. Ravi, what are your thoughts on starting during a recession?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Renata and Mark. I think if you look at the last two big downturns, some of the best companies have gotten started there. If you just look at 2008, 2009, top 10 companies started there, account for more than 200 billion of market cap. Mm-hmm. And for us, as we think about it, we tend to play more mid-later stage, but a lot of it really gets down to capital, team, and product. Capital, a lot of times, and this goes to the product piece, in a bull market, capital can mask a lot of things. It can mask a lack of product market fit. It can mask it breeds a lot of sloppy habits. When that capital retreats and dries up, what you really have is a lot healthier businesses being formed. That gets to the team, which Renata was talking about, which is there's 100,000 people that have lost their jobs in the last few months just in the Bay Area alone. A lot of great talent being available. And the final piece on product, product market fit, which is the most important thing as you scale. That capital can mask product market fit or a poor product market fit. In downturn, teams and founders and investors are really focused on having the most essential product market fit, and that will lead to the capital and lead to really good companies getting formed.
Excellent. Thank you. So when we talk to founders that have started companies in recessions, they often point out over and over that it is all about cash flow, right? And that your growth should be driven by your cash flow, especially during a recession. That's not usually the advice that you get from venture capitalists, right? That profitability is secondary to growth. So should you be sort of planning the future of your company differently, Mark, from the beginning, given a changed economic environment?
Yeah, so I think operational efficiency is a great thing, right? So Paul Graham, I think in 2008 said, you need to be cockroaches of the corporate world, right? And cockroaches of the corporate world are people finding a way to survive, because right now companies are looking to save costs, and startups are in a much better position to provide better products, cheaper, faster than big companies, right? So when you think about survival and operational efficiency, I think starting a company in this environment really allows you to do it the right way, with a lot of operational efficiency, not going crazy on marketing, hiring wisely. But I think that's operational efficiency is the key. And I think this environment almost forces that on you.
Got it. So Renata, if these companies are going to be run maybe a little bit differently at the beginning, is that going to change what you're looking for that, B round or kind of growth stage capital? Are you going to be looking at this cohort of companies differently a few years down the road?
Yeah, so I think one thing that shouldn't change is vision, right? I think this idea of I'm still going after a big market and a big problem doesn't change. I think what needs to readapt is how you get there. And more than ever, this idea of do I build something, not only that people want to buy, but do I have a sustainable business model? Because this idea of I'm going to get freely available external capital to continue to fund operations that are not efficient is just not happening, right? So it's this balance of, so the pressure for you to figure out not only your product, but your business engine and your marketing channels and figuring out, okay, am I actually making money this way? And if I'm not, I have to find something else to make money in some other way because people are not going to give you the pass. So I think this ability of taking the cash that you have and making the most of it, and you're going to compare, right? Because every company is going through the same situation you are. But again, the big vision remains.
Yeah. Robbie, are you going to be evaluating companies differently as a result of this?
No, not necessarily. I think that for us, and one thing that I learned the hard way and the easy way is just the quality of the founders and especially the quality of the CEO. And that, I think the difference now is you actually have the time to build those relationships. I think what you're going to see less of is, 3-4 weeks to term sheet and fund, especially in the mid later stage growth areas. So that doesn't change. I think really, I totally agree with what Mark said in terms of operating efficiency. For us, efficient growth versus growth at all costs has always been a mantra, and I think that's going to be really important. And even in downturns, companies that are able to grow efficiently, that focus on their efficiency metrics, actually still get premium multiples. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't say we look at it differently. We're just doubling down on the things that are important to us, even in the bull market.
Excellent. Thank you. So Renata, you mentioned new opportunities in this different environment. What are you seeing and what do you think entrepreneurs should be looking closely at?
So I think this idea of what else is going to continue to be true after this changes and what are, big swaths of the population. So definitely seeing things in workforce management, going back to basics around food, right? And what does it mean in terms of what do we eat, how we like to find things. Going back to education, I think, what the coronavirus did to us is kind of pushing us down the Maslow pyramid to like basic needs have changed. And all of those are kind of transforming the way that they're delivered or consumed. Another level of conversation is what happens now to supply chain, right? So many people depend on things or goods that are made outside the US or goods that transfer location. And now if you don't know who touched what and what's safe and what's not. So all these transfers of goods and services are also up for conversation. And really is, okay, what are other businesses and what other habits are going to be more comfortable being fully online, right? So many people are talking about telemedicine, but what's the second order of that? How do you get payments? How do you get insurance? So on and so forth. So those are some ideas.
Excellent. Mark, what are you seeing for opportunities for entrepreneurs in this?
Yeah, so I think, if you think about the infrastructure and how the infrastructure changes, if you look back at 2001 timeframe, what happened there? It was the birth of the cloud, right? If you really think about people saying, I don't want to have all my infrastructure in one building. I worked at Merrill Lynch at the time, we were worried that if the building went down, that was it, right? So that was the birth of the cloud. I think 07 and 08 accelerated it. I think if we look now, I think there's going to be a much more focus. I mean, we talked about digital innovation. They were kind of in an innovation group. Now it's the way of life, right? If you think about what's happening with touchless payments, or you think about, customer service, there's just a whole bunch of innovations that are going to happen both in the infrastructure as well as in applications. We do healthcare tech, and we're kind of saying, okay, how is it going to change clinical trials, for instance, right? Nobody wants to show up in a doctor's office right now. How do you change and adapt clinical trials? So we're looking at big buckets of healthcare tech, future of work, and just infrastructure, and saying, where is the fundamental shift going to happen like it did back in 01 or in 08?
So Robbie, what opportunities are you seeing for entrepreneurs at this time?
Yeah, for us, a lot of it is in a couple areas that I've spent a lot of my career on. It's in cloud and fintech, which we're still in the early innings, and especially in the infrastructure and the application layer. Infrastructure layers, companies such as MuleSoft and Plaid that I funded in the past, really the plumbing. And I'd say right now that still holds true. You're seeing significant digitization as those industries really start taking off.
Excellent. Thank you. We got 1 minute left, so maybe just one or two sentences from each of you. Advice for founders looking to raise right now. To start with Renata, you just a couple sentences.
Big vision, operationally efficient businesses, amazing team.
Excellent. Couple phrases. Mark?
There's money available for the best founders. Call us.
Excellent. And Ravi?
Keep your wits about you. Spend a lot of time focused in building relationships with your investors.
Awesome. Everyone, so much for being with us, and thank you for joining us at Collision at Home.
Now, time to go live to Channel 3. Boasting an astonishing 12.5 million users in 3 months, Slack have continued to go from strength to strength despite the current crisis. And we're delighted to bring one of their figureheads to you today. Slack CTO Cal Henderson is joining Lauren Good of Wired on work after the COVID crisis, exclusively at Collision from Home.
Cal, thanks so much for joining me at Collision from Home today.
Great to be here. Thank you.
So first off, tell people what you do at Slack and a little bit about your Slack history, since it is a long history.
Sure. So I'm one of the co-founders, and I'm the CTO, so I run the engineering organization at Slack. And the product, we started working on the product about 7 years ago, but we spent the 4 years before that making video games, and the 5 years before that making Flickr together. And so as a team, we've been working together for a long time. Initially, we started off distributed as well. I'm British. I was based in London. Stuart, who's CEO of Slack, was in Canada. One of our other co-founders, Eric, was in New York. So, we always in working together, we'd really seen the internet as a tool for communication, and being able to bring people from different countries and different backgrounds together to work together.
So right now, Cal, we're obviously in this work from home moment, and it's a moment that has lasted months and may last even longer than we realize. And Slack was very well poised for this, which is ironic considering, as you say, it started out as a feature for gaming and now it's become a part of corporate playbooks. So what kind of changes has Slack as a product experienced since we started this movement towards work from home?
No, I think that there's Slack the product and there's Slack the organization as well. And like any other organization, we ourselves had to adapt very quickly to these changes. But the fact that Slack the company runs on Slack the product definitely gave us some really big advantages there. But I think, what we saw from kind of a product point of view was that we saw a really big spike in usage. In some ways, I think the effect on kind of organizations in the workplace over the last few months has really been an acceleration on what was going to probably happen anyway, which is, when you look back over the last decade, a shift to more distributed work, not necessarily completely remote, but work becoming more distributed. And I think part of that is because work has become more complex over the last couple of decades with, kind of a faster moving and changing environment in which companies operate. But, partially brought about by changes in technology, but just also changes in market forces. But the work that knowledge workers do is becoming more complex and as a result becoming more collaborative. And as organizations also become more complex, the need for work to kind of extend beyond the office across different parts of an organization, across a country or globally, we've seen increase pretty dramatically. Now, this kind of forced work from home environment that we found ourselves in is definitely a very big acceleration of that.
That was Cal Henderson from Slack there. Head over to collisionconf.com for more information about watching the rest of that talk and many more like it. Welcome back to Channel 1, your home for all things Collision from Home. We all know that big tech is a big deal and reporting on it is a big responsibility. So let's let the experts outline how tech reportage done right is a thing of beauty and power. Joining us now, we have Wired's Stephen Levy and Olivia Solon from NBC News in conversation with Brian McCullough from TechMeme.
Olivia, in this day and age of journalists sort of being expected to do more with less, with newsrooms shrinking, being shut down, is there a bit of a structural sort of maybe power imbalance? Like the big tech companies have never been more powerful, and yet we're at this moment where there are less resources that can be expended covering them?
That's definitely something that I worry about, particularly as we see more and more layoffs within journalism. But one thing that gives me a little bit of hope is the fact that as technology has kind of become everything, and it's in every single sector of coverage. The reporters who are covering other topics in politics and environmental reporters are all becoming more capable at covering these companies from different angles. So that gives me a little bit of hope, but it is still a pretty big power imbalance.
Well, at NBC, I think y'all have what you literally call a tech investigative unit, which to me sort of sounds like something you could create an NBC procedural drama about. But what does that mean exactly, having a tech investigative unit?
So the unit is a team dedicated to covering technology that doesn't have to do any of the day-to-day churn of press releases and product launches that is coming out of those companies. So there's three of us in San Francisco, and we just get to go away and dig into stories, do hundreds of FOIA requests, and emerge weeks and sometimes months later with something that hasn't been reported before.
Stephen, you've been covering this industry since the days of, at least on the consumer side, when it was really sort of the domain of hobbyists almost. How has the tech industry's image of itself changed over the years that you've been covering it? I'm assuming the patient has become aware of its own power at this point.
Well, it certainly has. Though, if you think back to the early 1980s, people were just waking up to the idea that, wow, this is technology that can change the world. I think in the last decade or so, we realized it has changed the world. And even very young people like Mark Zuckerberg go into it, and within a year of starting their companies, they're talking about affecting huge masses of people. So their self-image has changed, and they've realized their power, and maybe more recently they're starting to realize the responsibility.
Well, that speaks to, I guess, a sense of their place in society and their place in history now. As an example, you wrote what I think is the definitive history of Facebook as a company thus far, and you got quite extensive cooperation from Facebook itself. So I'm assuming you were able to convince them to go along with your project, because on some level, these tech companies have to realize the importance of putting their own spin on the historical record at this point, or at least trying to explain themselves to the broader public.
That's right. And then actually that was one pitch that I used to them when I tried to get them to give me the access I need to write a book to really show what it was like from the inside, with no strings attached. They didn't get to look at it in advance. I said, look, what you're doing is historical, and you should bring in someone, it need not be me, to take a look from the outside and say what you're doing, but it should be me. And they did allow me to do that, and it just came at an interesting time, because when I started the book, it was before the 2016 election, and their fortunes changed at that point. I got to look at it firsthand.
Well, right, Olivia, in Stephen's book, quite obviously a lot of the narrative there is sort of about Facebook's culture, and it's sort of implied like the bursting of a bubble of culture internally. Like if someone could have sat down with Facebook at various points and explained to them what might be normal to you is maybe not normal to the wider culture. And in preparation for this, I was reading some of your recent reporting on facial recognition tech. And it felt similar to me in the sense that maybe there's this cultural disconnect where something that feels like the inevitable march of progress to tech companies maybe feels like creeping dystopia to other people.
Are you increasingly seeing stories like that, and do you feel like that is maybe your role more and more to sort of say, hey, everybody, let's pump the brakes and see if what we're doing is a good idea?
Yeah, I think something I see quite a lot within technology companies is the celebration of advancement of technology as a kind of net positive. And, facial recognition is one area where I see this over and over again, this idea that more accurate face recognition technology that can detect more different types of faces is better. Without stopping to ask the question of should we be using this technology at all? Is it a better thing that face recognition is less accurate at identifying people of color or more accurate? Like, what are the implications of that? How is that technology being used in practice by law enforcement? And so I think it's those kinds of questions that journalists and social and political scientists could be asking. And increasingly, we're seeing tech companies hiring those types of people into their businesses. Although, I don't know, it seems like they're doing quite a lot of ethics washing as opposed to anything more substantive.
Yeah, I wonder if is there a sense that we've heard talk about a tech backlash. I wonder if either one of you get a sense that tech feels like it is learning some lessons recently. There's been a couple of really high-profile examples of tech stories. I'm thinking of the Thanos story and the WeWork story, where tech journalists played a large role in essentially uncovering chicanery. I started off by asking if tech is suffering from hubris at the moment, but are either one of you getting a sense that tech has been chastened, that there are areas where maybe the role of tech journalists is to sort of pop bubbles of hubris, as you were?
Well, I wouldn't say chastened is the word. I would say they're smart people and more cognizant that when they make mistakes, they're going to be called to account for it. So Facebook in the last couple of years, for instance, has said, hey, we're now considering more about the effects of our products on people before we release them. And I say, well, that's great, but it really common sense dictates that should have been the case earlier on. And I think they did that not because they were bad people before and they're good people now, but they realize now that they're definitely going to get in trouble by not anticipating those effects.
Olivia, do you feel that that the tech people in general feel like that there's been a tech backlash, and do they tend to blame tech journalists for that, or do they feel like maybe this is something that to some degree or another they brought on themselves?
I see quite a lot of that attitude on social media. There's certainly a subsection of people working in tech who believe that they're doing the right thing and that they're being unfairly criticized by journalists who rarely offer the solution to the problem. And I think that's, in some cases, a fair critique. However, I also think they've had a pretty easy ride from some sections of tech journalism for quite a long time, where it's been more of a celebration of the launch of their products as opposed to necessarily the same level of scrutiny that you would apply to other businesses in other sectors. And so I don't think what's happening now is any different to the level of scrutiny that has taken place in other industries.
Well, maybe the level of scrutiny is the same. It's just that tech doesn't have sort of the history and background of that level of scrutiny. This is a little inside baseball, but recently there's been a few brouhahas on Twitter and Medium where I feel like members of the startup community and the VC community were quite strident in coming out and accusing tech journalists of being negative, while the journalists were saying what you were sort of just saying, is that it doesn't have to always be just fawning coverage. So from both of you, I'm curious, do you feel like that there has been a temperature shift in the relationship between tech and tech journalists recently, or has it always been thus?
I don't want to characterize all previous tech journalism as fawning. I think there's always been tough tech journalism. There's always been, gullible tech journalism alongside of that. But I think that what's happened is that the power of technology has just gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and has more effect on our lives. So naturally, it's going to come under more scrutiny. So I think that's healthy, and it's a result of the progress that technology has made. It has the other side of that is the power over us, and we have to look at that.
Olivia, what about you? Do you feel that the relationship has gotten a little more strained recently, or not?
It's hard to tell because I'm from Europe originally, and even when I was first covering technology, there was always an acute awareness of the privacy implications of companies like Facebook and Google, in a way that perhaps the companies themselves felt was like European fuddy-duddies trying to hold back innovation. And so I don't know. I feel like I've always approached it with a healthy level of skepticism. But as Stephen said, these companies are much more important and intrinsic in our lives now, and interfacing with different parts of the geopolitical system. And so perhaps that's why this level of scrutiny seems to have increased. It's because of the stakes are much higher.
Stephen, we opened with Olivia, so let's close with you. Just real briefly, do you feel like there has been a tech backlash, and has it been overblown, and is it maybe over at this point?
Well, I think the coronavirus has sort of reset a little bit of the techlash, but I think that with the power of technology, there's always going to be scrutiny, and that's a good thing.
Thank you both, and you have been watching Collision from Home.
According to our next speaker, brands may run the risk of developing a one-size-fits-all cookie-cutter global design culture, where everything tends to look the same no matter what part of the world you're in. But can this trend be reversed? You'll have to wait and see. Get your sketchbooks ready as we're joined by Saffron Consulting CEO Jacob Ben-Bunan.
So to the very big question of the confluence of cultures from east to west, I titled my presentation The Jump Jar and the Hamburger. And you see during the course of it why I use this metaphor. In truth, East and West have been exchanging cultures and ideas for over 20,000 years, which is the moment when human beings crossed the Strait of Bering, extending, spreading our species to every corner of the planet. At that time, East was West and West was East. And there were no nations, no institutions, no borders, and God forbid, no brands. But there was society. There was culture. There was the collective consciousness that helped us and allowed us as humankind to really tell tales built on creativity, to build on myths and gods and traditions that went on from generation to generation, that flowed from tribe to tribe, that really created an exchange of knowledge and consciousness the planet over. But you'd ask, what does this have to do with design and brands? Well, from an anthropological standpoint, we know that we have a unique capacity to learn from each other. And we take an idea from one place and time, and we're able to bring it here and make it ours and improve it according to us. Well, that's ingrained in our universal human psychology, isn't it? Because we are designed to craft realities on our imaginations. What are brands, if not vessels of shared meaning that are legitimized by our collective consciousness? And when you look at our collective consciousness, there's nothing more intertwined than it is than that today. And that's quite fascinating, isn't it? That red is red whether you're in Tokyo or in Toronto. That a green mermaid happens to be the same symbol whether you're in Shanghai or Seattle, or that we go giddy for cocktails on a jam jar in Manchester or Manila, or that the three-line hamburger, and whether you're based in China or in the EU in Seattle, these hamburgers stand for the same thing. This has all obviously been fast forwarded thanks to the internet, has been boosted by the internet. That is not only a network that allows us to buy and entertain and search for information. That is, if nothing more important, and we've said this over the last 3 months, a place where we can celebrate that we are social animals, a place where shared cultures meet. What is YouTube if not that? What is Facebook if not the platform where people are given a voice no matter where they are on the planet? So in a sense, this idea of the jam jar and the hamburger is a metaphor for boundlessness, for what we've achieved over these last many years. And is this good or bad? Well, on the one hand, we see with horror the idea of homogeneity, and we hate it, but we hate it to the point of where we see the expression of visual logotypes, that they've all succumbed to the idea of flatness. To the service of digital, we see a world of sameness. And that applies also when we get to experience design. That seems to be a template that we blindly follow. And the cookie cutter effect runs galore everywhere. So that we know we can take the customer to click on the purchase button as soon as possible. And that's it. The danger of this all is that we lack authenticity, that we lack richness, that your experience in X and your experience in Y is exactly the same. The good thing about all this has to do with purpose, and we see that brands have embraced in a very big way the fact that it is a must-have, that we have to have a purpose. We have to tell this to our employees, to our suppliers, to our partners, to society at large, that we exist for a reason. So something that started incredibly well, again, is under the danger of ending in another sea of sameness. And we see, take Barclays or take Pepsi, trying to own territories that make you think like, fighting social injustice. What does Pepsi have to do with things that you don't expect it to be? Companies, brands are trying to jump on the bandwagon of purpose in a way that is actually incredibly dangerous, because this sameness is going to take them inevitably to this field of irrelevancy. They will be ignored by the cynics and may be accepted by those that don't really think of the profound importance of what I stand for. I'd love to say that the jam jar and the hamburger is a celebration to receive wisdom from previous generations, that we can collaborate, and when we collaborate, East and West can be much better. We've seen this, and this confluence of ideas and of cultures can only make us a better world, a better place to be. It happens in economics. It can happen in the way we exchange language being nothing but the best window to enter a different culture. And it so does through the power of technology and the fact that through it we are globally interdependent, not only in trade, not only in movement of products, but also obviously in movement of ideas. Trump's zero-sum inspired war is totally delusionary. It won't make America great at the expense of China. It will harm both. Mr. Xi's shift to authoritarian approach and the way he treated the release of information during the coronavirus spread was wrong, was created a tragedy and a drama. The weeks that the world lost, humanity lost because of this lack of information were totally devastating at the cost of many lives. Will the nation state still be relevant? Well, on the one hand, Yes, very much, and we've seen it. We've seen countries closing among themselves and really thinking that actually the smaller the country has been, the better they've dealt with the coronavirus crisis. The reality is that we have to find a balance, because these nationalisms that we see today are nationalisms that are not aggressive, that are defensive. And authenticity is fundamental, paramount to the success of cultures and brands and identity. And this will need to continue without ignoring the fact that we have to continue collaborating. The idea of the borderless financial systems, the idea of the borderless global warming, or a borderless virus is a fact. They don't affect nations itself. Nations can have different approaches, but unless we collaborate on a global basis, we will never achieve what we've achieved with the LGTB, Me Too, etc. Movements that the world has embraced in a very successful way and for the good of the last few years. So this all movement that really celebrate empathy and understanding of the other, and the collaboration and the success that collaboration can bring, is a fantastic thing that we have and must continue. And the jam jar and the hamburger are, if not the best metaphor of the shared values that we should, as human beings, celebrate. We've inherited it from our fathers and from fathers' fathers, and we will have to get from generation to generation, because the only thing that we can succeed is by sharing all between the different cultures. So a celebration of East and West and West and East through a single metaphor. Thank you very much.
Well, coming up over the next hour, we have exclusive talks with speakers like Cisco CEO John Chambers right here on Channel 1. Over on Channel 2, we'll be hearing from Samsung CIO David on the future of consumer and brand loyalty, as well as Affectiva founder Rana Al-Kalbi. And on Channel 3, Mozilla's Mitchell Baker is talking about how we can build a better internet. On Radio Collision, we're hearing from GitLab co-founder and CEO Sid Branich, and we'll have all of this as well as Q&A sessions, investor meetings and more happening over the next 3 days. We'll have world-class speaking opportunities available through our Collision from Home platform, and you can head over to collisionconf.com to pick up your tickets right now.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Coming up next on Channel 1, we're going to hear from the godfather of logos and how he's working closely with the US Tennis Association to rebrand the US Open. In conversation with Marty Swanto Forbes, Sagi Aviv is serving up some logo knowledge with US Tennis CMO Amy Join.
Well, thanks to both of you for being here for this chat. Amy, let's start with you. If you want to tell us a bit about the rebrand, it's like the history of the rebrand, and why did USTA decide to embark this overhaul?
No, absolutely. So the US Open logo has been with the organization for over 20 years. It was also the onset of the 50th anniversary, and it was the perfect time for us to modernize and look towards the future. So we did a lot of research. We found out that only 9% of the people that we surveyed knew what the US Open logo was from a recognition standpoint. And then we actually asked them what the US Open was, and only about 50% kind of differentiated it from golf, from tennis. So that was a huge aha moment. The old logo was very complicated and actually didn't really work for digital or broadcast. So there was a lot of opportunity there as well.
Great. And how did you decide to work with Sagi and his firm? Like, how did you tell us about the process of deciding who's going to help you with this?
Well, that was actually quite an interesting process because we at first did not choose Sagi and the firm. We actually went to a pretty large RFP. We actually chose another design firm who gave us many different options. And one of the glaring things that we had an issue was with the logos themselves didn't have any association with tennis, and it wasn't really serving what our objectives were. So we actually went back to Sagi. They actually didn't do any kind of spec work for the RFP. So, we took a gamble and we were pleasantly surprised.
That's great. And Sagi, let's jump to you here for a second. Tell us a bit about that process of, not doing any spec work and like kind of jumping into the process. And what was that like to think through the design for USTA?
Sure. Well, for us, when we first heard from Amy and her team, we were so excited because we love tennis. We go to the US Open, but we never do spec work. And that is something that, we always believe that a good identity grows out of a relationship between the client and the designer. And when you do spec work, you don't have a chance to develop that relationship. And when Amy and her team called to say that they went with somebody else, it was quite devastating for us. And maybe the most surprising moment was when they called back 3 months later. That never happens, but it did happen this time. And when we asked why, the answer was, well, the agency came back and told us that our logo should have nothing to do with tennis, that it's much more modern, that it's much more broad in appeal. And our question immediately was, well, what about US Open Golf? That's a very famous event. And if somebody goes to the US Open Tennis and buys a t-shirt and goes out into the world and people just see US Open with no hint to the sport, what did we do for tennis? What did we do for the event? So that followed up with research, as Amy mentioned, asking 1,000 people, when you hear the words US Open, what do you think about? 42% of people said tennis, but exactly the same number, 42% of people said golf. And that kind of reaffirmed our hunch that there has to be a nod to the sport in the logo.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what was that back and forth like when you're thinking about, what you thought would make a good logo and the aesthetics and the design and everything that goes into that mixed with these other goals? So what was that back and forth process like? Anything that kind of stood out to you guys as you were going through the iterations?
Well, what makes a good logo is something that kind of we believed in for a very long time. And Amy defined the challenges that they had. From our standpoint, a good logo, it doesn't need to be pretty or it doesn't need to say a lot about us. It really just needs to be appropriate in the feeling of it, in the attitude, in the idea. It needs to be distinctive and memorable, unusual enough to persist in our minds. So you see it once or twice, you can describe it to somebody or doodle it easily on a piece of paper. And then it needs to be very, very simple. So those three things actually did not exist in the mark that they had. Amy mentioned they couldn't use it consistently, but it also wasn't simple enough. It was complicated. That's why it didn't work in digital. It was not memorable. They tested it. People didn't remember it. And it also was not appropriate to a dynamic, innovative organization, an event that needs to look very modern. So those three things had to be addressed in a way that, takes them where they were and kind of moves them into the future.
Great. And Amy, I know that was probably a big decision, like you mentioned, when you were deciding to scrap the other agency. And I know a lot of CMOs probably have similar questions, like how do you really kind of nail something, and how do you maybe backtrack in order to get exactly what you want? What was it like when you were thinking through that? Because it took risk, and like what made you decide to go with your gut with that? I know you guys mentioned that it just didn't feel right, but anything else you want to mention maybe to other CMOs watching or other creatives or startup entrepreneurs that just want to make sure that they're going with their gut and their eyes, I guess, more than, just what's already in the works.
No, absolutely. To your point, your gut is an incredible thing, to work with. But we had this one moment of time to capitalize on, especially with the 50th anniversary. And the average age of our U.S. Open consumer is about 42, and we want to bring that younger from participation as well as fandom. So we needed to get this right. I have a significant leadership team, about 12 of us. Obviously, it's not going to be democratic, and you're not going to get everyone on the same page. But we collectively, just didn't feel right about it. We tested it in merchandise. We tested it in different iterations, and layouts, and it just didn't feel special enough for us to actually move forward with.
Okay, great. And Suki, I know that you guys, like you and your firm, are the brains behind a lot of iconic logos. Whether it's Chase Bank or Harvard University. I think National Geographic is another one. So when you're thinking about the relationship between a visual identity and a logo, and I know there are a lot of other things. Sonic branding's been a big thing lately that people are thinking about. But tell us about that relationship between visual identity and logo and just brand as a whole. What are some maybe some principles that you think through when you're thinking about that?
The world is moving, the technology is moving, but actually the practice of forging a trademark, a good trademark, from where we're looking, has not actually changed very much. The approach that, my company's been around for over 60 years now. Tom Geismar and Ivan Chimaev founded it in 1957. Their first big project was the Chase Bank logo. And the idea of creating something bold, strong, distinctive, that can build equity over time, was the same approach. They had to keep it simple back then because the production methods were limited, newspapers, black and white, and so on. They had no idea that simplicity will be so effective in all the new platforms and new media that was going to evolve in the decades to come. Now we find that the same idea of doing something simple really thrives in all the applications that are needed today. And so that approach really didn't change very much. The intersection between visual identity and logo specifically is an interesting conundrum. We always say, a brand is not a logo, and there is much more to a visual identity than a logo. But you have to get the logo right in order to build on it. And the logo has to work everywhere, no matter if you have your visual language around it, or sometimes other people are using it, especially in the case of the US Open, where sponsors take their logo and use it in their own advertising. So it must be foolproof and what we call a slap-on logo. So you slap it on anything and it works.
So jumping a couple years into the future, to now, Amy, I know that the logo has now been in use for a couple of years now. I know tennis is looking very differently this year with everything going on with COVID-19 and a lot of matches that can't happen and people are stuck at home. So when you're thinking about capturing this new audience and also thinking about what does tennis look like this year, tell us a bit about that. How are you thinking through this year marketing tennis, and maybe how is it different than a couple of years ago?
Well, obviously it's tremendously different because of the pandemic that we're in. From a participation standpoint, we've been doing a lot of at-home activities, and we go live every Friday for Net Generation, which is our younger youth brand. And we have something for competitive play and adults around cardio tennis and how to actually stay fit at home. And from the US Open side, we've been using all of our channels to actually do live classic matches. In which we actually get players in to do live tweeting. We had a great one with Maria Sharapova, and we actually have a lot more fun ones coming up. And then as we look towards the US Open, we're looking at all different scenarios. Probably the most realistic one is no fans, and then how do you actually engage with fans as they're home? And then how do you actually engage with players to make sure that they feel comfortable playing in an arena that actually doesn't have, the crowd that they're used to. How do you emulate that for them? So it's something that we're in the heart of right now, and it's, incredibly interesting and challenging and fun for the entire team.
Yeah. Well, I guess the good thing is tennis is a quiet sport in general, so I guess it makes it easier to keep the crowd quiet.
Not New York. New York is, the New York crowd. There's nothing like the New York energy and crowd. Let me tell you.
I know. I've been a couple times, and it's always an amazing event. Anything else? And we only have about a minute left or so now. But what's maybe one piece of advice that you'd each give to other people when you're thinking about logo? Just maybe a sentence each, just kind of real quickly here.
I would say that you have to make sure that it works in all applications, and it might be redundant to do multiple renditions of it in different scenarios, but it's incredibly important to do that and make sure it will test the time.
Great. And Siggy, any last thoughts?
Yeah, let me just build on Amy's thing that we all have an instinct. We want to like it right away. People come into our conference room to see their new face and they want to just be wowed. And I think Amy's approach, she was a great client because you have to be very meticulous about functionality. If it functions well, it will be used consistently, and over time, you will like it because it's your logo. But this is not about immediate likability. This is about a long-term vehicle that will take your brand and make it well-known, make it recognizable.
Awesome. Great. Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you to both of you for being here, and to everybody watching. Enjoy the rest of Collision from Home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, live on Channel 2, we're hearing from one of the most recognizable brands on the planet and learning what it takes to make your customers stay with you for life. Samsung CIO David Unn is speaking to us about the future of brand loyalty. Check it out.
Hello, Collision from Home. I'm happy to be here. I had the privilege of speaking to many of you from the stage at Web Summit last November. And in that talk, I unveiled Samsung Next's perspective on the future of the home and how experiences are what consumers want and what truly makes a house into a home. And speaking of home, I hope that you're safe in this new paradigm at home. As we accelerate into this new age of experiences and grapple with this new normal, companies everywhere are trying to figure out how to deliver experiences in this new reality. And while technologically we can deliver these experiences, it raises crucial questions for companies of all sizes who want to build them. Questions such as, do we really understand the future consumers for these experiences? Do we know what they want? What should companies consider doing to be successful? Today, I'd like to address these questions and many more and explore who future consumers are and how companies will need to evolve to meet their needs. I'm joined today by Michelle Ebanks, the former CEO of Essence Communications, the #1 media, technology, and commerce company dedicated to Black women, and Stephen Wolf Pereira, CEO of Encantos, an award-winning public benefit corporation building direct-to-learner family brands that inspire kids to learn 21st century skills. With that introduction and that context, let's jump right to the conversation. And let's start with a question for both of you. Is the concept of a mass market over? And if so, what has replaced this? Stephen, you want to start us off?
Sure. So again, thanks for having us. Great to be with Michelle, my dear friend. I feel like we are moving from the 20th century, where it was all about mass markets, to the 21st century, which is really about the AI era, and it's about markets of one. How do you truly leverage the power of personalization and understanding that the old way of going to market, where you had women 18 to 49, last time I checked, a woman that's 18 didn't really have much to do with a woman that was 49. You really need to understand the mass fragmentation that has happened, not just in media, but in every single market. And I think when you truly use this as the backdrop, where this is the AI century, and anything that can be automated will be, you're going to see that any action is going to generate data, and all of that data is going to enhance personalization. and there's no reason why you cannot understand your consumers down to a...
That was Samsung CIO David Unn speaking on Channel 2 there, and you can check out the rest of that talk by picking up your tickets on collisionconf.com, as well as getting access to investor meetings powered by PitchBook. They take place every 15 minutes.
Who influences you the most?
The person who had the most influence in my life is Giorgio Armani. I worked at Armani Exchange and Giorgio Armani for a collective 6 years. He was brilliant and continues to be a brander. Is consistent with his use of the brand throughout all of his advertising as well as all of his merchandise.
Biggest influence on my career was my stepfather. Even though I don't believe in the term stepfather, he raised me from 2 years old. His name was Sergeant Philip Harrison. He was very hard on me, super hard on me. From age 2 to 15, I didn't understand. Once I developed the character Shaq and started playing basketball and see how my life was turned around, I could truly understand. He passed away some years ago, but I always look up and say thank you, because all the stuff that he was telling me definitely came true. So him and my mother and my family was definitely a big impact.
Well, in 2020, pitching to VCs during the COVID pandemic with markets in turmoil is hopefully a once-in-a-lifetime challenge, but it's not impossible. We hear now from 2 founders who between them have raised over $350 million quite recently. Please enjoy this talk in conversation with Fast Company Stephanie Mehta, its CEO of Zumbra Anthemos Georgiades, the co-founder of Podium, Dennis Steele, and managing partner of Bright Spark Ventures, Sophie Forrest.
Dennis, Anthemos, and Sophie, thank you so much for joining me for this conversation about fundraising during a pandemic. I wanted to start with the entrepreneurs on the panel. You both raised Series C rounds during the pandemic, or just as the pandemic was causing companies to put their employees into shelter in place. So you can compare this round of fundraising to previous fundraising rounds. Dennis, let me start with you. Did the specter of economic uncertainty that was coming as you were doing your fundraising cause you to behave differently, or did it cause investors to behave differently? Set the scene for us.
Yeah, so it was exciting, a little bit of a roller coaster, and nerve-wracking a little bit at times. We got lucky in a couple ways. First of all, we got lucky that we were able to sign the term sheet at the end of February. So it was just a couple weeks. I mean, some of the news was looming, but it was a couple weeks before everything really started to shut down. So we at least had a term sheet in place, but as you know, it takes several weeks to get all the legal done and to get the money in the bank. And so that's when it really got nerve-wracking, because any investor would have reason to come back and say, hey, we got to restructure this. Things are falling apart here. So I think it really pointed to a couple things. One, just the incredible partners that we got to work with. So we raised $125 million, Series C, led by Y Combinator Continuity Fund. And they were incredible during the process, high integrity. And but the other thing is that we had been building that relationship for a really long time. So my co-founder and I, Eric, we went to Y Combinator back in 2016 when it was just 10 of us. And we had started building those relationships early on. And for the last 4 or 5 years, YC has been involved. They've seen us. They saw our Series A. They looked at us really intently with our Series B and told us some things they would have liked to have seen, which we improved upon. So I think my point there is that when times are great and you're starting a relationship from scratch, maybe sometimes a relationship of trust might not hold as much weight. But what we found is during that time of uncertainty, when things got really challenging and it was really uncertain times, especially for the VCs, I think that relationship of trust that we had built over those years held a lot of weight. And we were kind of nervous that we might get a call about the deal changing. But to get a call from YC and have them say, look, guys, we believe in Podium. We believe in you guys. We know you. We trust you. And we're gonna stand by what the terms we put in place. That really showed to me that those relationships really matter. And they matter even more in times of uncertainty than when times are great. So that was a little bit of our experience of how we were able to kind of get through that. And even though it was kind of nerve-wracking and up and down, luckily we were able to get it done.
And you were nodding the whole time. You two closed your deal just as people were starting to have to shelter in place. What did what did that do to the way you tried to cross the finish line with your round?
Zumper closed our Series D. It was like a 60 million Series D in March, and the next week COVID hit, and we sent the whole team home. So the whole way through the closing process, it was clear that COVID was coming to America. It was breaking out in Europe, so it's very tense. I think the kind of key points that I echo Dennis on is trust is huge. And then the truth is, our investors, and this is hopefully true of all venture, but sadly it isn't always, they're betting on the long run. And I think the two kind of things we noticed is, one is, even if this set our financial plan back a quarter, maybe 2 quarters, our investors understood that. And they're betting on like the enterprise value of what Zumper can be in 5 years' time, even if it takes us like an extra 3 to 6 months to get there because we had to kind of retrench and rethink things through COVID. And then secondly, I think they're betting on the team, and they knew us, like Dennis mentioned with Podium. Our investors knew Zumper really well. They knew me as the CEO. They knew our executive team really well. And they're ultimately betting on the individuals to get through times of like turbulence. And so Zumper, we pivoted pieces of our business and launched products that actually serve the kind of COVID market in real estate, where people are doing transactions without seeing apartments in our vertical. And we've built software that enables them to do that. And so we've also found opportunities during COVID that our investors didn't know at the time, but they backed the team at the time to be able to find them. And hopefully that's kind of how they feel now. So super shaky time, but actually regarding how this one compares to previous rounds, well, actually we've built an even tighter relationship with the people that invested in March than any of our previous investors in those periods, because we had to do it in such times of stress.
Sophie, let me turn to you. What is it like to evaluate companies in this environment? And is there any set of circumstances under which you could see investing in a company for the first time during this period when you don't have the opportunity to do the face-to-face, to do the kind of sort of deep due diligence that often takes place in person when crafting these deals?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think Dennis and Antamos touched on it. I mean, as a VC, we know at BrightSpark, we focus extremely deeply on the team, the management team, the CEO, the executive team when we invest, and really rely on the relationship. So I think if you think about fundraising for startups or new companies in this current crisis, I think the companies fall in 2 buckets, because the companies that already have developed relationship with VCs and will be fundraising might have less difficulty, because then there's already the trust and there's already this knowledge from the VC that the team is exceptional and can execute in this difficult environment. I think the team that have not developed those relationships, it might be harder, because I know in our case, we made one investment beginning of May, late April, but that was a term sheet we have just finalized just pre-COVID. And we had some due diligence to finalize and everything, but we had met with the team several times. We had been talking to them for a while. We went to their office, met the engineering team and so on, which is a key part of what we do. Like to look people in the eye and, kind of see, okay, I can do business with that person. I trust that they have the right stuff, the right reaction, the right way of making decisions for their business. So we did close that deal. We did honor the terms that we had given, even if, maybe valuation, if we were to redo the deal now, would be slightly lower. But I think, as Atamo said, we're looking long term. So we did honor the terms and everything. We are looking at deal flow right now. So we're looking at a lot of companies, but we have not made a deal without meeting management face-to-face yet. And this is something we talk about all the time. And I talk to my colleague VCs about all the time. And quite frankly, we don't have a solution. We don't know. Like, we're thinking, maybe we'll go take a walk with the CEO in a park at a 2-meter distance. Maybe we'll change the way we do, but doing a virtual Zoom only deal, at least for us, like, we're a Series A investor, so we invest quite early and it's very heavily on the team. I'm not sure if there's a solution and if we're going to do one. And it depends how long this situation lasts also.
Well, walking meetings are very in vogue. Sophie, let me just follow up by asking you about the overall economic environment. There is so much uncertainty. How has that affected the way that you and your partners are thinking about where you may place your bets?
Yeah, so we've looked a lot, and I think it's going to depend on the stage investment of every VC. But in our case, we get in quite early. Often companies just start getting traction or have some revenue, but they don't necessarily have a very deep scaling of revenue yet. For us, the reflex is to go a bit earlier. Because it's less risky. You're not already in the customer journey. You're usually deep in IP building, innovating, pivoting. So in terms of a VC, for us, it feels good in the next 18 months to say we can get, basically we call it go back to fundamental. And I've been a VC for more than 20 years. So I remember in the early 2000, 2003, 2004, post the big crash, people, it was not a sprint. It was basically a marathon. I know we always say VC, like building a company is a marathon, but I think we kind of lost that in the last few years. There was a lot of companies sprinting and forgetting about the fundamentals of, I need strong IP, I need a barrier to entry, I need to make sure my customer, really need my product, are willing to pay, business model, and so on. So those things are really hard to figure out. And if you take more time to figure them out, you usually end up with a better answer. And I think in the next 18 months, company will have time to figure it out a bit more. They're not going to be running like crazy and raising too much money or more money than they need and then have to spend the money and so on. So we're in a different zone, which I think is very positive for companies, very positive for VCs. I think the bar will be higher. So the companies that were just, on the fringe of being nice to have versus need to have and so on will have a lot more difficulty to survive. And obviously there's sectors that have been hard hit. So those sectors also will need to adapt, like thinking, entertainment, travel, retail, real estate to some extent. But I think the companies that go back to fundamental, technology will remain, will grow, will strive. E-commerce, as we see, there's a lot of sectors that will do amazingly in the next 10 years for sure. So we're excited to be investing, but to us, it's go back to the fundamental base of VC we've always done, but even in a stricter way. And the other thing that we try to shy away from, there's a lot of companies that have this fly-by-night COVID solution. So we're long-term investors, so we try to shy away from those. So we're looking at, does the management have the ability to adapt and take opportunity from this crisis? For sure. I think it's a must. But then just having a business based on COVID right now on short-term opportunities is not really interesting for us. But there's a lot of company fundraising right now on that thesis.
Dennis, keying off of what Sophie was talking about, what is the conversation like in the entrepreneurial community right now? Are companies doing some of what Sophie said, which is really sort of focusing on the basics and sticking to the knitting? And do you think that there is going to be a weeding out as this financial crisis continues and as venture investors perhaps get more selective?
Yeah, I think Sophie hit it on the head of fundamentals, right? For us, it was really a shift back to the startup mentality. What is absolutely critical? And I think when, even for us at our size with a lot of capital, it was, let's be extremely careful and really dig deep into the fundamentals of our business and look at what is absolutely critical for our business and also what's absolutely critical for our customers. And it shifted our roadmap. We had to make some adjustments and say, you know what? Some of these things might have been nice to haves that we were focused on, but we also realized, working with 55,000 small businesses as our customers, that that same thing happened to them. Overnight, they went to looking at their software stack and their tools as, we can only afford to have the most critical things in our business. And that's important for a lot of companies to realize. Are you part of that most critical tool set for your customers? And so we saw that reflected within our customers, within our own business. And I guess the silver lining in that is you do have the opportunity, as Sophie said, to kind of raise the bar for yourself, to be a little bit more strict about some of those metrics and kind of do away with some of the vanity metrics. And for everyone, you can come out of that a little bit stronger, I think. And so definitely for startups and especially early stage, being patient, like stepping back, looking at your business, understanding what type of business it is, and the critical aspects of that are all kind of things that I think are a forcing factor and a little bit of an accelerant to where you need to go as a business. And that's what we saw.
And I'm going to give you the last word. Tell us a little bit about how this period of time has tested your team, and what are the things that you think you're going to take with you as you move into the next phase of your business?
Yeah, I mean, I think like all of us, the first thing we cared about was mental health. Like our team went remote for the first time ever, and people have struggled with it. So I think first of all, it's just looking after the mental health of our team. The two things we see is like, how do we turn what is obviously like an economic disaster and a social disaster into like, how do we build on it? How do we come out of this well? I think the 2 points we've seen is like a focus on gross margins and hoover up all the good talent. So gross margins, not something that Silicon Valley talks about very often, really essential to a software business. It's so often you hear about bookings and revenue, but gross margins are a sign of that's a software business that can be scaled. So we focus intently on gross margins and how to improve those to build a software company. Secondly is talent. As both of the other panelists have mentioned, a lot of the best companies were built in downturns because they suddenly had access to all the talent. And there are a lot of companies that are sadly going under. They haven't been announced yet. There's so much talent on the market, whether it's in Silicon Valley or just across the world right now. We focus on attracting the next generation of talent to Zumper while they're looking for jobs. And we want to build an amazing home for them. And so obviously it's easy to focus on all the things that have been hard for the business and hard for the world. But I think all good leaders have to try and find the positives in this. And it is true through history that a lot of the multi-billion-dollar companies we know today were all built during like economic recessions, where they built this corpus of a team that went on to take that company public. So it's been hard, but I think the best companies will get through this.
Well, congratulations to Anth and Dennis for finalizing your fundraising just in the nick of time. I want to thank Anth and Dennis, and of course Sophie, for your thoughts and your conversation this afternoon, and hope to see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
What I would say to my younger self is to think big, have goals, be accountable for your work, be patient for growing your career, but be focused and take on responsibility and challenges, even if you're uncomfortable at first. You can always learn.
I think my advice for myself 10 years ago is really just don't be defined by what your job description is, right? I've never been defined by what my job description was. I worked in BBC. I was a producer. I should have just been producing TV, but I ended up doing lots more and social and going on air. And I think same at CNN and now at Glamour. Don't think being confined by what you think your job should be, rather draw outside the lines.
Let the play develop.
But recently we've witnessed a strong collective consciousness in the fight against racism. What has occurred has been very difficult and has forced society to confront the difficult questions. For centuries, millions of people have been brutally crushed beneath the jackboot of institutional racism, and systemic revolution to eradicate oppression is long overdue. Well, this next session welcomes, from Journalists for Human Rights, Siyabulela Mandela, President of Colour of Change, Rashad Robinson, and civil rights activist Rinku Sen, led in conversation by Michael Harriott from The Root.
Hello, guys. So today we're going to talk about something that's been in the news recently for a while. Well, I guess since 1619 in America, but it's recently popular. Every generation experiences this period of racial turmoil. And I think the perfect way to start is to disabuse the audience and ourselves of what racism is and what we believe to be systematic racism or racism in general, because a lot of people have the misconception that as long as you don't hate anyone of another race or color or ethnicity or gender or sexual identification, then you're cool, you're not racist or you're not prejudiced. So let's start with Rashad. Tell me how you define racism and what it means to you.
Well, I think about racism both as individual and structural. The sort of ways in which we engage individually, which is oftentimes where people stop. The sort of things that a person can do from whether or not they rent a room to someone or whether or not they hire someone in the workplace. And then sort of at the sort of larger level, a whole set of rules and systems that are designed to benefit one group or another. Racism at the end of the day comes down to power. And it comes down to who has power to dictate the terms of another community or another person based on simply who they are.
Right. And so, Wrinkle, tell me, how do you see that intersecting with, I know you work not only in the space of race, but, with the idea of intersectionality with gender and sex and sexual identification. So tell me how you see those power dynamics that Rashad talked about playing out on a larger scale.
Thank you so much for asking that question. I think that gender, patriarchy, sexism, and homophobia and classism work similarly to the way racism works. And all of those issues, you've got a combination of attitudes, feelings, plus institutionalized power, the power to actually make your feelings the way that things run, the basis of how things run. What I like to do in looking at any situation is just to take different lenses to it. Take a racial lens to it, a gender lens to it, a class lens to it. And when you look at any given institution, the police, for example, or public health systems, a hospital, a school, when you look at it from all these different lenses, you're going to surface the ways that different people are experiencing problems and abuse of power in that situation. And using one lens doesn't mean that you've wiped out the effect of another lens. It's perfectly possible to have a racial analysis, a gender analysis, and to have plans for making change on multiple fronts in any particular institution or system.
And Sia Bulella, I know you're kind of an expert on one of the purest and most extreme forms of this kind of inequality internationally in our lifetimes. And so tell me about how you see what you've written recently about how you see the reflections of South Africa's past in America. And so talk about that and how you see, the remnants of South African apartheid in America.
Thank you, Michael, for that question. In fact, I would argue that before even the apartheid system was initiated and applied in South Africa, racism has always and will always be existing within the political system, economic system, and all systems that govern the world as we know it today. If you look at what slavery is, slavery was built upon the foundation of racism. Apartheid was built upon the foundation of racism. Colonialism itself was built upon the foundation of racism. So if you look at segregation and slavery in the United States, it's a complete replica of what apartheid was in South Africa. So it is a matter of historical fact that apartheid in South Africa was modeled on segregation and colonialism and slavery in the United States, the Indian Act in Canada, the Nazi regime in Germany, and all the different systems that have been designed. In fact, apartheid was modeled on those systems. It was only initiated in South Africa in 1948 when the Boers took over from the English. But it is a system that has already been in existence even before the 1916. The white man arrived in South Africa in 1652. Already there was slavery happening in the United States. Already there was segregation built upon the foundation of racism. And it later on followed with the fascist regime of Mussolini in Italy, the regime of Hitler, the Nazi regime of Hitler in Germany, the Indian Act in Canada, colonialism in Africa. So apartheid was in fact modeled upon all these systems that governed the world and that continues to govern how the world moves even in this day and age.
And I think it's important to marry like all three of those comments together and point out that, a lot of, in each of your answers, what we see is that it's racism. It's not, racism is built on power, not necessarily the majority. Whites in South Africa were outnumbered, but because of the power dynamic, it allowed racism to govern an entire society. And I think that kind of marries what Rashad mentioned and what Wrinkle mentioned and what you mentioned. And Rashad, when you think about the power dynamics, even though, we continue to fight for equality and equity and freedom, do you think a disassociation from power, in other words, how will that play out if the same people are in power? Do you think it's possible to eliminate this kind of institutional this institutional racism in America without eliminating the power dynamic?
No. Well, I mean, because institutions are built on power. So, I think it's great. I mean, even when I am such a fan of everyone here's work, and each of you in different ways have talked about this. When I read your work, Michael, in The Root, and you're really sort of taking on individuals, sometimes you are really connecting it always back to powers and systems and where they get that. I think the challenge sometimes in our media age, in our cultural age, is the incentive structures of focusing on individuals. And all of you have focused so much on structures. And why that's important here is because we mistake far too often presence for power. Visibility and awareness, retweets and storytelling for actually the ability to change the rules, the written rules and the unwritten rules. And so we mistake presence for power when we think that we have done something we haven't, when we've gotten sort of black faces in high places, or when we've gotten sort of celebrities that America loves. We think that a black president means that we have gotten to the point where we have ended systemic racism. We think that a pop star that announces she's pregnant and the internet stops means that America loves black people as much as it loves black culture. And America can love black culture and hate black people at the same time. And those two things don't have to actually be in conflict, because power is constantly about forcing structures and systems to always realign. The sort of great Shirley Sherrod talked about racism as a shapeshifter, right? And so the poll taxes of the sort of 20s and 30s become the voter ID laws, right? The Jim Crow becomes mass incarceration. And so if we're not constantly raising the floor on what's acceptable, and we do that through campaigns, we do that through challenging structures, we do that through forcing those in power to be nervous about disappointing us, and as a result, having to actually do things that are different. The final thing I will say about this is that, when we mistake presence for power, we oftentimes also get into this thing was when people want to come in and help. When people want to come in and do things to be supportive, they end up landing at the wrong place. And so we end up getting people that sort of land at sort of charitable solutions to structural problems. And what I mean by that is mentorship programs instead of actually ending the systemic systems that have held people back. Oh, we need to fix the pipelines and do mentorship programs so those people can actually be prepared to deal with a racist system that we are unwilling to change. We should we celebrate ourselves, corporations, for sending water bottles to Flint instead of actually paying our fair share of taxes so that those communities can actually have clean pipes. We should do service days at inner city schools, but not actually ever interrogate why are certain schools not actually have the resources that they need. And so part of all of this is that when we don't actually have a clear power analysis, we have a lot of folks sort of playing extracurricular activities in justice, and those extracurricular activities in justice don't actually lead to real change because they are sort of playing around on the edges and not actually dealing with the structures.
Right. And Rico, I know you've worked in so many of these intersecting areas. What do you think it is necessary to kind of do what Rashad says and condition people and prepare them for this fight versus a kind of gradualism that is not symbolic, but it just makes the people who are carrying signs and doing performative work feel more comfortable in existing in this system. So what do you think is necessary to get the people to the place that we need?
No, I think one of the things I like to say is that only power is power. So we're fond of saying, for example, that information is power. Information is important, but information is not power. Only power is power. And the way you build power is that you organize. You try not to be by yourself doing anything. You talk to your friends. You talk to your colleagues. I hear from a lot of people who are not Black, for example, and who want to be supportive of their colleagues in their workplaces, their Black colleagues, their colleagues of color. And they ask me, what should I do? And I'm like, go talk to your colleagues of color and find out what collectively you can demand, what you can propose that is a change in your organization system, and do it together. So I think the first mistake people make is they try to do things by themselves, and by ourselves, we're always going to be less powerful than with other people. So we have to organize, and through organizing, you build the muscle for sitting with conflict, for being rejected and trying again, for coming up with good solutions that are actually going to help solve problems for everybody. So organize, and organize some more while you're reading books and going to protests and then going home to figure out how to make whichever system you're in, whether it's a school, a hospital, a neighborhood, a food bank, a church, a mosque, every system can help solve problems for everybody, but no one can do it by themselves.
Sia Bulela, you've studied these kinds of instances internationally. Do you believe that we can make a gradual shift toward a non-racist society, or do you think it has to be kind of a revolutionary tilt that upsets the system and all at once? Do you think we can move incrementally, or do you think the necessity of removing power, it necessitates a big revolution?
Well, Michael, I think it's critical before I even move into that particular question to just first clarify one thing here. We are engaging on a debate in terms of looking at how the direction of this conversation, it speaks into power and it speaks into those who are ruling us. And in fact, it's critical that we put a face into what we mean as a system and what we mean as power. In the context of this debate, power means white supremacy, and the system means white privilege. So it's critical for us to just underline those and put things into perspective. So now for me, insofar as how I perceive things, and based on the experience of South Africa, I would say the only way we can be able to fully address the challenges of racism as they face the world today is if we take a radical shift the gradual shift that everyone has been hoping for and everyone has been waiting for. In fact, South Africa has proven that it does not work. The Mandela administration in 1994 came in and ushered us in a democratic dispensation, hoping to unite the South African community, both black, white, and otherwise. 25 years later, since the dawn of the democratic dispensation, from apartheid into democracy, we are still fighting the same struggles that our forefathers, that the generation of Nelson Mandela and generations before them have been engaging on. In South Africa, we're still fighting the same racism that Nelson Mandela was sent to prison for almost 27 years, together with his generation. So the gradual move and the gradual shift that everyone has been talking about, that everyone has been hoping, South Africa has proven that it does not work. In fact, the recent study, according to the World Bank, South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world. 25 years later, since the dawn of democracy, South Africa is one of the mostly divided countries. The racial parities and how the economy is skewed according to racial lines in the country, in fact, indicates to the world that the gradual shift, as anticipated by those wages struggling in South Africa against the apartheid regime, as anticipated by the generation of Nelson Mandela, it doesn't really work. So therefore, we need a radical shift and a change in attitudes to those whom we consider as in position of power. As I've indicated in the earlier on, here we have to be critical to put things into perspective. Power means whiteness. Power means white supremacy. Power means racism. And the only people who are able to continue that system of white privilege, that system of white system, is only the white people. So therefore, there has to be an attitude shift, and also it has to be a radical shift. It cannot be gradual. South Africa has proven 25 years later, since the dawn of democracy, that in fact, graduality insofar as confronting racism, insofar as confronting white supremacy, it does not work. Only radical shift can work. If you go back to South Africa today, the black people are angry. The black people are still calling for the land that was stolen since 1912. And that land has not been given back to them. Those who are in position of power, white supremacists, and people who are racist, they are refusing to give back what is not theirs. And they still consider themselves as a superior race and consider anything that is black as an inferior race, and therefore must continue being in a state of perpetual servitude to the white man. So therefore, there is only one way in which we can deal with this, being radical with it, and it only needs the radical shift, Michael.
Renko, so hearing hearing that, and marrying that with what you said earlier, one of my contentions is that black people cannot solve racism, right? It's there. Black people didn't invent it. Black people don't perpetuate white supremacy. So do you have the same mind? Do you think that there is something that black people can do to eliminate this problem, or is it solely or mostly on white people?
Well, the main thing that Black people can do is define what racial justice is. You wouldn't want white people doing that, right? So setting out the vision for what is actually the right amount of change, and what kind of change, and what kind of policies, what kinds of revolutions and systems like elections, schools, taxes. Taxes are wonky, but they control so much of what happens. So I would not want white people having sole responsibility for coming up with what the change should be and then making it. I agree that given the enormous amounts of power they hold, without their action, without white action, things are not going to change. But Black people need to define that change. Otherwise, we're going to get a white version of racial justice, which is not, I think, going to work. Or we've had that, all this incrementalism that we've been talking about is the white vision of how racial justice comes to be. And Black folks and other people of color, we need to be driving that vision and that definition and setting those standards. And then we can work together with everyone else who is about getting the society to meet them.
Oh, Rashad, we have like a minute left. Do you see do you think that the majority of white people know what the definition of racial justice looks like or how it should look?
No. And I think far too often people think of, even the most progressive white people think of racial justice as a kind of charity that they do, like a moral thing, which is right. But they oftentimes don't think about racial justice as strategic in their ability to actually win the things that they want to. So many of the norms and structures in our country that prevent us from being able to actually protect our planet, from being able to have health care for all, from being able to have systems where we have clean water and clean air. So many of the things that are holding us back are rooted in racial injustice. Racial injustice becomes the driver for it. And so racial justice will be the driver to actually undo it. I also think that the thing I kind of want to end on is that lots of times we are far too often talking about Black folks in this sort of space of pain. Because so much of this work and so much of what we are seeing right now is Black pain. But Black people are the protagonists in the American story of justice, of freedom, of voting, of education. No one has fought harder and done more to make America better and greater and more on the right track to being the type of country where we live up to the ideals in the papers. And so we also, as much as we talk about sort of Black pain, we need to talk about Black joy, which is not the absence of pain, but the presence of aspiration. We need to be talking about Black brilliance and Black creativity and all of the ways in which Black folks have continued to remake and make this country great. And that also has to be about the story of justice, because justice is not simply a set of policies. Justice is also a set of stories that we tell ourselves, that we retell ourselves about who we are as a country and what we want as a country. And so part of how I constantly think about how do we get not just to justice, but to freedom, it is about constantly not just retelling a story, but undoing the stories that we've told ourselves. And that is how we get to a new framework. And I think that is how we get to the type of progress that our communities deserve and that this moment requires.
Well, I think that's the perfect way to end our session. I want to thank you guys for all the work that you do, first of all, and for having this conversation today.
Right. Coming up over the next hour at Collision from Home, we have got even more great content across our 5 channels. All right. Radio Collision is broadcasting more on-demand talks. This hour, we're having an in-depth conversation with Affectiva founder Rana El Kaloubi. On Channel 2, we're looking at how to survive and thrive with Thrive founder Ariana Huffington. And on Channel 3, we're talking about tech governance and the fate of society as we know it with Andrew Yang and Tristan Harris. We're also going to be hearing from superstar investor Vinod Khosla and the head of the World Health Organization coming up right here exclusively on Collision from Home, as well as investor meetings, roundtables, mentor hours, and Q&A sessions happening over the next hour only at Collision from Home. And tickets are available on collisioncomp.com.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger. We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Pulitzer Prize-winning Megan Twohey's investigation of Harvey Weinstein helped trigger the global reckoning on sexual misconduct and has been recognized as some of the most important stories of the century so far. Joining us now in discussing Speaking Truth to Power is Megan Twohey and Jodi Kantor in conversation with Jessica Lessin.
I'm Jessica Lessin, the founder of The Information, and I am thrilled to be talking today to Jodi Kantor and Megan Twohey, investigative reporters at the New York Times. Thank you both for taking the time.
Hi, Jessica. Happy to be with you.
So I thought we could start. We are at the intersection of so many major news stories right now. I have lost track, whether it's COVID and the recession to the uproar of activity around racial injustice and fighting racial injustice, to about a million other things. I wanted to start just with where you both sit for whoever wants to jump it. What is it like to be in the news at this moment? And of course, I want to talk to the fact that reporters have unfortunately become part of this story in a way as well. But I would love just bring us inside your worlds a little bit. Maybe Megan, starting with you.
It's a good question. In fact, I joined the New York Times in 2016. I was one of the investigative reporters doing investigative reporting on the presidential candidates. So I was one of the reporters who did some of the first stories on women who made allegations against Trump, allegations of sexual assault and sexual misconduct against Trump, and then watched him get elected. And then, Jodi and I went on to break the Harvey Weinstein story and watched, as the Me Too movement kind of spread around the world. And here we are in 2020 watching, in the midst of this pandemic, watching the issue of kind of racial justice and social justice kind of take to the streets in a way that we've never seen before in recent decades. And so I've been a reporter for 20 years now, and I can't remember if you had told me in 2016 that this is what things were going to look like moving forward, that we would have this much change and these many massive stories to cover within such a short period of time, I wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah. And Jodi, it seems like this is all happening where, we're also just seeing this war against the press in so many ways. I mean, we've seen violence against the press. We're seeing, the fake news kind of banner being thrown everywhere. I wonder, it's obviously, I think, a very long story and not one that's going to go away, but do you feel like does this feel different in terms of, I don't know, some people have described it as a culture war, other people deeper than that, or is the press on attack here, and how do you feel about that?
I think for all of us, the images, the reports from colleagues of reporters being targeted in the last couple of days have been incredibly upsetting. And what I think about is that Megan and I, for the last almost 3 years, ever since we broke the Weinstein story, we've had this really powerful experience of reporting as a driver of social change, not activist reporting. Megan and I don't go to protests. We are very fact-based reporters. We were successful in breaking the Weinstein story because we were able to document the allegations and the evidence so clearly. And then, to sort of our wonder and surprise, we saw social change beginning to happen all over the world. And so, it feels like, I guess what some of our Weinstein reporting has in common with this moment is that it all asks the question, how does change actually occur, right? How does society form a consensus around facts, around what happened, and have a conversation about it? And it does feel in the images we've seen in the last few days that reporters are being intimidated or pushed out of the way, or even, physically brutalized, because people don't want reporters to see what's happening. And so, I think the thing we just have to remember, and sort of our credo that we believe in, is that reporting does drive social change, not with an agenda, but by documenting what's really happening.
Mm-hmm.
It gives us the fuel for these really important conversations that we need to have. Yesterday the Times published a video reconstruct of Floyd's death in Minneapolis, and watching it is just a life-changing experience to watch it unfold, to be a witness and see that happening.
As reporters, what topics have you been really digging into? I know I've seen some great work on Corona, but what are you digging into during all of this incredible change?
From the moment that New York and so many other places went into lockdown, and we realized that this pandemic was spreading across the country, was taking hold of the country, Jody and I have both sort of quickly, like so many of our colleagues, turned our attention to what was happening, how did it happen, and who could be, who needed to be held accountable. And so that reporting for me has involved looking at some of the massive failures in testing here in the United States, in terms of the diagnostic testing that just was unable to roll out here in a meaningful way that could have helped stop the spread of this virus, or at least identify it early. I'm part of a team that's finishing up a big story looking at the response of the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, which is supposed to be the premier public health agency in the entire world, and really stumbled every step of the way in its response to fighting this pandemic. So I think that we are doing stories that are looking both at trying to hold our government accountable for why things got so bad here, without kind of adequate response along the way, and then also looking forward to where this is headed. And so obviously there's now this massive twist in terms of the civil unrest that's coming, that's spreading across the country. So like many of our colleagues, we're very likely to be turning our attention to that, to see who can, that is our job. We wake up every single day, whether it's doing the Weinstein story or coronavirus coverage, or now the civil unrest in the country, really trying to hold power to account. It's what drives us, and it's what we'll continue doing, even as the stories of the day shift kind of under our feet.
What are the added challenges of doing that in our lockdown? I mean, in this world too. I mean, you two are known for those, back of the restaurant kind of meetings, and I guess you can do them with masks, but we're all coping. But Jody, tell us, how has your process changed?
Oh, I mean, my domestic drama is the same as anybody else, who has young kids, and, the same calculations about weather and how to travel and whether it's safe. But I think there's something even harder. I mean, phone reporting for sure is not ideal. One of the ways we were able to break through with sources on Weinstein was by, meeting with them in person. So that's very hard. But I think there's something even harder, which is that so much is on the table right now, and it just feels like we're experiencing reckoning upon reckoning and crisis upon crisis. And part of the role of investigative reporting is not just to react, but to try to drive the conversation forward, right? And to put new things on the table for us to talk about. So I feel like the biggest challenge now is investigative planning, and saying, there's so much to react to right now. There's so much that's happening in real time that needs to be investigated. Can we do that on the one hand, but then even take the next step forward and figure out what are the stories that will help open up new avenues for discussion and take us someplace we haven't really been. And that is, I feel like that's the mandate and that's the call, but it's extremely hard to do right now.
Yeah. it's shifting so fast, and what are you going to be investing months and years in, and how do we serve what readers really need to know in the moment, for sure. Switching gears a bit and just talking about, and I'm actually glad to be talking about Weinstein right now, because I feel like it is the most powerful example of how reporting does bring about social change of the last several years. And I think we need to remind ourselves that in certainly lights a fire in our team, and I know yours. So, incredible fallout across the board, obviously, but I'm curious what impact you guys are seeing and tracking, even to this day, and maybe more recently, even when we had the big, Harvey Weinstein is in jail, but maybe with or without coronavirus. I don't know if you guys might know that more, but I'm curious what kind of impact you continue to see, and perhaps if any of it you're following as reporters.
Well, you raise a good point, which is that I think that the Weinstein story is worth kind of recalling, especially in this moment that we're in right now, because it's a hopeful one. This was when Jody and I were working on this investigation, we were told time and again by people in Hollywood and elsewhere that even if we were able to nail this story that so many reporters had tried and failed to do, that even if we were able to publish the truth, that nobody would care. Time and again we were told this is just how men behave. This is just how it is in society, not just in Hollywood, but in all industries. Nobody cares. And, boy, were they wrong. Not only were we able to publish the story, after kind of overcoming a series of challenges that we were so grateful to have the opportunity to detail in our book, but people did care. I mean, the effect and the response that Jody and I, experienced was almost immediate. Within several days of publishing that story, our phones and our emails were flooded with people coming forward with their own stories of sexual harassment and abuse. It was something that we could have never envisioned or expected. And not only were the calls and the tips pouring into the New York Times, they were pouring into newsrooms across the country and ultimately around the world. And there was this one night about a week after, our response was to keep reporting, and it really became kind of a group project across journalism. And there was this one night where about a week in, where I actually took a break from work to flip open my own Facebook page, and to see so many of my own friends and family members and colleagues sharing their own stories of abuse and harassment under the Me Too hashtag. I mean, brought tears to my eyes, and really was it was the first time, as I mentioned, I've been a journalist for 20 years, and we do this work with the hopes that will make a difference, that it will help correct wrongs and, help give voice to the voiceless and hold power to account. But this was really to witness the change that we saw around the world in such a short period of time was completely inspiring. And I think it's just a reminder that for all those people, it can be years of people saying, like, nobody will care, nobody cares about these issues, this is just so entrenched that nothing's ever going to really change. And I think it was really remarkable. I mean, and there's questions about to what extent the systemic change has occurred, but certainly the cultural change, to watch the cultural change was just as completely remarkable and very inspiring for us.
Yeah, and very rapid. Judy, I wonder, the Times' media columnist, Ben Smith, did a piece just about Ronan Farrow and his sort of body of work, and cast some doubt on some of the claims. And I just wonder, I mean, it's got to be super awkward to just sort of a little bit be, obviously he was also, followed you guys with some incredible work about Weinstein too. I just wonder if you think that column and just the comment, what it kicked off in a discussion of Ronan in the New Yorker changes the legacy of the Weinstein story at all, or the impact of it.
Well, I think that's part of the value of journalistic competition. We have great respect for Ronan, but our work was always completely independent from his. Sometimes people ask us, like, "Oh, did the three of you, get together in a bar, in the middle to sort of,
Obviously never, not a journalist. The journalist didn't ask you that."
Right, and we would say no. Earlier in the reporting, we were less aware of what he was doing, and it was really only towards the end that that it really felt like competition. But this was a classic journalistic horse race at the end, and part of us taking you behind the scenes, and she said, is sort of to tell the story of what the climactic days were like before the story was published. I mean, Weinstein was rushing into our office without warning. We were having sort of a series of showdowns with him, even as we began to sense more about Ronan's reporting. But I think part of the value of having two separate bodies of work is even though they can be read together, they really stand apart. And, we did not rely on his reporting. Ours was entirely our own. And so that means, first of all, that we can only really speak, of course, about our own reporting and not, in detail about his. But we felt when we were doing the reporting and we were writing She Said, we thought our work has to endure no matter what. I mean, remember when we wrote our book and we're telling this entire story, we knew that Weinstein was facing criminal charges, but we had no idea whether he was going to be convicted or acquitted. And so actually in our mind, the situation was, well, if the guy's acquitted, is everybody going to say, is he going to take this as an opportunity to say that, all that journalism against me was just exaggerated, et cetera, et cetera. So we knew that everything we did had to be, airtight and on solid ground. So our emphasis has really been sort of, controlling what we can control, which is building our own work to hopefully last a very long time.
Mm-hmm. I think when you were mentioning earlier the common fact base being really important too. I mean, I think you guys, they were both incredible works of journalism. I think Ben's column is also interesting and worth a read. But the fun thing about big newspapers is, a lot of different voices. Megan, you brought up, that there's been this big cultural change, but there are systemic barriers holding women back, obviously, in many ways. Even as your reporting has moved on to things like Corona and the civil unrest, I wonder where you think the next phase of the women's movement, so to speak, is kind of going.
Well, I actually want to come back to one of your previous questions, which I didn't answer in full, which was about the Weinstein criminal trial, which Jody and I, as we were reporting on it, realized that the criminal case against him here in New York was also extremely unusual. That we realized it was really rare for prosecutors to bring charges against that it was really rare for prosecutors to bring charges when the alleged sexual assaults had taken place in relationships that stayed friendly or involved periods of sometimes consensual sex afterwards. One of his victims in that criminal case had had an ongoing, at times sort of friendly, at times intimate relationship with him. And we realized pretty quickly that prosecutors never bring those criminal cases. I mean, experts will tell you that it's very common for sexual assault to take place sometimes within otherwise consensual relationships, and certainly when those are happening within the workplace where one person has power over somebody else's career, that can also be very common. But to have those cases still, taken up and prosecuted in the criminal justice system, it never happens. It never happens. And so we realized that not only had this story kind of proven to be very significant culturally, that it was actually proving to be very significant within a real interesting test of the criminal justice system. And to see the jury come back and convict Weinstein of, sexually assaulting, raping these two women, and to see that judge send him away to prison for over 20 years, was a suggestion that the reckoning could kind of move into the criminal justice system. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the prosecution of sex crimes moving forward, is if this will have really pushed the envelope and opened up a new phase in which more victims get their day in court. But listen, if you look beyond the criminal justice system, if you go into the HR departments and companies across the country, if you look at the secret settlements, we spend a lot of time documenting these secret out-of-court settlements that are used to silence victims. Have those things changed? What we found in reporting our book, she said, was that that a lot of those kind of systemic issues that had allowed sexual assault and sexual harassment to kind of go unseen and to be covered up were still happening every single day in this country. So it's clear that there still remains a lot of work to be done in terms of really systemic reforms.
Well, I think we're almost at time. So with that, I'm going to go brush off my copy of She Said, which I read the second it came out. So, and I highly encourage those who haven't to do the same. It's a pleasure speaking with you both. I'm excited and to see what you dig up next, and I know it will be important. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
Over on Channel 3, we have one of the superstars of investing, with a portfolio that features companies like Instacart, Square, and many more. It's fair to say that Vinod Khosla is one of the most influential tech investors out there, and he's starting live over on Channel 3 only at Collision from Home.
Hello, I'm Jessica Lesson, the founder of The Information, and I'm thrilled today to be talking with Vinod Khosla. Vinod is a pioneer in technology investing and a pioneer in Silicon Valley, having co-founded Sun Microsystems. And whether it's been clean tech or any of a variety of innovations in the Valley lately, infrastructure, consumer tech, finance, you name it, Vinod has been ahead of the curve. So we're thrilled to have this conversation. And Vinod, thank you for joining.
It's great to be here.
Let's start by, it's strange times, it's devastating times, and Silicon Valley has been affected by COVID in so many ways. I wanted to start with your perspective. How has the Valley changed in the last several months? And then hopefully we'll get into some of the longer term changes as well.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to predict very early. It is early, but my general impression is fewer higher quality startups will get funded, but there will be more high quality startups, my view. The other dynamic that's pretty interesting is the larger companies cut off their most speculative projects. And those projects and the people working on them are perfect entrepreneurs for this kind of an environment. When what they have passion for stops being funded, they come to startups and do their own. So I do expect to see more of those people leaving and doing startups, and much higher quality teams in those startups, because those are the people being cut out of the much bigger companies generally.
So as the Microsofts and Googles and Amazons and Facebooks kind of focus on their core, you see an opportunity for talent to escape. It's a bit counterintuitive to think that starting a company during a time like this is an easy path. What do you see as the challenges for entrepreneurs trying to start businesses in this moment?
Well, the thing to keep in mind is the best entrepreneurs are the entrepreneurs with real passion. And we can talk about some examples. These people don't work for a job, they work for their passion. And they make the best kinds of entrepreneurs. Now, the problem for them is they have to recruit the rest of the team, maybe a sales guy, maybe a marketing person. Those are harder to recruit. But because there'll be fewer startups?
That was Vinod Khosla speaking on Channel 3. You can watch the rest of that talk by picking up tickets to Collision from Home on our website. We have plenty more talks like this one, as well as mentor hours brought to you by Amazon Web Services every 45 minutes and investor meetings brought to you by PitchBook.
What advice would you give your teenage self?
I would tell my younger self that you need to be more aggressive and have more confidence and believe in yourself. I was always somebody who said, well, maybe I'm not ready for that. And, in hindsight, you are ready when you're given an opportunity. You just jump in and you do your best, and you'd be surprised at how much you learn on the job.
I'm still very young, I'm only 20 years old, but one piece of advice I would have given myself, maybe back when I was 14 or 15, would have been to learn as much as possible. I'm still learning every single day, but if I would have really prioritized my time to read on every subject that I was very interested in or watch tutorials, I would have been prepared, right? More prepared by the time that I was ready to launch my career and really pursue my dreams and get me to where I actually want to be and where I needed to be.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
What have you learned during lockdown?
I think one of the things I've realized about myself during the lockdown has been how much I really valued being in an office and getting that kind of serendipitous FaceTime you get with people as you walk around the halls and run into people, in the kitchen. And losing that connection during this time has been really tough.
Our next speaker is the CEO of London-based digital design agency W12 Studios, whose client list includes Vodafone, CNN and Formula One, amongst many others. Fabian Bergeld will explore what is next for brands as they try to engage with customers who have been demobilized by the pandemic. He'll explain why brands have a unique opportunity ahead of them to enable emotional connections that can make a real difference in the lives of their customers. Let's hear more from Fabian.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for listening to my talk, This Was Tomorrow, What's Next? My perspective on this topic is as a digital designer who spent the last 20 plus years researching, observing, and ideating on what's next to make this world a better place for everybody. Now, as we are collectively living through this pandemic, I'm naturally wondering what's next. And sometimes to look forward, it's helpful to look back. And I think if there has been a constant driver that has informed our vision of the future, it has been how to leverage technology to optimize experiences for the customer on the go. And this has been driven by constant connectivity provided by the mobile phone and other devices. And on-demand services such as Airbnb, Uber, or WeWork that have catered to the nomadic customer on the go who expects products and services to be seamlessly available along the entire journey wherever it takes them. Now, this has been the foundation for the fourth industrial revolution, the technological revolution that has enabled the service, gig, or sharing economy, which has been a win-win for brands, customers, and employees alike. Now, the role of technology here has been first and foremost to enable brands to navigate the ever-expanding and fragmenting digital ecosystem with more and more devices and more screens and more platforms. So data, AI, and machine learning have put customer experience on autopilot to deliver, to enable brands to deliver the right offer to the right person at the right time. But now what's changing today, or what today's times tell us, is that the customer is no longer mobile. We have been demobilized. We are not on the go. So what's happening, or what's becoming clear, that customers want more than mere transactions, because it works to get a product or service from point A to B. But what customers want is to make emotional connections. And these are the kind of emotional connections that we make when we talk to each other and when we see each other. Because let's keep in mind, very often it's more important how things are being said than what is being said. Because we can read facial expressions or we can read the body language that tells us a lot about what is the substance of the conversation. So as brands need to articulate or find a way to consistently communicate with a customer in no matter what context they are, this quote by Wittgenstein is more relevant than ever. The limits of my language means the limits of my word. And I think what we're seeing right now is that brands are limited in how they can connect to their customer. And they need to have an expanded vocabulary to be able to communicate with a customer no matter where they are at. And I think what I'm talking about here, if we take, for example, an experience that we're all very familiar with, if we go into a store to purchase, let's say, a piece of garment, we usually go in there, we're greeted by a salesperson, and whether we are actually going to buy or not buy something very much depends on how the salesperson is able to connect with me on an emotional level, to give me the confidence what I'm purchasing is the right thing. We know that is absent online, no matter how sophisticated the technology is to make those emotional connections. So I think this is a matter of language. And what is needed is a global experience language that enables brands to have that vocabulary in place to connect with their customers wherever they are. And the global experience language is grounded in the principles that are very much informing the brand purpose. Why does a brand exist? And that informs all aspects of the global experience language. The visual, the logo, the visual layer, the visual part of the global experience language, which is the logo, the colors and the fonts. But it goes beyond that and also informs the motion, how things move. Most devices these days have an enormous capability to move, to set things in motion. So how can you make it ownable and brandable? Or sonic. Sonic is just not only the convenience of talking instead of typing, but it is the tone of voice. It is how you talk. It's not only what you say. And that all goes into the patterns which articulate the story, which is how you say the story, the brand story. So all around, I think what we see here is how a brand connects with the customer. We have on the one hand the data, which provides the context of any transaction, of any product and services to be brought to the customer. And it's very much driven by automation. But the global experience language puts the human layer into it, and it translates and provides the right kind of translation of the data into a customer experience that are likely to resonate. And these are the things that happen in detail. This is all about the detail of the transaction, just like whether a salesperson in the showroom in a retail store is able to connect with the customer is about very, very carefully chosen language. So this is one example where I consider a voice interaction. We all know when we engage with a voice input, we have moving circles or a moving line or something on a phone or on a device on a TV that gives us a feedback that the device is listening. And then I say something and then I get some feedback. But all around, it's quite robotic and it's only I'm talking, the machine is listening. So what if we can think about how this line can take on an emotional quality, can reflect that I'm thinking or that I'm happy or that I'm not so happy or that I'm waiting. So different various aspects, how this line moves can start to express that. And of course, that can be optimized then with technology. But the important part is that you have that part of your vocabulary to be able to articulate those nuances in the way you engage with the customer. So in a nutshell, the key point here is to date, data has provided context, can enable transactions. But to make those emotional connections with the customers, brands need a very carefully ever-evolving global experience language that has all the key components in place and that are considered to the detail how they can connect with their customer. So I hope this provides food for thought for you, and thank you so much for listening. Bye-bye.
Our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new king to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control. And I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene. That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
This opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Who influences you the most?
So by far, I would say the person who's had the biggest influence on my life, professional and personal, is my mother. She has instilled, I would say, the core values of hard work and perseverance and high moral ethics all the way right since my childhood. She's unfortunately no more around anymore. And if she were here, I would tell her that thank you for being there for me and for believing in me. And I hope she's proud of everything that I've been able to accomplish thanks to her guidance and her teachings.
I'd say a big thank you. I think people don't realize how much that extra boost early on can mean, and I think it just means the world, and I'd want them to know that.
Across the Western world, there's massive discontent and anger.
We have legalized the abuse of the person.
We need equality, but I don't want to feel like I have to wait for that. I want it right now.
There are many challenges and opportunities facing us at this moment.
If we get it wrong, every generation that follows us will pay a price.
The future is not a solo act. It will take all of us working together.
Well, when a crisis hits, strong and effective leadership is more important than ever. But when faced with an unprecedented global pandemic causing a major economic downturn and wide-scale civil unrest, the leadership becomes almost impossible. So how do you keep your cool through the heaviest of storms? Join us to hear more now from two of North America's leading mayors. We welcome the Mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, and the Mayor of Toronto, John Tory.
Well, welcome to our session with really a tale of two cities and how to lead a city during a time of crisis. We should really say crises because we not only have the COVID pandemic basically challenging nearly every country in the world. We have massive unemployment in the United States, but also in Canada. And now we've got some of the most consequential protests about race and police brutality, and really the question of what the social contract and set of obligations in each of our communities and society should be. And we have Toronto, John Tory, and Mayor Lori Lightfoot of Chicago. So let me start out with Mayor Lightfoot and ask you, what is your North Star? I'm sure that when you were running for mayor and you came in, you did not ask for this set of challenges to come in. So, and I asked, Mayor Tory to jump in as well on this in Toronto, but what's the North Star? What guides you through a time of crisis?
Well, my North Stars have been equity inclusion. And these certainly were the things that I ran on, how I've tried to govern. And those two values have become even more important through the course of this pandemic, and then dealing in the last few weeks in particular with the civic uprising following the murder of George Floyd. The needs of communities of color, low-income folks, our vulnerable populations, we knew about them, of course, beforehand. Both Mayor Tory and I have spent a lot of time working on those issues, but the vulnerabilities and the depth of the problems have become more prevalent through both of these challenges and crises. And it's clear that we've got to do more, faster, and better to address the real needs, I think, that are in our city, but we're also seeing really mouthed on the lips of the protesters. Systemic racism is our original sin, and it's been with us for the entirety of the history of the United States. And it's not as overt, maybe, as it was back in the day, but it is more entrenched and more difficult and more insidious than ever. And we've just got to do better at pointing it out and challenging ourselves to address the injustices that invariably fall from systemic racism.
Before I jump to Mayor Tory, okay. Yeah, I just want to ask just real quick, Mayor Lightfoot, with what you're seeing in the streets, what you're seeing in Chicago, what you've seen in Minneapolis, do you feel that this is an inflection point in history? Because we've seen protests before, we've seen the kind of check off the box, odd bedfellow alliances to say this can't happen again. I just love to draw on your experience just real quick and then jump to Mayor Tory. Do you feel like this is really a different moment?
Well, I think it could be. We've seen, not recently, but we've seen these nationwide protests before. The difference, I think, is going to be, are we moving towards solutions or are we just focused on the protests? Because if we only focus on the protests and the outrage and not towards very decisively and boldly moving towards solutions, then this will be a moment that fades from history relatively quickly. I think that it really gives us the opportunity to be bold and be fearless on a range of issues. Of course, the issue for the day in the United States is around police reform and accountability, and it's not enough for us to just check boxes. I've been in a lot of conversations lately about where people feel like they've got to say something quickly and address the crowd and check off the box and pledge allegiance to a set of demands. I don't think that's the way where you get real long-term systemic change. I think you've got to listen first.
Mayor Tory?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. That's a good point. Listen first. So please finish your comment.
Yeah, I just think you've got to listen first and be reflective. We know what a lot of the solutions are around police reform and accountability, but it's so much deeper than that. And if we're not going to accept the status quo, as I think we cannot, we've got to go deeper. And that means being intentional and thoughtful. That takes a little more time. And people aren't patient in this moment. But I really think that's the only way that you get towards real lasting solutions.
You know, to start, Mayor Tory, what is your North Star in this?
Well, I was going to say I had two. I mean, one was, I will just tell you, I've had a North Star in the medical officers of health that I've taken advice from, because I decided early on, and I was watching what was going on elsewhere, these are the professionals. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. And so we had the best people, and our medical officer of health, she's just been a North Star for us, and I've taken her advice without exception. And sometimes when it caused me to, be sort of in some political heat for opening or closing faster or slower than people thought, but I took her advice. And the second North Star has been exactly what Mayor Laurie said, which is, we decided early on that we had a moral responsibility to look after our most vulnerable populations. And what's come out of it is truly wonderful in many respects, even though it came out of a terribly urgent crisis, which is that we found, for example, by forming partnerships we never really had formed before on food security, including, for example, different communities being actually represented. So the Black communities in Toronto were actually right at the table, being partners with us in delivering food security in the way they thought best for their communities, and so on down the list. And the same with mental health. We set up a scheme through our 211 phone number where you could call and you'd be hot transferred, like right on the spot to a person. And we had LGBTQ, we had Black, we had people who were experts in mental health issues being faced by those people. And I think by so doing, and the same with the elderly and the same with others, the disabled communities and so on, what it's done is not just help to look after those people during the pandemic and homeless people in extraordinary circumstances. It has given us, I think, the roots now to maintain those programs in place afterwards, because we established these partnerships that worked. And in many cases, they involve the private and nonprofit sectors as well, so that it isn't all government, which I think is a big plus as well. So I think those were the two North Stars that we sort of, really leaned on here, the professional advice and following it. And then secondly, focusing in with partnerships, real partnerships with the vulnerable communities.
Well, let me ask you to take it a little bit further. Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I was just going to say, if I can pick up on the point that Mayor Tory made, he's 100% right. What I've told my team in responding to these urgent needs, for example, in Chicago, at one point during the course of this pandemic early on, as we started to see the data around the impact on COVID-19, we saw that Black people were dying at 7 times the rate of any other demographic.
Wow.
We immediately formed a racial equity rapid response team, and like Mayor Tory, we started to reach out in a hyperlocal way to connect with credible stakeholders to help us reach, educate, and connect people up to services. And what I've told my team, and this is really, Mayor Tory's comments really made me think about this, we're not going to build temporary scaffolding. We've got to build real structures, real authentic relationships that are the foundation for how we're going to continue this work into the future. And that served us well. But we have now had the opportunity to connect up with people that we knew or maybe had casual relationships with, but now we are locked in partnership in ways that I think can truly be transformative going forward.
Right. Right. Well, I was going to actually go to that point on data, but a little bit further, because Mayor Tory, your city normally hosts all of us for the Collision Conference. It's an incredible conference in your city. And so that tech community, those entrepreneurs, the tech crowd that is out there, I know that you've both reached out to them to try to find ways that the tech community can be partners with addressing these crises. So tell us about Toronto first, and then Mayor Lightfoot, if you could also share with us your interactions with the tech community and where it's gone well and where more is needed. Mayor Tory?
Well, frankly, I came from running a big company, and I would say it was 2 generations ahead of the government that I now lead. And so we had a lot of catching up to do. So it started with the very basic stuff where we had arrangements in place to allow a grand total of 1,000 people to telework from home at a given point in time who work for the public service. We've now made the changes to get that up to 10,000. We had people counting PPE, a huge issue, personal protective equipment. And it seemed like they were sort of hand counting it at some warehouse somewhere. And we now have developed a very sophisticated system that can actually project needs, and you can plug in numbers of people that are suffering from COVID-19 and have the PPE requirements adjusted and the inventories monitored on a real-time basis. So that's all been developed during the COVID-19. Our big focus on helping business, we could afford to do some tax deferrals for them, but we really couldn't afford to sort of waive their taxes or anything like that or give them a grant. And so what we've done is, for example, put a program in place and tripled the funding for it to get companies online. And we've helped thousands of companies during the pandemic to get online for free. We get the best experts we can find from the tech sector to come in and get them online with a real sort of shopping online presence, which has allowed them to serve their existing customers and to expand further afield. And we formed partnerships with organizations like Ritual to help grocery stores and others, artists, to be online. And so it's really been wonderful, the stuff we've done to use technology to help us to do a better job. And it's in a way, it's strange. It took a pandemic to get us to do that to the extent we have. But again, it'll have lasting positive consequences for us in terms of a better run government.
Well, I mean, just to respond to you real quickly, I mean, it's very interesting because you're describing something that's been on my mind, which is we used to talk about the digital world and the digitalization of everything, but we weren't there. We were still living in an analog world. And when you talk about, galleries and restaurants and everyone going into the digital space and finding a platform there, this has happened in mass. And so I just wanted to note that we weren't there before, we are there now, which raises a lot of questions. But Mayor Lightfoot, tell us about how your city has been interacting with the tech crowd.
Well, we've done similar things, certainly standing up a robust system so that our people could telework. We were probably maybe a couple generations behind Toronto because people just didn't telework, which, again, I came from the private sector law firm. Being able to work all the time was something that we kind of took for granted, and we built systems in the private sector to make that happen. We've had to adapt now on the fly and make sure that we can do that for city agencies. The other way in which I think technology has really helped us is helping analyze a lot of the data, the test results, and then connecting that up to a robust public health system so we could then analyze the data, look at trends, see where testing was happening, where it wasn't happening, and also just analyzing a lot of data that really helped us measure impact. That was all done by setting up new, much more robust technology systems, and we couldn't have done it without our folks, but really the private sector has substantially stepped up. But even let me just finish this point.
Go ahead, yeah.
Even in this moment, though, I think the thing that we can't forget, and both of us talk about our vulnerable populations, technology still doesn't reach them. It doesn't reach them in my city because we have too many places where there's no broadband, where there's no Wi-Fi connectivity. Right. And that's a huge vulnerability that we knew was a problem, but again, we've accelerated our efforts to try to solve that problem. But what we also found is the people who are truly the most vulnerable, they're not connected up digitally at all. So we have great websites. We have a lot of digital tools to help educate people, to check your symptoms, to get connected up to a doctor, telemedicine, for everything that you can think of, including mental health. But for those people that are most vulnerable in Black and brown neighborhoods in my city, we still needed to go door to door to reach them.
We have the same challenge. Mayor Toronto, we did, and I'm sure that Mayor Lightfoot had some of these partnerships where we gave out all kinds of iPads, phones, and put Wi-Fi into some of the most disadvantaged buildings where we put it in, and we did it with the cooperation of some of the telecom companies. And again, I'm hopeful that, I know they're all in business, but I'm hopeful that some of them will understand this is a kind of a social dividend they can pay after the pandemic is over to connect people up, which gives them much greater access to opportunity and to, the kinds of social supports that we have. And so I think that's important. One other thing I would note is that, now I don't think government's ever going to be the same again, because our team, and they're great, our public servants have now proven they can do what I call things at wartime speed. And meaning that you can get this stuff done, get Wi-Fi installed, have a new database for PPE and stuff in days, whereas before they say, well, we're going to have to get a consultant, and then we're going to have a procurement process, and then we're going to have a report, and then it's going to go to city council for a debate. We've just done this stuff sometimes in days, and so I will never again, as an impatient guy from business anyway, sort of say, what do you mean? Like, we've done this stuff quickly. We're doing a modular housing unit. And I don't think we could have done it if it wasn't for the pandemic, frankly. Two modular housing project where we'll go from the concept in June to people living in those modular housing units, supportive housing for some of the most troubled, people, from June to September. I mean, and they would have said, oh, that can't be done. Well, we've proven it can be done. So now I'm going to be saying, well, if you did it during the pandemic, how come we can't do it the rest of the time? And I think that's a huge benefit that we're going to have, all of us in government, to be able to, work with our teams of public servants to get stuff done faster.
Well, Steve, if I may, Mayor Tory reminded me of something that my team and I have been joking about over these months, that we've worked like so many continuous days without a break. I think that in these last 3 months, we've accomplished probably 2 years worth of work. And John is really right. We have to do this and we have to do that, and it takes some time, and then we have to think about it, and no, there's no time for that. When you're in the middle of a crisis, you have to act, and you have to act swiftly. You have to be thoughtful about it. You try to bring people in as quickly as possible, but you have to act.
I mean, we have multiple crises going on right now. Just to underscore your point, I mean, I feel that on one hand, both of you are dealing with just so many contending issues in these thriving cities. But when I look at the way, at least in the United States, Canada may be nicer, but in the United States, we've got a lot of divisive politics right now. We have a lot of stress and strain. We have people wondering where they fit in. And on one hand, you can look at the numbers, at least in the United States, of 116,000 dead at the time we're recording this. But you can also see a Supreme Court ruling that came down to say that firms cannot discriminate against gays, lesbians, transgendered individuals anymore in the job and fire them. So you have these contrasts, and it raises the question really for both of you of whether we are going to be able to take these different strands out of the crisis of this moment and turn them into a more fundamental social contract that's better for people than what we had before these crises hit. Mayor Lightfoot?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And again, you've got to think about it in the context of our time, right? The winds of dissension and lack of legitimacy of small d democratic institutions, I think has been pretty profound. I really think that's what brought us the results of the election of 2016, and that's been stoked on a daily basis via Twitter and otherwise. And we're seeing, I think at the beginning of this crisis, as leaders, we got a lot of latitude. because people were scared and nervous, and they wanted us to step up and they wanted us to act. As time has passed, I think one of the challenges is those dissensions and those divisions are now becoming even more clear. I've got a very good friend who is a counselor, and I check in with her from time to time, and probably about a month ago, I said, so what are you hearing and what are you seeing in the calls to the helpline? And she said, people are really getting angry. They're mad. And so people were fearful. They were accepting to a point of the various stay-at-home orders and things, but it got to a point where now they're mad. And then we had this bomb drop in the middle of that, in the middle of, should we keep staying home, should we not? You're destroying the economy, that whole discussion. And now I think the previous discourse is coming to the fore. So I hope that we build solutions, but I don't know.
We've had
Mayor
really
Tory, we're in the
solid,
last minute, so I'm going to ask you to wrap it up for us.
Well, we've had solid, lasting consensus among governments. It's been a good thing. It's been a very positive byproduct from governments that sometimes differ. But what we also have, more importantly, and I think one of the reasons that's driving that, is there's a broader public consensus. And this comes back as well to the issue of racism and so on, because our problem is different here. It's different, but it's still there. Anti-Black racism is a reality in Toronto as it is everywhere else. But what we've got is a broader consensus, back to some of what Laurie was saying at the beginning. We've got as broad a consensus now that I think will allow us more permission to act. And I think it's the same with even something like a guaranteed annual income, whereas there was a huge debate about that before that was ideological. Now we've effectively had one during the pandemic. And people are saying, well, maybe, wait a minute, this is actually quite a sensible way to support people at a certain floor level to make sure that they can survive in a circumstance where we never thought we'd have to do that. So let's take advantage of the public consensus. Let's avoid the division, and let's move forward to actually put some permanent ideas in place that can, support people during times that are good, as well as in times of emergency.
Well, I want to thank you both. And what I would say in just my final comment is we see a lot of heroes out there, those health workers on the front line, the people delivering goods and groceries. But something that the two of you can't say is that people are looking to mayors and they're looking to governors, and they are impressed with the decisions that are coming from that level of leadership. They're not looking to the federal government right now, because that's been a Keystone Cops mess, at least in the United States. Canada's always got that a little bit better. But I want to just commend the two of you, because you're both standouts. And thank you so much for your time. And I want to thank everybody for watching today. Thanks for being with us at Collision at Home with Mayor Laurie Lightfoot of Chicago, Mayor John Tory of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who influences you the most?
There are multiple people that have been influencing my professional life, starting with my parents. They taught me the importance of culture on one side and of kindness on the other, and the passion for creativity through the world of literature and through the world of art. That has been my passion since I was a kid. And then when I started my professional career, I met two very important people that somehow have been impacting my journey. The first one is Stefano Marzano, the Chief Design Officer of Philips, and the second one is Claudio Cecchetto, a famous Italian producer and DJ. Stefano taught me the importance of speaking English, very pragmatic, but today I'm here running design in a big multinational corporation and speaking to you in English because of him. At 22, I didn't speak a word of English and I thought it was too late. It's never too late. The second, Claudio Cecchetto taught me to think as an innovator, to every time, every project, big or small, think about how to do something that never, ever anybody did before you. So to all of them, I would like to say thank you.
I'd say it's Carol Black, who was the CEO of Lifetime when I was at Lifetime. And I would say, Carol, thank you for showing me how every little detail matters, that every little detail adds up to something that's going to be meaningful to your business in terms of monetization, in terms of ratings, in terms of moving your business forward. It was a great lesson for me, and I'll always be appreciative.
Our
our generation are going through a period where access to information is very, very easy.
Data has replaced oil as the new key to success.
It's really a double-edged sword.
We're going to start to see consumers wanting to take back a lot more control, and I think that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for innovation and a lot of challenges.
The rise of Asia technology is one of the great stories of the current age.
Conferences like this only make it more of a magnet for the tech startup scene.
That conversation that happens because of this event, I think is going to be increasingly important for the world.
Coming to Rise is about being inspired, about being challenged.
It's an opportunity to learn.
It brings together so many different types of people.
We are going to get better as humanity only when we work together.
Live on Channel 2 is a woman who changed the face of modern journalism with the Huffington Post. She then switched her focus to wellness and launched Thrive Global, a startup that aims to tackle stress and burnout. Ariana Huffington's talk with Stephanie Met is happening now.
So as many of our audience members know, Thrive Global works with some of the world's leading organizations on how to basically help their employees with wellness and a lot of employee stress issues that they're dealing with. These companies are by definition employee first types of organizations, but what are you seeing from some of the clients you work with as they try to help their people navigate through this incredibly difficult time?
You know, Stephanie, what we are seeing is, first of all, the primacy of the CHRO, the head of the people function, has now become really the most important executive next to the CEO, because the health and wellness of employees has gone from a nice to have, a nice benefit, to imperative and directly connected to the health of the business. In a sense, we have been arguing that that's always the case, but now we don't have to argue it anymore. It's totally clear that if companies cannot get the health and well-being of employees right, it's going to have a dramatic impact on the business. And we are recognizing now more and more that it's not just about the physical health and well-being, but the mental resilience. So we're working with a lot of companies, you know, like Accenture, Salesforce, Bank of America, Walmart, both about what they are offering their employees working remote, but also how they are preparing to return to offices. And there is obviously all the physical preparations, you know, the elevator protocols and the masks and the the glass, whatever glasses they're using to protect people. But the growing recognition is that they also have to address the stress levels and the mental resilience of employees returning to work with their own fears and anxieties.
And to what extent do you think that this new awakening of the importance of the CHRO, this new emphasis on employee mental health well-being, will be permanent? How do we ensure that companies maintain that primacy of the CHRO, maintain that emphasis on employee well-being, holistic well-being, and not backslide when we're back to business as usual?
Well, Stephanie, I think this is up to all of us. In a sense, this is like a crucible time. You know.
That was Ariana Huffington speaking on Channel 2 here at Collision from Home. Remember, you can pick up your tickets on our website to check out the rest of that talk and hundreds more like it, as well as access to all our speakers, mentor hours from AWS, investor meetings brought to you by PitchBook, and Q&A sessions.
What have you learned during lockdown?
Yes, I've learned that I'm really more of an introvert than an extrovert, because I've really enjoyed, despite all the pain and the losses around us, the time to pause, not to travel, to be at home with my family, to read, to reflect, to sleep. So, yes, that's my main revelation about myself.
I've learned that I'm easily distracted. I think I thrive at multitasking, but when it comes to getting into the flow, particularly with all the distraction around home, that's been a big challenge and probably something I should work on.
What I learned during this lockdown is that it's very important to slow down. Find a way to slow down in this life hyper accelerated and think. Think about priorities, think about what's important in life, think about how you can add value to your life, to people around you, and to the entire society. How you can invest on yourself, on others, and on something bigger than you.
Now it's time for one of the most important speakers we've ever had at Collision. It's been a tough year for the World Health Organization as it battles to stop the spread of COVID-19, stop the spread of misinformation, and deals with political drama like threats from the United States to pull out of the international agency altogether. With all that in mind, we are honored to have the Director General himself take time to update us on the view from the front line and what comes next for their efforts to bring a global pandemic in line. Joining us here for a Collision from Home exclusive is head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's a pleasure to join you today for the Collision at Home Web Summit. Although COVID-19 has robbed us of the opportunity of being together in person, it's demonstrating the enormous power of digital technologies for bringing people together and enabling them to collaborate in new and powerful ways. The COVID-19 pandemic is the greatest challenge of our time. It has affected and connected us all in so many ways. It has caused great tragedy and upheaval. More than 8.8 million cases of COVID-19 have now been reported to WHO, and more than 465,000 people have lost their lives. But the pandemic has also provided opportunities to collaborate for good, and it has demonstrated the many synergies between digital and health worlds. Digital technologies have played a vital role since the very beginning of the pandemic, including WHO's Epidemic Intelligence from Open Source Initiative, which scans the internet for signals of new disease threats. At 5:14 a.m. Geneva time on the 31st of December last year, this system picked up a news report of a cluster of suspected pneumonia cases detected in Wuhan, China. While the world was celebrating the end of 2019 and the dawn of 2020, WHO was mounting a global response. Since then, the pandemic has triggered an unprecedented demand for digital health solutions. This has led to innovative technologies for population screening, contact tracing, prioritization of resource allocation, and designing targeted responses. These innovations rely heavily on the quality of health data, the interoperability of digital health systems, and effective governance. WHO is actively and aggressively participating in this important work. Our Tech for COVID initiative was launched to cater for the outpouring of pro bono support from big tech startups, nonprofits, and academia. Under this initiative, we're working with 40 technology companies in response to COVID-19 and beyond. This initiative has given rise to multiple new projects. One key area of work is partnering with tech companies to combat the infodemic of misinformation and falsehoods. Misinformation travels further, faster, and sometimes deeper than the truth. On some social media platforms, falsehoods are 70% more likely to be shared than accurate news. To counter this, we have set up systems with digital firms to remain one step ahead. For example, The WHO Health Alert chatbot was launched in March, providing up to 2 billion people with accurate and life-saving health information in over 40 languages via WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, Viber, and others. Most recently, WHO also worked with YouTube to enhance its COVID-19 misinformation policy. This policy change sets a precedent for other platforms to follow in developing smart policy to safeguard the truth. WHO has also established the Information Network for Epidemics, or EpiWin, bringing together digital health teams with scientists and communication specialists to fight misinformation and promote science-based information. EpiWin combines social listening with public health thinking to listen to online conversations and provide better information when needed. The United Nations has also launched its verified campaign to flood the online world with trusted and evidence-based life-saving advice and counter the infodemic. Services like this are critical in fragile states where the health system may be too strained to support communities. For example, 50% of all Arabic users of WhatsApp chatbot are from Yemen, a country whose health system has collapsed. In another effort to democratize health information, WHO is partnering with Facebook Free Basics to make science-based health information on COVID-19 available free of data charge. Through our partnership with Google, we ensure people searching for COVID-19 content receive science-based information and accurate news from accredited agencies. WHO has also been using digital technologies in many other ways. Millions of health workers have been trained in various aspects of COVID-19 in multiple languages through the openwho.org online learning platform. WHO is also coordinating the Go Data project in cooperation with partners from the Global Outbreak Alert and Response Network to design, develop, and deploy software to support outbreak investigation, data collection, contact tracing, and visualization of chains of transmission. EpiBrain is another ambitious WHO-led global collaboration for developing a flexible and connected data model for epidemic detection, preparedness, and response. But beyond the pandemic, digital technologies have for several years been playing an increasingly important role in health, and that trend will continue. I often say that the future of health is digital. Virtual reality is being used to train health workers. Wireless brain sensors are giving us new insights into our most important but most mysterious organ. Telemedicine and mobile health are helping us to deliver care in people's homes instead of in hospitals and clinics. Artificial intelligence is being used to give paraplegic patients improved mobility, to manage road traffic, and to develop new medicines. And machine learning is helping us to predict outbreaks. WHO is actively engaged in harnessing the power of digital technology for health. For example, in 2018, we joined a pilot initiative with Google to help people improve their health and well-being through the Google Fit app. WHO is determined to build even stronger partnerships in the digital world to maximize the power of technology to improve global health. At the same time, we must make sure that the innovation and technology help to reduce the inequalities in our world, instead of becoming another reason people are left behind. We must be guided by evidence, not seduced by every new gadget. That's where WHO can play a vital role. As part of WHO's transformation, last year we created WHO's first ever Department of Digital Health to provide countries with evidence-based guidance on the use of digital health technologies. And at last year's World Health Assembly, WHO's member states asked us to develop a global strategy on digital health. We're now working on that strategy, which will be presented to governments next year. The pillars of the strategy are to promote global collaboration and knowledge transfer on digital health, to help countries to implement national digital health strategies, to strengthen governance for digital health at global, regional, and national levels, and to advocate for people-centered health systems supported by digital health. But we cannot stop here. I am in no doubt that the people joining the Collision at Home Summit today are among the best placed in the world to help WHO fulfill its mission to maximize the potential of digital technology for health. COVID-19 has triggered an unprecedented demand for digital health technology solutions. These innovations rely heavily on quality of data, the interoperability of digital health systems, and on effective governance. But they also rely on commitment from the digital sector and the support of innovators like you. I leave you with 3 challenges. First, know your market. Find out where the public health needs are greatest and where your ideas could make the biggest difference. Second, ask yourself every day if the technology you're working on will work for the poorest and most vulnerable, or the rich and privileged. Will it make the world fairer or widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots? Third, talk to us. Let's work together to take your ideas to the world. WHO is committed to working with you to harness the power of digital technologies for a healthier, safer, fairer world for everyone, everywhere. I thank you.
And that's it for day 1 of our first ever Collision from Home. We hope you've enjoyed the end product of months of work from the Collision team who have been working remotely across the world during these unprecedented times. We're back again tomorrow with more exclusive talks from an incredible array of speakers, live from around the globe, direct to your living room, kitchen, office, or wherever you are in the world. See you tomorrow. Stay safe.